So there's not much improvement. So that tells about the quality of education in our schools and colleges, where we have to really focus more. And I think these focusing on the policies is very important, as formulating policy framework for inclusive development is important, and this is a need of the hour. And then not only formulating the policy, but making it to keep it on the top of the agenda, national agenda. I think that's where gatherings or intellectual discourses like this contribute to that, and also to closely work with civil society organizations and also political activists, so that irrespective of the regime, the people's agenda should be on the top. So how do we contribute to that? And I think that this kind of meetings or seminars do contribute to that, and so that we all together work on this. And I'm happy that there are so many themes that are cutting across different disciplines, which come up with policies, and wider dissemination would be there on the deliberations of this, so that we keep alive the agenda of this on the national agenda. And the present conference would certainly give rise to a fruitful discussion, and I hope that all of you have a good time today in our campus. Thank you, one and all.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Reviti. If you see the agenda, there is a method behind all that chaos. And it stems from the kind of work that we at CDPG, guided by a very able board, most of which is sitting here today, have been able to cement together. The day starts off with discussion on the role of public finance, on the role of taxation, because we firmly believe that in the current context, the definition and the debate on what constitutes public provisioning, what is a public good, has become a very important debate, and therefore we start off with that important session. You will have 5 of the best people who worked in these areas talking to you about the tax system and how that matters to another very critical issue today, which is that of federalism and the question that we are asking. One of the reasons for setting up the Center for Development Policy and Practice in Hyderabad was to start looking at development issues and at growth issues from a place other than Delhi too, and look at it from the other perspective, and it was important to do that. Much of the thinking behind setting up CDPP stems from Shubhashish Gangopadhyay's setting up of the India Development Foundation, and so you see a lot of parallels there. We then move on to the other aspect that we are concerned about, which is the whole aspect of infrastructure, and we strongly believe that good infrastructure underlies inclusive growth and development. And in infrastructure, what we are looking at this year is how much and how often and how deeply do we regulate that. So that's the second session that we are looking at. The third, because of what is happening in the world today, stemming largely from events far away, Saat Samandar Par, we are looking at what's going on, what is the trade situation going to be like, and how much does it impact us. And there again, we are looking at it from various angles, including the angle of aid. Post-lunch, the 2 big elephants in the room always, that of education and health, and we have some fascinating work for you being discussed in those 2 sections. We then come to one area that we chanced upon over the last couple of years, which was access to justice. We've often been talking about access to education and access to healthcare and access to employment, but we have in some ways ignored access to justice. And in a rule of law society, in a society that bases its growth on democracy, the access to justice is a very critical issue, and we found that there are several concerns there that we need to highlight, and only then can we start working for them. We'll close this session with looking at what issues emerge from all your deliberations during the day that we will take up over the next couple of years. So thank you so much for joining us today. Thanks again to all our partners over here. Thanks to the board which has been guiding us so very well over the last 5 years. And may I now hand over the first session to the session coordinator, Rashad.
Thank you, sir. So, good morning, everyone. So, the first panel is on navigating the tax system, devolution and cooperative federalism. So, as part of our studies on Muslims in different states, what we have seen is that the fiscal problems that arise in states are a result of the tax collection system, unsustainable state borrowing, and dysfunctional bureaucracy. We've also seen that these fiscal problems trap states in a cycle of low investment, low growth, and low revenue. Now, if we can move to the next slide. So, the main findings that we have had is that the continued exclusion of the marginalized from development interventions in India is visible in three key forms, which are gaps in public policy, budgetary allocation, and gaps in implementation of government interventions. We've also seen that Telangana has shown a cycle of high income and growth in comparison to states such as Bihar, UP, and Rajasthan, which has led to substantial suboptimal growth. Next. So, as part of our work on tax, our further agenda in continued studies is to conduct similar studies in states such as Gujarat, Himachal Pradesh, and Uttarakhand, understand the relationship between the inability of the government in collecting taxes and its impact on the country's development, and also to study the social and political, the political and economic effect of the central government retaining a large chunk of the share of the gross tax revenue, and how this impacts the spirit of cooperative federalism. So I would now like to welcome the panelists and chair of the first panel. If you could please join me on stage. So we are joined by Professor Ratin Roy, who is the chair of the panel, Dr. Jimon Unni, Mr. Subhamay, Dr. Kota Nilima, and Dr. Venkat Narayana. Please join us on this. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Let's get started. Is this working?
Yeah.
Huh?
Yes.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. So we should get started because we have a packed day and we just have an hour per panel. So I think you have the bios of everyone here, they're fairly well known. I'll skip the introductions. Just the ground rules are hard stop, 5 minutes per speaker. Then we take questions from the audience. If you could please limit your answers to a minute or two. And then I'll do a brief summing up and keep it within the hour. So let me look at the time. Excellent. Just one thing I want to say before starting, which is that I'm a public finance economist and a political economist, having worked in government. So I've seen India from the Delhi Sultanate, and I've seen tax from the Delhi Sultanate side. And now I'm seeing it from the side of the other side. And actually, the political economy of tax is more worrying today than it ever was earlier. I was the chief economist of the 13th Finance Commission. And I was quite shocked to see that the major weight in the horizontal devolution, how much each state gets, was the inverse by some formula. I had my own experiments. We play these games with purpose. But roughly it was the inverse of the per capita income of a state. And no state I went to then, this 13th, 50 years ago, objected to this. They would say things like, we have some poor people in our state also, please help us out. Today, there is a sort of, if you like, meta-level objection to why our taxes should go to them. The nicest thing was said by the Tamil Nadu former finance minister, PTR, where he said, no, we just want an answer as to why after 70 years of this, there hasn't been progress in the poor states. So whatever, so you see taxation is now becoming what it always should have been, political and not technocratic and not corruption oriented, despite the best efforts of the IT department. So the issues I think that we're going to discuss looking forward are very important from a political economy perspective as well. So with that, let me start. If it's all right, I will go by alternating gender order and alternating age order. So, Jibon, could I request you please to commence the proceedings? Thank you.
Okay, since most of you, hi, good morning everyone. I'm very happy to be here and also very happy to have heard all that CDPP has been doing yesterday, though of course I've been listening to them for quite some time. All of you have a copy of that proceedings of this conference, and it's on page 49. There are a lot of tables and figures there, which I would like to project, but somehow we don't seem to have it. So basically the broad argument, I'm just going to make a very sweeping broad statements. First and foremost, I'm not a finance person. I am a development economist, and I mostly work on issues related to labor. But of course, Amir persuades you to talk about anything, and so I was persuaded. So my main argument is that economic growth, when it is coupled with well-designed public expenditure and progressive taxation, and welfare programs through the taxation that is being obtained, can lead to inclusive development rather than worsening inequality. So I think Professor Reddy gave us a very good introduction to this, seems to have left, about the rising inequality. Right? We have economic growth, but rising inequality in all the countries, and we all know Thomas Piketty has been talking about that for quite some time, and he has also shown how it is in India. So taking off from there, globally between 18 and 16, the top 1% of the population has captured twice as much growth as the bottom 50%. And the top 10% income stood at 41%, 10% population's income stood at 41% for China, 46% for Russia, 47% for North America, and 56% in India. And the bottom share fell when the top increased in most of the countries, including Russia, China, India, and the United States. Out of all these continents, Europe is the one which has had a relatively egalitarian system and also very high taxation. So globally, the top 1% held 17% of income in 1980, and it rose to about 20%, while the bottom 50 had this. But in all the countries, if all the countries had followed the European model, inequality would have declined between 2015 and 2050. If we followed the United States model, that is where those graphs are very important. If you can look on page 50, you'll see them. If they followed the United States model, inequality is like the highest. Inequality would rise, and the top 10% holding 27% and the 50% holding about 6% of the share of income. Right. So tax, now what's the role of tax? Tax has played a very important role to lower the income inequality in countries like France, Denmark, and Belgium. The Nordic countries have shown the best kind of behavior, Belgium and France following, maintaining high growth and low inequality through a progressive tax system, plus a strong welfare system, which is the corollary of that. Without that, the tax can go any place, like it maybe does here. I mean, we can provide subsidies to the biggest industries as well. In Denmark, in 22, the top 10% pay 55% of the total taxes, but GDP per capita remained one of the highest in the world. Increasing the progressivity of the tax system not only improves the distribution of income and reduces the inequality, but it also stimulates the economy. And of course, again, I have graphs showing the various countries, the amount of tax they take, and the income inequality, and their, the comparison between them. Inequality in India also, if you see the papers by Piketty and Chancel and so on and so forth, inequality has been growing since the 80s, but after 2000, the inequality has grown tremendously. With the middle 40% had nearly 40% of the share of income, and the top 10% of the population growing sharply, income growing very sharply. Now, the tax system in India, the income tax system, only about 7% of the population is paying income tax. I think Ratan is the person to talk to about that. But the marginal income tax rate was very, very high till 84, 85, when Rajiv Gandhi actually came in and reduced the rates from like 62% to 50%. And further tax cuts and might have reduced the incentive to steal the tax in some sense, or evade the tax. Therefore, the number of innovations in tax collection in the 1990s, such as the 1990 had an introduction of the 1 in 6 rule that required everyone who satisfied at least one of the 6 criteria, like owning a car, traveling abroad, and so on, to file a tax return. So you can see this huge improvement in the number of people, the proportion of people from nearly 0 in 1980 to 7% now, and also a very sharp decline in the marginal tax rate. When I was showing this to my students, I was really surprised that in the 70s, they seem to have been paying like 80% tax, the top brackets, the top 10%. Frankly, I never remember my parents grumbling about it. And we grumble all the time for having to pay 30%. If you travel to the US or the UK or Geneva, you'll see that they are paying 50 to 70% of their income as tax. But then everybody does. Oh, sorry, I see Revati here. But then everybody, literally like 80% of the population is paying that. Here you have 7% of the population, and that's why perhaps we grumble about this. So progressive taxation, taxation has been improving here in some sense. Like direct taxes collections have increased according to Ministry of Finance. There are some numbers. And corporate tax revenue has also risen in India. So if this is then put into welfare programs, so of course I don't believe that's the only way to go. You have to increase productivity in small enterprises. You have to increase productivity in small farms. That's the only positive way to grow, and not taking the tax and putting it in welfare. But here we don't have any alternative, and welfare is definitely an important thing to do. Yes. So again, I'll repeat, economic growth when coupled with well-designed public expenditures, progressive taxation, welfare programs can lead to inclusive development rather than the worsening inequality that we are seeing today. Thank you.
I don't know if I could ask you for a second.
Yeah, sure. Ready to sit there, or I can speak from here?
Yeah. Maybe a 1 minute slide.
I can hide. So, most of what I had to say is there in that paper that I wrote, which again, is one of those, like the real taxes. Extracts a smaller fish. So I'm pretty strongly at that. But except that he does with a great smile, the greatest smile in the world. So as a result, it's very difficult to say no. And only after he's done the deal. But thanks a lot for having called me here. And you say that you are not a tax expert. Let me say I'm an expert in nothing. As journalists, essentially sponge off others' writings and make their living. So that's essentially my intro and my understanding of things. I have learned much more from Ratan than Ratan would care to admit. About taxation, the specific thing I wanted to look at, and which was again brought in by Amir, is that whether this decline in corporate tax rates, which happened in 2019-20, just before the COVID impact, whether that has had what impact which the government wanted it to, and whether it was actually regressive, and whether it should or shouldn't have been. Well, I've got 3 points out there, and you've seen the paper, but let me go beyond that. I think the paper has been circulated, isn't it, everybody? So, Indian direct taxes, the problem is that our taxation models do not, as a model, exist in the sense that since 1991, the Chalai Committee and later on, the Kelkar committee looked into our system of taxation, and I'm talking about direct taxation. The indirect tax has its own momentum, so we'll not look at that right now. And suggested certain principles of taxation which would be useful for the central government, mostly because direct taxes in India essentially central government would like to follow. Unfortunately, what has happened is that most of those principles and systems have not been followed by successive governments except for paying lip service. This is a major challenge in our taxation policy. Before we say that whether our taxation system works or not, we should first look at that whether we have actually got a system that for the tax, direct taxes. As Professor Lee pointed out, in the 70s, or even before the 70s, we kept on raising the rate of corporate taxes. And specifically at corporate tax in this particular session, and it kept on rising till we reached a level which was so unsustainable that most Indian big taxpayers essentially turned into tax evaders. At a rate of 95%, it was impossible to expect that anybody would be reasonably be able to pay any company tax and still do business in any economy. There was only one example who did it, and that was Indian Iron and Steel Company, and the company therefore went bankrupt. There was only one person in that 95% tax rate. This is absurd. Progressivity in taxation, just like anything else, and this is something that Professor Kelkar repeatedly had said in several times, has to be understood in terms of the capacity of the system to be able to handle it. So then we started the next part, this is part of it, to reduce it. The Green Budget of Chidambaram reduced tax rates, but there wasn't ever a discussion on why, whether that particular rate or those particular rates was what the economy needed. It was simply driven by ye acha lagta hai. The 2019 tax rates, which Nirmala Sitharaman brought in, was similarly on the same basis, ye acha lagta hai. If the idea was that those corporate tax rates will spur companies to invest in India, they failed on two fronts. A, they weren't competitive compared to the Asian economies. They were all, we were still at 22%, far higher than any of the comparable Asian economies. So obviously no Indian economy, no Indian company would come in. And that is why there was a problem. The fact that today the Indian government is not talking about extending many of the benefits. You know, the new manufacturing companies were supposed to do it by 24-25, and otherwise the tax rates, this budget has said that the sunset clause is kicked in. And it has kicked in because we did not again work on a model that why we wanted to go there. It was sort of random. And I'll stop here. Thank you.
Very interesting. Thank you, Shubhama. In fact, I was partly culpable in the 2019, what transpired in 2019 but began in the 2016 budget. I'll tell you about that in my opening remarks. But perhaps now, you could go next.
Good morning. Thank you so much for giving me the opportunity here to put my views across. Thank you to Dr. Amirullah Khan Saab, CDPP, and my fellow panelists here. I shall talk about the topic which I was given is the understanding of current utilization of tax and the funds by the state, and I will be talking about it from the political point of view. Why is this important is how what Dr. Bhattacharya just said about how taxes are levied, how taxes are used, where money goes. For instance, the Telangana government just spent rupees 160 crores, if I'm not wrong, on caste census. So where the taxes go, how taxes are levied, everything depends on the political will. I have just 5 minutes, and therefore I'll request everyone to please, if you are interested, look at my paper which I have submitted and it is published. But broadly, what I want to say is that the tyranny of political communication is that it makes election promises look like political will. And election promises across the world we have seen seem to be fickle, are seen to be, as Bhattacharya just said, what feels good. And the trend is that people have a very high threshold for this kind of political promises, election promises not being kept. But Telangana has been an exception in that case. And therefore, here is a development model, a welfare model. If we succeed in this, whether we do it through taxation, whether we do it through any other way of raising funds, then we would have given an alternative to this country, which has been seeing the same kind of governance. I shall not comment too much politically, but in the last 10 years or so, we would have provided a welfare model which can argue that a pro-poor, pro-farmer system of economy, let's say, is the way forward. I just wanted to briefly talk about the political will in terms of the Telangana government. I keep talking about Telangana government because I just wanted to inform the audience also, I'm part of the Congress party. We have inherited a debt of more than 1.4 lakh crores. Oh, sorry, 6.7 lakh crores. 1.4 lakh crores is the cost of the one project called Kaleshwaram. That's the irrigation project, which is the cost escalation of 1.4 lakh crores. Despite the debt, the government has not only implemented several schemes, but also has opened up the scope of beneficiaries for the future schemes by inviting more and more ration cards. So we're going to add effectively 40 lakh ration cards, which means that these 6 guarantees which we have promised in our election manifesto, there will be 40 lakh more potential beneficiaries for this. This is when we also have a debt. Now that's why I say this development model will be a test of how welfare works, how taxation works, how federalism works, how our entire agenda of pro-poor, pro-farmer, pro-middle class works with pro-business, pro-market, because that's the future. Just briefly, I wanted to talk about a lot of schemes here, but I just wanted to talk about one scheme, Indiramma Atmiya Bharosa scheme. Why is this important? For the first time ever, we are giving money in the hands of landless agricultural labor. We talk about increasing productivity, as Jimon ji also said, that's one way of supporting welfare. Then this is the way forward. That you give the landless, who are a very large chunk of not just those who do agriculture in this country and this state, but also when we talk about distress. So a large number of landless farmers also commit farmer suicides. There is an important aspect about, obviously, Hyderabad, another source of power, another source of innovation. But I just wanted to, because I've been shown 1 minute, I'll just want to very quickly wrap up saying that this is an inclusive growth model. This is a model which counter-argues what we have been saying, and I think this is the future, what we see here in Telangana. Thank you.
Good morning, all. Thank you, Ms. for giving me opportunity for the sharing what I have some idea. So I am touching upon the contentious issue regarding the center-state financial relations. It's about the vertical imbalances, sharing the resources of center with the state governments, and how actually central government is trying to circumvent some of the things and trying to pull its financial power. So we all know about that the 60-40 form, kind of problem that center is actually getting the tax resources, 60% of the total tax resources in India, and but it has the obligation to spend only 40% of total expenditure that is incurred in budgetary government expenditure in India. But whereas the reverse is the case of state governments. State governments have resources, only 40% of the resources that they can actually collect and retain, and 60% of the expenditure burden is on state governments. Okay, so to address that, we have a constitutional framework addressing that 270 article, putting that finance commission to share some of the central tax resources to the state governments, where of course initial financial commissions, they were actually limited depending upon the needs of the states. Okay, first 2, 3, 4 finance commissions were actually limited their responsibility to depending upon the needs of the states. They were actually taking the sharing the resources of the center with the states. But later on, we have a certain formula saying that the certain percentage of the tax resources of the central government has to be shared. Now we have, like earlier, before 14th Finance Commission, we had 29% around, and now the 14th Finance Commission set up that 42%, and then of course last commission had 41%. But the problem is that here what we observe is that there are two things. One is that when we see the increase in share of the states, state must be happy, because as a percentage of the total gross tax revenue that they are getting has increased. But the other thing that sometimes it is concealed is that because of the streamlining the tax systems, some of the state governments that they used to levy and collect. For example, we used to have sales tax systems. Of course, double burden of the sales tax system was that a company which has located in 2 states, it has to pay taxes in 2 states, sales tax. But that was a burden of the corporate system. But whereas states are losing, streamlining the tax system, states are losing some of their tax resources. Whether that the loss of the tax revenues because of streamlining of the tax system, that is compensated with this increasing in the share of the gross tax revenue, that is a little debatable issue. Here comes, because center is actually increasing the shareable resources, divisible pool that is shareable with the states, it is increasing over a period. But what the central government is actually trying to do, increasing its resources, is that there is a constitutional provision saying that the surcharges and CESS that they can collect and retain, it is not to be, there is no obligation to share these the proceeds of these surcharges and CESS with the state governments. So now we can see that what is that the amount of the CESS and surcharges that actually central government is actually mobilizing the resources. So earlier in 70s it started that surcharges and CESS levying that and collecting, and then this started in 1970s, and then over a period it has increased. Earlier it was just 5% of the gross tax revenue, but now if you see that it is around 20% and above. Another interesting thing is that if you look into that, the amount of CESS and surcharges that the central government is collecting, it is almost 35%, around 35% of the divisible pool. That means state governments actually see that the amount that state governments are restricted from sharing the central resources. 35% amount equivalent to 35% of the divisible pool is not shareable with the state governments. So that is what actually state governments are arguing for. I mean, why CESS surcharges and CESS are excluded from putting them into the divisible pool kind of thing. So another interesting fact that is happening is that if you look into the revenue resources of the center and the state, and especially the kind of growth in divisible pool and gross tax revenue before the 14th Finance Commission. Okay, I'll close it. Yeah. After the 14th Finance Commission, I just looked into the growth of that. Growth of the gross tax revenue and kind of the, if you divide this total gross tax revenue into divisible pool and non-divisible pool. Non-divisible pool consists of these surcharges and CESS. The rate of growth in this non-divisible pool is very much higher than the divisible pool. Okay, so that's how center is able to maneuver the kind of the resources it has to share with the state government. It is creating its own revenue kind of things through these surcharges and CESS. I think I don't have much time to share, but this is what. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and thank you to all my fellow panelists for being so disciplined early in the morning and keeping a lot of time. I have a written question here, so I'll kick off with that when I think of others. Now, who would like to take this? I think maybe Nirima, you could start with this. The question is very political. I mean, actually not political. It's the kind of question people think are political. So it is, are all freebies counterproductive? What are justifiable freebies?
Well, that's what I was saying earlier, that the idea of political promises is that we collect the voters' perception or decision behind a particular political promise, and then one comes to power based on that. But both the voters as well as the politicians have now come to sort of an agreement that political promises are never going to be fulfilled, or mostly not going to be fulfilled. So it's never counterproductive. I think I will never believe that a freebie can ever be counterproductive. You're giving money, you're giving support in the hands of people who would have otherwise never got it. I think that's it's a structure we can think of as a redistribution in a very innovative way. Well, only when the political promise behind a particular freebie or a victory is not fulfilled, then one could say that this goes to a different extreme. But I think there is no such thing as a freebie. I think there is an absolute need for this kind of redistribution, especially by an elected government. Yes, there has to be a structure to it, but this entire argument, at least I do not personally believe in, that there is such a thing as a freebie in a country this poor and with these levels of underdevelopment. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I've got some interesting questions. I'm not going to take all of them, but I'll call out your name if I'm not taking it and tell you who to discuss it with. So here's a question for you, Limon, which is, you talked about the European model to reduce inequality in society. Given India's socioeconomic diversity, which aspect of the European model do you think is most feasible to reduce inequality? This is from Omkar.
Yeah, that's a difficult question. I think I'll sort of continue with a little bit on this freebie thing. Like I said, in Europe, if they are paying 70% tax or 50% tax, the majority of the population is paying that. So that feeling that, okay, only we are paying and they are using it kind of thing doesn't arise. On the freebie thing, the thing is that, like she said, it is, we remain 70 years after independence poor, and a large percentage of our population gets nothing, so to say. Why do we have so much of discussion on freebies, and why do we not have enough discussion on the amount of subsidies which are being given to the big industry? So if you're giving the big industry, the idea is that growth will happen. But is that happening? Because ultimately the trickle down which is happening is can only happen, the major way through which trickle down happens, if you are giving this to the freebies to them, is through employment. And if technology is such and employment is not happening when you're giving them so much of subsidies, then how does that work? The difference between Europe and here is that almost 90% of the workforce in Europe is in the formal sector, is organized, is registered, is paying tax, is accounted for, and etc. And are also in the welfare system. In India, what percentage of our population is actually recorded and in the welfare, in the system, so to say, in the formal system, so to say. So that is the difference between India and Europe. If we have all that Europe has, then of course we would be. It makes sense to. You have to increase the tax base, whether it is corporate tax base or listed tax base. Without that, we are not going to follow the European system.
Okay, there are three questions from me. I'm not going to answer them. You can take it up in the break. Except one I must answer about Subramanian Swamy. I can't resist this. Abolishing the income tax. My only response to it is I don't respond to flaneurs. Spelled F-L-A-N-E-U-R-S when we get into the dictionary. Okay, your question for Vikat. This is from Namrata in TIS. So CESS is specific period and sector bound, but government is using it as a general tax. How to overcome this challenge? Revolution.
Of course, CESS is basically
Yeah, how to overcome, I'm not sure, I mean, how it can be. But basically, yes, right. The CESS are temporary kind of things to meet the financial resources of, basically they are to meet the financial resources of any intervention programs. For example, education CESS is to meet the financial resources required for the intervention programs like Sarva Shiksha Abhiyan, Madhyamik Shiksha Abhiyan, midday meal and all these things. Of course, so long as these programs continues, yeah, definitely this CESS has to continue with it. That's why we have 2004-5 started and still we are continuing education CESS and all these things. But how they are utilized, that's the matter. I mean, we have to concern about that. In case of education CESS, what we see is that a lot of diversion is taking place. Instead of spending on these centrally sponsored schemes like this Sarva Shiksha Abhiyan, SSA, RMSA, RUSA and MDM, actually they are spending on IITs and UGC and NISER, CESS, but that has to come from actually their central sector budget, not utilizing these CESS and all. That is one kind of deviation. So that's
actually, my God, that's a very good answer to a question I thought was impossible without a general revolution. So, it's a question for you. This is from Akash Dasgupta. What are your views on, wait a minute, is Ashkin Grover a comedian? Huh? Is he a comedian? Are we safe in this government? Okay. What are your views on Ashkin Grover's comment? Ashkin Grover, not me. That 15% flat tax rates from each and every citizen. He claimed that this would enable the government to collect more tax than the current system.
No, absolutely not. Poll tax was what Margaret Thatcher had to leave her job for. So obviously that makes no sense to have a flat tax rate. Let's leave committee to whether state appointed or non-state appointed actors to sort it out. My point is just one thing, if I may, Ratan. We are talking of central and state taxes. Central government wastes money. State governments do not raise money and therefore don't have taxes and therefore don't have money to spend. Just look at the Delhi state government budget, and not just Delhi. I wish, and I seriously wish, liquor taxation is brought to the center. Every state government budget in India is essentially a tax on liquor and nothing else. This, after 70 years, if anybody is saying that states actually know what to tax, when they know what to tax, they tax liquor. Just look at the Delhi state government budget. Of the 47,000 tax that they have raised, 15% is liquor. This government, earlier government, go to any state government taxes are essentially liquor tax. If states had been kept out of liquor, I'm sure many states would have actually gone in to raise taxes from other sources, which means they would have pushed manufacturing, they would have pushed progressive sectors to improve and to pay taxes. Since they don't need to, they can simply tax liquor, improve open vents. That is what state governments do. The second thing, no state is stopped from taxing property. Every state in India taxes property. Every city in India, everyone is getting rich at the expense of the state governments. Just look at the data of the state government in Delhi. 6,700 crore being raised from property taxes. That's a joke. That's a joke. Why can't you raise property taxes? And it's very easy to do it. You simply just got to map. You know whether to tax Red Clash or whether not to tax Mangalpuri. So easy to do. Why don't state governments do it? It's easy to do, it's very comfortable to do, and people cannot escape. Because you cannot obviously take your property out to some other places. Why don't states do it? So the two major areas in which state governments can raise money massively, they don't do it, instead they crib. I'm not saying that the center does anything better, but that's a different thing, that's for a thing to sort out. The point is, state governments in India deliberately undertax and then say, we don't have the money to spend on whatever they want to do. Liquor taxation, my suggestion is, bring it under the center, make the states, there will be a huge improvement in state finances. That's the reason why liquor is not under GST, because it's a cash cow. Same with electricity. We tax electricity much more higher from industry. In fact, the reason why property tax, and the reason why, if anybody wants to know why GST is not working in India, just look at power taxation in India. Power sector tax and GST tax, the problem shows what is the problem in center-state relations in terms of taxation. We have not been able to solve these two conundrums, and that is why GST has not suddenly come in. Anybody who has watched power sector taxation, it's not tax, it's a tariff, would immediately understand what's the problem with GST. Thank you.
Thank you. In fact, for researchers here, young ones, go and look, take him up on his challenge. Go and look at what Gujarat does. Apparently, they don't drink in Gujarat, I'm not so sure. But they certainly don't collect taxes from it. So if they have actually done better, I don't know, it's a genuine question, on property tax, that's a very good idea. Then that would give you a good counterfactual, because they don't drink. And if Hyderabad is 40% Muslim, so assuming that that kicks in, your liquor revenues here should be much lower than Jain. Just test these out. Okay. Unless Telugu is doing double of revenues. So there is a question for Nilima. We'll close with that. I'll give you the other questions people asked, and we can take it up with you bilaterally. But this is a straightforward political question, which is the number of new ration cards are going to increase, agreed. But what about the increase in the number of grains we used to get from the PDS system?
I think we have this year, Telangana is number 1 in the production of paddy, largest ever. So we are expecting obviously a better supply in PDS. There is a streamlining which is necessary. Obviously, we all know there is a leakage there. There are a lot of insufficiencies in the system. But this is an experiment which I have done in my own constituency, and it is extremely possible to make sure that the PDS system works best under regular surveillance and performance, kind of evaluation. So I expect that this time around, the center which has forgotten Telangana completely in the union budget, the center which is not giving us the kind of funds which we need to basically meet all those promises and also policies which we have drawn up for the Telangana government. The center which has made the chief minister, the elected chief minister of Telangana, go to Delhi more than 40 times in the last 1 year asking for funds. I hope they give us our due share, whether in grains or in funds or in the kind of support that states need. I want to just say to what Bhattacharya just said, thank God there is some CESS, thank God we can do some taxation in the state to raise the kind of funds that are needed to keep the kind of, remember that these are all the promises on which the people had voted the government to power. The government is duty bound to fulfill them. Yet, we have debt, we cannot tax. Taxation is also an extremely political decision. Therefore, we cannot tax, but we still need to raise the funds to meet those promises which people themselves have elected the government. So this is the answer to those doubts when we say that, okay, how do we tax? Why don't we tax? Why don't we have that kind of federal system which supports states? As Venkatji just talked about the non-divisible pool. Why doesn't the center support states which are promoting a different development? Country has ever seen. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. And you're forgiving your political pitch, you've been very restrained so far. But let me actually start off with, it's been a very rich discussion. I think I'll be able to give the organizers about 4 minutes back. Very, very rich discussion because I congratulate CDPP. You've got a very diverse panel. You have a journalist, you have a politician, you have trained economists here. right from Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj or Nizam of Hyderabad or Kakatiya is very important. Is in practice what makes the addressing of inequality through taxation very difficult. What the Scandinavian countries do is what we public finance economists call garbage in, garbage out. Which is they take 40% of everybody's income, it's very close to lump sum tax, and they give it to the poor, the unemployed, deserving, etc. They also find, which is and the other is what the Scandis do, and actually what the Indian governments of India, states and centre, have been doing since 1991. I call this the transformation of governance in India from being a development state to a compensatory state. Why am I saying this? What Jima said was very pertinent. She said inequality has gone up, you gave all those other fifth largest gap. Fifth largest economy in the world, third largest, right? Very rich. Everybody's not very rich. This country has produced losers in spades since 19. It's only about the, now it's very interesting, the top, if you look at the data till about 2020, just income data, you will find it's about the top 10-15% of the population from 1991 liberalization. Now that's a lot of people, huh? Don't get me wrong, that's a great market for Siemens. That's a million people winners, of which let's say 10% are super rich. That's bigger than the population of Finland. I mean, 200 million people, if 2 million people can buy BMW will come as salivating, go to Jubilee Hills and get these lovely showrooms, right? So it's perfectly compatible with BMW and Porsche coming to India, but it does not mean that India is not producing more losers than winners. Now, this is a national security threat. So implicitly what all governments have done is, so sorry, you did not benefit from growth. Here's some money. Tum food did. Which is why today in 2025, this great Viksit country, and I don't dream about Viksit Bharat, I'll be dead by then. So I'm dreaming about 2030. But in 2025, this very Viksit country is subsidizing 800 million people to eat. After all this development, muscularity and G77 or 5 minutes more. Because I get 10. Right? So this transition to a compensatory state means if you look at public finance as researchers, it maps beautifully. If you look at what I call compensating expenditures, essentially subsidies, and you look at expenditure on stuff like merit goods, health, education, you will find almost a swap since 1991. Both states and centre. Whatever the rhetoric, what they have, actually the states are more transparent. They say, I'll give you a TV, what do you call freebies, I'll give you this, I'll give you that, okay? But both are now, they're basically in constant price terms, education, health, sanitation spending is more or less frozen. Since it's not the government, 1991. More and more money, incremental money goes into compensation. So this transition to a compensatory state has actually led to a very peculiar thing happening in India. Second half of your trilogy. The bottom 15-20% of the country today are much better off than they were 20 years ago, which is why we have almost eliminated poverty, but not because they're making more money. Because have rich people. When Madam Finance Minister, I was in Delhi, in the Sultanate, and Madam Finance Minister raised the taxes, I was in some Sultanate TV studio. And I said, why are you blaming her for this? Some left-wing people like me came. I said, this is telling me something very sad. This is telling me that somebody who earns 70,000 rupees a month in this country cannot pay income tax. Uski auqat nahi hai, as we say in Hindi. They are too poor to pay income tax. And if you want to look at that, as you're young people, think about it. If you get a job earning 70,000 rupees a month, will you be able to buy a house in Hyderabad? Forget it. Forget it. So if you're too poor to buy a house earning 70,000 rupees, which is 4 times the per capita income, how can I tax you? I can only tax you if you're earning 6 or 7 times. It's a massive, from the public finance side, equation of failure. The final point I want to make is actually on cess and surcharges. So on cess and surcharge, I think we public finance people are taught actually that textbooks that ye jumla hai. Jumla is familiar to everybody? Huh? When topi pehna ja raha hai, they say in North India. We are making fools of you. And we recommend it to governments. Cess is optics. And it's the mathematics of it is very simple. If I'm spending 100 rupees on education, and I put an education cess of 10 rupees, right? I can say that that entire cess went to education because I'm spending 10 rupees on education. Effectively then, unless every year your education spending rises by exactly the same amount of cess collected, cess is the jumla. So then it is not earmarked. And that is right and true because money is fungible. So we do cess for optical purposes. It's a very good way for politicians to get their way. So I wouldn't pay it any mind, except that now the cess is being used because of the stupid idea that it should not be part of the divisible pool. It is being hijacked. I want to conclude by talking about the corporate tax, which I was part of framing. We had a reasonably good finance minister called Jayant Sinha, reasonably good minister of state called Jayant Sinha. So here I sat and we noticed one very funny thing. We found that Tata pays a lower corporate tax rate than an SME. So in India, anyone with ticket size turnover of profits of more than, of 500, 1,000 crores was paying a lower corporate tax rate than people with a turnover of 150, 200 crores. So we tried to reduce the exemptions and say that if we reduce the exemptions, we reduce the rate. That then morphed into what happened in 2019. I say this to you to tell you that you must never underestimate the power of lobbies and interest groups. And I realized we made a big mistake. When I looked at the exemptions carefully, I said, oh my God, this will never work. And he said, why? I said, it's some Adani Ambani exemptions there. He said, what do you mean? I said, only the one for R&D is not Adani Ambani because they don't invest in R&D. The rest are all power, petrochemicals, all the stuff that these guys had got into. We frame corporate tax exemptions from them. They never get able to get rid of those. So they stay on the statute. We have some pretense that the corporate tax rate is lower and the total tax rate is lower. But the whole thing failed because we failed to understand the power of political oligopolies. And that also comes in, I think, into a lot of the tax discussion on the corporate tax rate. Thank you very much. This panel is closed. Let me thank the panelists for a lovely discussion. And thank you all for this very interesting question. I'll pass on the questions like getting questions to the speakers concerned. Yeah.
सवाल पूछने वाला यही बात पॉइंट which is whole bigger state level responsibility over there. So I didn't agree with your solution, but that's different. Such an important problem. It's serious. Property tax in Gurgaon, I'd say to my guess how much property tax.
So, the CDPP Board Handbook focuses on the community-led solutions as a catalyst for change. At its core, the handbook challenges traditional top-down development models, advocating instead for grassroots-driven approaches inspired by Boon's work. Through case studies, theoretical insights, and evidence-based evaluations, it showcases how localized interventions can critically can challenge critical issues in rural India. Some of the themes discussed in the book include education, sanitation, and of course menstrual hygiene and health. The way forward that CDPP is looking to is doing an impact evaluation of one of Gunj's own project, which is the Not Just a Piece of Cloth. We are basically looking at the environmental, social, and economic impact of the project and how it provides employment for women. I request our speakers for this panel to come onto the stage, which is Professor Shahida Murtaza. We also have Dr. Lavish Bhandari. We have Mr. Osama Manzar and Mr. Anshu Gupta from Gunj. Before we start the panel, I request the speakers to just release the Gunj handbook and pose for a photo.
Yes, please. Yeah. In photo.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you, CDPP, for inviting us here on this beautiful campus. And I don't think our guests need any introduction. Already about them, it is there on your handbook what we have been distributing to all the members. We have Mr. Osama, we have Anshu, and then we have, I'm so sorry. Yeah. To all of you, welcome so much, Lavish, Osama Sahab and Anshu Gupta for this panel. I know that the rules we have been already informed about. We'll be giving 7 minutes, and then within that you have to complete your presentation or whatever briefing you want to do. Then we'll take up the question answers. So this is the section on, very beautifully arranged by CDPP, because people come from NGOs and I represent the university, and we have great people like you who are doing great work here in India and making a difference. So welcome you all for this session. Can I start with Osama Sahab? Please.
So, switching on the mic is the biggest challenge. Thank you very much. Since it is called inaugural session, I think we can say anything. There is one thing that I have not been able to speak in among the people who are highly literate, educated, academic, and economist is what I'm going to say. Since I run an organization called Digital Empowerment Foundation, बिना डिजिटल के कोई काम हो नहीं सकता है, so I would focus on that area. I would like to just bring in a part that is not very largely discussed. One is that especially after about exactly 30 years today, in this year, we are reaching 30 years of internet in India. It had started on 15th of August formally to have public access to internet. And now when we had started, everybody aspired to get on internet, but now I think the trend has changed. Now everybody is fearful of getting onto the internet. That is how it is. Before you get onto WhatsApp, before you get onto something, when we were on internet, we didn't have a brand to access. You know, we just had www, you know, to go on internet, and everything we wanted to go to the internet was with the view that we are going to learn something, we are going to access something, and which is trustworthy, right? And now you don't know what is internet. Is Facebook an internet, or Google is an internet, or Amazon is an internet, or Netflix is an internet? What is an internet? That's number one. And number two is that what I am seeing, reading and watching is trustworthy or not. So that these are the two major shift that has happened. Unfortunately, earlier when we started with the issue of trust, we had many trustworthy alternatives. But now it doesn't even look like that we have any alternative. We have to choose between two mainstream media who is actually both aligned. You know, so, or everybody. So there is a whole industry around misinformation, fake news and all that. In the middle of all this, I want to bring note on to the people that, you know, now we talk about who is connected, who is not connected, you know, something like who is marginalized, who is not marginalized, who is OBC, who is, you know, scheduled caste and scheduled tribe and everything, right? That is how we talk about development. And when we talk about development, we talk about who is included, who is excluded. But you will see that in internet arena or a digital arena, we will always talk about digital inclusion, right? We hardly talk about exclusion. And I am going to highlight 2-3 aspects that how this whole economy which is running around on the basic infrastructure of internet and digital, and everything is being planned on that basis, is actually has become much more exclusionary and much more, you know, and less inclusive. And I want to bring some notice to that one. So you must have heard that we claim that we are 1.1 billion people connected, right? If you look at TRAI data, it says that 1.1 or 1.2 billion people are subscribed to any kind of SIM or connectivity. And it looks like that everybody connected. आपसे भी पूछेंगे तो आप बोलेंगे यार everybody is connected. धोबी वाला is connected, चाय वाला is connected, and everybody is connected. But the fact is that are they meaningfully connected or not is the biggest issue now, because you can do or not. And I'll give you a small data is that in India, out of those 1.1 billion people supposed to be connected, 900 million people live in rural India. And rural India's connectivity is less than 45% or even 35% or something like that. Only 445 million of rural India on internet out of 900 million is connected. This comparative number as far as rural population is concerned, you will usually not understand. The second way I started calculating, are they just connected or are they able to do something or not? So then we started looking at how many UPI transaction or how many people do online transaction. And it turned out that there are only 350 million people had done transaction late last year on internet, online transaction. 99% of them did on UPI. Very good number, 350 million. Out of that, I calculated what is the rural population who transacted. It was 122 million. Out of 900 million people. By the way, these are the same 900 million people out of whom we feed them for 80 crore people for the chara, which is not available without biometric identification authentication. So you have right to food, but you don't have access to food without internet and without data. That's very, very important for us to know. The second thing I realized is 122 million is also not so bad, but 49% of all the transaction of those 122 million people had been done by 6% people. 6% people is something like Ambani doing all the 99% transaction. So what I'm actually trying to bring to notice to all of you is that unless we have equitable digital infrastructure connectivity available to the people, we cannot see an equitable development if you say that all developmental and welfare is deliverable through internet or through digital. So it's something like saying you have right to food, you have right to access, you have right to information, you have right to education, you have right to health, you have right to finance. But I don't have access to finance because UPI doesn't work with me, I don't have affordability. I can't access my own food because my biometric doesn't match, and therefore I am disconnected. I am not part of the welfare system also, and so on and so forth. Please pause, that is it. But I have this whole number that how 900 million people are actually excluded from the development because of digital dependency is what the economic supply chain that I am talking about, and that's the number that we need to really think about. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Amin. Thank you, Shailaji. I started off sending a note on what I thought was an equity problem. But I've been here since the morning, and the previous session has already completely decided for all of us what the equity problem is. So I've been, in a sense, been deprived of my topic. But I'll just try and talk a little bit about I see a kind of a certain flavor in such conferences that I go to, and I suspect I can see that flavor here as well. So I'm going to try and change that. So when I first got to know you, Amir, which was that when we would enter a room of researchers, we would be the youngest 5%. Right? Now when I know you, we are amongst the oldest. Right? It's been a long journey, but the more we interact with people who do research, who are there, who are clued into the field, the more depressing things seem to get. There is a tendency to identify the problem. And that's right, that's what we are trained for. Right? But when we start to look into the issues, of course that's our job, but that is not the defining perspective. And I'm going to try and talk about some things. Osama, you talked about the digital problem, and absolutely, and you know I suffered amazingly because of the digital challenges that India faces. That just as an aside, I used to run a Hindi website, and I lost money big time. That time I was an entrepreneur, and I lost money big time on it. And that was due to the problems that Osama just mentioned. So I'm not saying those problems don't exist. They exist. But I'm going to start with Viksit Bharat. Wherever in the political spectrum you are, if you are a serious researcher, you will say that this is unachievable. Absolutely. It is unachievable. All rational things that you will take a look at, there are lots of issues that are going to get in. But come on, ambition has to be a bit unachievable. You have to go a bit more than your capability for it to be truly fun to try and achieve. I think it was a great dream. I'm sad that I didn't think of it. I'm sad that someone else thought of it, but I want that dream because I think that's a great dream to have, that in 25 years, I want us to be developed. And I think all of us would too. So let's not throw away that dream. Yeah, that's there. It's going to be extremely difficult, perhaps impossible. And I say that more for the young people out here. It's actually not completely impossible. There are ways. The question is, what are the ways? You mentioned some ways. One of the things is, yes, there are huge dark spots in what we call internet coverage in India. Huge dark spots. But there is also light in terms of satellite connectivities which are now coming up. Of course, you need to improve policies, you need to improve coordination between TRAI and some of the other regulatory agencies, perhaps RBI and so on. So you need to do specific things to achieve each of those. Now, I presume I have only 3 minutes left, so I'm going to now cut short. And I'm going to talk about just 4 things, which I think are really important, or from an equity perspective, from a growth perspective, and so on. First and most important, the biggest, most important, most dynamic part of the Indian economy is its informal sector. Okay. It is the most dynamic. You see the most ingenuity, the most flexibility, the most entry, the most exit happening from that sector. Okay. What are the government policies on the informal sector? And the policy is, let's make it formal. And that policy has completely failed us in the last 70, 80 years since policy has been there. Right? So I say, let us reverse it. Let's say that let's start supporting the informal sector in whatever it is. And 2 things, very simple. Informal sector anywhere in urban India is illegal. Your chaiwala, your mechanic, your cycle mechanic, your person who's selling something on the street has not been allocated space. Don't give him money, allocate him space for some time. That's it, and then let him be. In fact, it's amazing. Almost all of informal sector activities in urban India are actually illegal. Don't make them illegal. Don't support them, but at least remove the illegal one. 2, there is a major land problem, and laws, the way they have been now put up, I don't think they are reversible. So we're going to have extremely expensive land across urban India. Now, when land is expensive, as any basic economic student will tell you, it percolates all the way up. You cannot have a cheap economy, you can't have a fast growth economy if land is extremely expensive. You can't correct that because it seems that politically, economically, it's not going to be possible now to change those laws. What can you do? Well, at the very least, if you are subsidizing so many activities, please get at least the industry land at 1 rupee rental. There are many industrial parks in India, most of them are lying empty. Okay? Introduce some dynamism there and let land for industry be at 1 rupee rental. And later I can talk about the details, but I won't talk about it here. Third, there is a labor problem in India, we all know. There are a huge number of labor laws. There is a session that's going to be on law and justice. A large number of laws in India and large number of cases are actually related to labor. Okay. Now I'm going to mention that what is the labor problem? The labor problem is, in India, that the state is trying to protect labor. But how does it protect labor? It protects the job. Huge mistake. Huge mistake. Because when you protect the job, you're taking away the agency, or rather the power of anyone who's an entrepreneur to do much with that labor. Okay. As I said, I'm going to take 2 minutes more. I will take 3 minutes on this. So what do you do here? Great, there is unemployment insurance. Why don't we take the same amount of money we do on many other things, put it onto unemployment insurance, so you protect the consumption of the laborer, but you do not protect the job. And remove IDA, the biggest problem which percolates down to all other costs. Of course, if there are labor people from labor, you'll be very angry at me. I can have that discussion later with you on that. Third problem. So I've talked about land, I've talked about labor, I've talked about the informal sector. Now I'd like to talk about one thing, which is agriculture. Agriculture is by far the most dynamic part of the Indian economy. We forget that the agriculture as a business is a horrible business to be in. You have a set of inputs which are exposed to the elements. You get incomes only twice. The output is fairly random, and you have prices which are unpredictable. What kind of a business is this? So the only way to move ahead in agriculture, which is by far the most important, is to go into high-value agriculture, which we all know. Everyone knows this. Okay, but all the policies, essentially the structure of policies, is to support cereal production. Okay, but the most high-value activities today, whether it is so-called natural farming, organic farming, hydroponic farming, there are many other different possibilities there. They are the all high-growth sector. Livestock, horticulture are all high-value added generating activities. Agriculture need not anymore be equated with low incomes. To do that,
the one critical element there is a whole spread of warehousing, including cold storages. Thank you.
Thank you, Redistribution. Can I request Anshu, please?
First of all, Amir Bhai and CDPP, thank you very much. Is it working?
I know, you have to switch it on.
Hello.
Yeah, now.
So I just said that first of all, thank you, CDPP and Amir Bhai, for making this sharing development and people the subject for the conference. So that way. And I'm told that I have to speak on this this entire journey. Just to comment on Osama's point, I've been telling him for quite some time that roti.com banane se roti nahi milti. I think that's what he also has been talking today. That way. There is, whenever we talk about the development issues and the, especially I'll come from the perspective of the development sector. That way. The only way we try to map everything is GDP. Right? So the whole idea was that for us at Goonj for last many years, we are talking about this concept of SDP, where we are saying it's all about sharing and development, that too with dignity, and people at the center. So I'll just give some fundamental things, what we feel are extremely important to get into this larger framework, and everything we have been discussing since morning. That what we feel is the some important points which we need to consider. First, I will always call about dignity of people. How the entire development approaches, whether it is a free distribution of something or not listening or imposing some certain things in terms of development, how it is challenging people's dignity. And if you challenge dignity of people, you cannot think of development. I mean, the most important aspect of the sustained charitable activity or charity is that it kills dignity of people. And without dignity, as I said, you cannot think of development because you don't make them a stakeholder. We are also challenging the very basic concept of donor and beneficiary. Right? And you relate to it. What we are saying is that if I give time, I am a donor. But when the community is giving time, how come they are beneficiaries? If I put in my brain or effort, I am a donor. But when the community is putting their brain, how come they are beneficiaries? If you create a bamboo bridge, which in our work, we have larger initiative called Cloth for Work, and we do hundreds and thousands of those hardcore water sanitation infrastructure activities. And when you create a bamboo bridge, if I give you some money or maybe material in exchange, we are donors. But when the community is giving bamboo and stone and labor and wisdom, how come they are beneficiaries? That is the divide which I believe is creating a huge amount of problem, not only with the dignity aspect, but also we are not listening, we are not valuing the inputs of people. And we always say that at the end of the day, we are at loss, right? Because we challenge dignity of people, people still get something. We should not do this, but people still get something. But if we miss on the labor, if we miss on the wisdom of people, somewhere we are missing because we are working with that simple concept of donor or beneficiary or the powerful or powerless. We are also not listening. That's why we said that it's not about people, just people development. It's about how do we listen to the people, that what are their issues. And in our cases, we have seen it so often that how even today we have people in the villages and hundreds and thousands of those who can roam around with a coconut and find water. Right? And we can argue, we can call it superstition because whether it's a jugaad or an innovation, it depends on what kind of t-shirt you are wearing. Because if something happens in the villages of India, whatever they do, it's called jugaad. People like us do something, it's called innovation, unfortunately. Instead of just thinking or valuing that when we didn't have technology, when we didn't have machine, every village used to have a well. So there was some science in it. There was some technology in it. There was some understanding in it. we are just not listening, to the people. And that's what we feel is a huge, huge issue. And the last point for today, why we talk about sharing, and we have been talking about subsidies since morning. In any case, for me, I'm in the middle of a lot of economists and policymakers and the best possible minds. But I know that if anywhere the indirect taxes are, if we depend more on indirect taxes, for me as a practitioner, it's also a symbol of, increasing inequality. We can prove it in my theories. We can talk about it later. But the most important part, in this entire game, is literally the dignity of people, understanding the very basic of subsidy. And I'll end with this. When I was leaving my job with Escorts, there was a very basic calculation which I did. I'm a product of IMC, Indian Institute of Mass Communication. And the calculation was that I just paid a couple of thousand rupees as fees in those days, maybe 3 decades back. And the fees ideally should have been about 50,000 rupees, 1 lakh rupees, even in those days, because the kind of facilities and faculty we all had. My question to myself was that if it was just 20,000 rupees, was it possible for my parents to pay? And largely the answer was no. But also the answer was that they would have paid because they were very desperate about education. 30 years back, almost, that was my first realization that I am the biggest product of subsidy of this country. We've been talking about subsidy today, that's why I'm raising this issue. And I'm talking about sharing, not about giving. So the fact remains that every single person who has ever gone to a government school, college, IIT, IIM, has eaten up the subsidy of this country in a big way. And we don't bring them in that list of people who eat subsidy. Large number of us, are able to afford to sit in this hall on a working day in a conference because we have eaten up those subsidies. We have problem with the subsidies for so many other people, but we are the biggest product. Large number of us do not pay back. 2020 also taught us that this subsidy actually does not come from the government to the rich people. Subsidy comes from the farmers and laborers of this country. The day we start paying minimum wages to the farmer of this country, all of us will not be able to touch rice. We need to re-examine this entire game of subsidy. I'm not saying we should not have a right on subsidy and not go on that. But the whole idea is that if we can pay back, you pay back, so there's nothing like giving back. It's all about paying back, it's all about sharing. Thank you very much. I'll conclude.
Thank you so much, the panelists. Should I take 5 minutes to do my own job here?
Yes.
Because other than chairing this session, I have something to talk, I think, which Lavish was touching upon, and that was informal sector. But I looked at it from the gender lens, the urban inequality, gender inequality. In rural areas, we see that the class system is much deeply entrenched compared to urban area. Yet, we have caste and gender intersectionality very much pervasive in the urban sector. We have at formal sector upward mobility, you will see women in. But when it comes to informal sector, we all know that what is the periodic labor survey of 2020 and 21 has already given that 94% of women form the informal sector. So it's a huge, chunk of women, particularly after COVID, we see that there's an upsurge of women participating in the informal sector, which really constitute a voiceless lot. I have done a huge survey in home-based industry here in Hyderabad. And I found that not more than 10% are, or less than that, are aware of the rights. Forget about labor laws. We need to really, at one side, we have the pride, in saying we are the largest democracy and growing economies, but we still are grappling with structural inequalities when it comes to, women, and particularly when it comes to which shape the lives of women, across caste, class, and socio-economic background. These are the women who cannot fight for the rights, who have no unionism. The wage differentials are very, very, very obvious. When we ask them, why don't you form? Then there are, which I don't want to touch upon here, huge cultural factors like patriarchy, which controls them to work, way to go, what to do. In that way, they end up working in a group because individually they cannot go and work outside the home. Home-based industries are the best for them, wherein they can take care of the family and also contribute substantially to the family's income. Most of the time we have seen the men not working or spending on their alcohol or other habits of gambling. Still, women are not considered as workers. So the whole paper tries to talk about gendered poverty, what needs to be done, how redistribution, socio-economic and political, is very much, from this background we need to do, and to arrive at natural justice, particularly in urban setup. Because we find that Adivasis and Dalits are completely marginalized. The enclaved development in urban areas are not allowing them to live a dignified life. They are being further marginalized under the name of development, and so whether we can call it development or is it mal-development. Urban cities are growing further and further, but the place of women over there in the informal sector, they have their own juggling to do over there. These are the caste, the Adivasis and the Dalits. You see that they are in the petty business, you can say demeaning jobs, because they're being removed from their traditional jobs, or what you call employment, or whatever the work they were doing earlier. And here in the city, you see that a lot of sanitation workers, vegetable vendors, or someone who is selling some merchandise on the roads are increasing. Without any rights, without any power, they are the Lord so suffering. And I have certain suggestions also here, like how redistribution as a pathway to gender justice. We have to here recognize women's work and care work too. Fair wages and social security are very essential, we need to work upon. The policy has to take care of that. Urban inclusion and accessibility, caste and gender sensitive economic policies have to be framed to overcome these barriers for the development of women in the informal sector. Climate resilience also, my paper touches upon that in urban area, how much women have been suffering because of the global warming. Somebody in the morning session also spoken about. So climate resilience for women workers is also being touched upon, in this small paper, whatever I have submitted. This, and I think they have read up. But I would like to really talk of the beautiful presentation my colleagues here have made, which briefly I can say that their huge work, their connectivity with the masses, the ground reality, that is what they're speaking about. It is not ivory tower approach that what we get from their speaking. This is the most beautiful way of presenting the reality before the public. I hope that the policy take note of all this. And how? I know how what the Samasa knows about it. A large, number of villages, like the population, and try to cover through digitization. And I learned that, yes, it is not inclusive. Earlier I did feel. Of late I am finding that it is more an exclusionary process than an inclusive step. And thank you so much for, speaking at length out of your experience, whatever you have spoken today. This is really equality or equal distribution is very important for equal development. That is what is very important. Just merely distributing the equipment has not solved my issue too when I went over there, unless I saw to it that the Dalits and the women from across caste and creed are included and then taken into fold. Naveed Sahab, you spoke so much about most importantly, I felt about the informal sector and the issues and what needs to be done and where the lacunae are there which needs to be filled up by, law. And how policy has failed to support the informal sector in, particularly in India. And he's talking about also about the agricultural sector, and his paper definitely will give you a lot of insight that how highly he talks about the gaps in the policy that we need to fill up, and that is strongly spoken about. And then Anshu Saha, I'm quite aware of your work, what you've been doing, and a smaller bit I am also attached to that. Most importantly, development with dignity. Yes, we give charity. I have seen when I visited once with Ahmed during COVID, one of the centers for distribution of the aid, a huge pile of cloths I have seen. I said, what is this? One of the ladies who was accompanying asked, don't close. Whenever I collect Anshuji from my community, wherever I stay there, I saw to it that whatever you wear, you try to give. That is charity. And here the government approach he talks about, development approach he talks about, that which compromise the dignity of the people. Without dignity, you cannot expect development. You strongly said that is so correct. We don't listen to the people. We impose, yes, most of the time I see when the policies are top-down, It's not from the people we collect the idea and try to frame our policies. Of course, when he spoke about, we don't listen to, yes, about beneficiary versus donor or donor versus beneficiary. Most of us, we fall into this pit. We get trapped into this. Always we feel, yes, we have donated. What is the contribution? That we never we speak of. Thank you so much, all of you, for enriching us from your personal, very, very, ground reality, where you have experience from that, which matters a lot. Because often we see in social sciences, ivory tower approach, we adopt, and I'm proud I'm an anthropologist. Because we speak what people talk, what they need, and we try to speak their language. That is the most important aspect of social sciences, and the policies have to be framed from down up. The approach should be. Now we have one question. I don't know whether other questions are there. This is Jimon. India has a progressive tax system, yet wealth inequality continues to rise. Do you think this indicates a failure of tax policy in India? Yeah, this is for the Jimon, right? Okay. We don't have any question. Thank you so much.
Thank you, panelists. So we will be having the tea break now, and we will reconvene over here at 11 a.m. for the next panel on regulation. Thank you.
तो मैं डाउनलोड किया तो मेरे मोबाइल से बीच में आ गया जी से आ रहे थे or presenting your so we are so good. It's been so long. We will. मेरा क्वेश्चन नहीं सर का so good to see you. I know कोई क्वेश्चन नहीं पूछ रहा था correct because let's grab a child मेरा हम लोग ना लैंग्वेज गलत कर रहे हैं by putting the negative stories like naivety and what was originally we cannot afford to have been on a failure today without carbon subsidies that we have. चलो जल्दी से चाय पी लो तो वो क्वेश्चन मेरा क्वेश्चन ही हैंडल नहीं किया अगले पैनल
लाइट चाहिए।
क्योंकि वो स्लाइड नहीं दिख रहा। मुश्किल है।
Shadowing him today. Shadows you.
He's the faculty leader.
So I see there.
And I okay.
Come, let's start.
I know. That's it.
Many other issues. Tarek is, I mean, the way he has luminary in that area, whatsoever, social justice, redistribution, dignity, किसके बारे में और जो बिहार का केस हुआ बच्चे जो what is that? And if one case calling them wrong, that's what The governor will come to service government the state as well. And when you want to fund आपको दे नहीं रहे सेमिनार में देखो जनरल पब्लिक में whatever you want, put it worksheet, put on the website, this is the data, let the public use it. That's what I told him, I am now PhD वालों को, अगर हम PhD कर रहा है मेरे develop your knowledge. कोई नौकरी दिखता है, घूमता है. No, that's what you do, keep on doing. Keep on counting and keep on using it. बात करने से पहले आपकी कितने लोगों ने कितने परसेंट कितने लोगों ने क्या हो गया भाई आपको जल्दी शुरू कर Yes, yes. कल से 3 दिन से मुझे तुझे बहुत बड़े लोगों ने क्या अरे को बुलाया बहुत अरे यार ये भी तो है so great यार मारिया थैंक यू मारिया इधर That's good. One of them is Maria. Very good. Hello. मैं बोला था मैं इतने बड़े They are doing. मतलब only name people say कि बहुत अच्छा क्या है सारे. यहाँ पे नहीं है.
one of the most effective ones, key to postgraduate. We also have this kind of what the Madina school. Oh, the Madina. We have 30 years. Is that MS group? No, that's it. That's it. That's it.
We want to know how to contextualize that in Indian context.
India can
गुजरात में parallel access to another guy went over there to Delhi and gave a state, and he went into PMO's data. For almost 1 month, the guy was roaming around in the border area. This is your Gujarat model. I was surprised, particularly. I think he was working in nursing school. Now, they are actually
need for deregulation and introduced a light touch regulatory framework to enhance productivity and employment. However, achieving regulatory excellence is a continuous process. This raises a fundamental question: when should we regulate, re-regulate, or deregulate? So our research on regulation at CDPP aims to answer this question by examining the regulatory landscape across power and transport under the infrastructure sector, the gig economy and the AI under the emerging sector, and the health and food sector under the consumer sector. We are evaluating these sectors based on their economic impact, technological advancement, and public interest. We conducted a comprehensive review of global regulatory frameworks across countries such as USA, European Union, UK, China, Spain, and Australia. And our findings are documented in the working paper that you all have with yourself. And it offers an extensive overview of the global and the India's regulatory landscape. Moving ahead, our research will expand to assess how consumers and businesses experience regulations in practice. We will examine legal disputes, compliance challenges, and ground-level implementation issues to refine regulatory frameworks and ensure consumer welfare. So I would now request the panel to kindly release the working paper. So Lavish Bhandari.
Yeah, we just get it. If chair can start and we can.
We have Dr. Lavish Bhandari sir with us. I would now request the panel to kindly release the working paper they have with us. It gives a comprehensive look at the regulatory landscape around infrastructure and emerging sectors in collaboration with CESS Trust. Thank you. I would now introduce our chair for the session. Mr. Rajesh Vecha sir brings 27 years of diverse experience in the corporate and infrastructure sectors and has been very instrumental in shaping our research at CDPP. I request sir to please carry forward the discussion with the panelists. Thank you.
Thank you, Sejal. Thank you everybody at CDPP. Good morning once again. I'd like to welcome the fellow panelists, Mr. Chakravarti, Prashant, Reddy, Madan, and Lavish. The papers have already been circulated as part of the proceedings. Just to get started, as in the earlier session, so each of you will be having 6 to 7 minutes, a maximum to share your thoughts. And afterwards, we'll kind of open it up for question and answers. Just to kind of put things in perspective of what we did at CDPP. So, one of the things which we kind of realized is almost every important sector, not only just infrastructure, but it can be health, it can be the food, every other sector, we do have regulators. And it is important to understand the maze under which the industry operates, how does the consumer feel, and what happens with different regulators. And it's been interesting to find out something so important as food. They've got around 7 to 8 agencies which just crisscross between the district, the city, the state, and the center. And if it comes to something like aviation, which I've been part of for quite some time, we have 4 agencies managing the entire regulation. When you come to something like, for example, drugs, which Prashant is going to talk about, the number of agencies are huge, and what happens with the implementation. So we kind of managed to map out a lot of these things in this working paper as to what are the challenges. And we realized that the businesses, if they have to move forward and in the interest of the consumer and the system at large, it is time that we kind of either look at the re-regulation, or sometimes it's also about how not to deregulate. That's also important, because the entire zest for sometimes based on business needs or for lobbying or for our economic growth or whatever it is, it just realizes that the government lets loose certain things in a way which, without evaluating the consequences. And some of these are not even looked upon after 3 years, 4 years, 5 years. And only when it becomes serious, we start looking at it. So with this, I will just leave it to my panelists to come and start over. So, Ravish, you will let start first.
Not on, not on.
Timekeepers, this time I will keep to 7 minutes. Because this time I hope to have some questions and answers as well. So yes. Thank you very much for inviting me. So there is obviously a lot of regulators in India. There are regulators everywhere, and we all realize that why they exist and so on. So I won't go into all the detailing of it. There is a class of problems with regulators, which again all of us are aware of. But I will still start with the core, which I think is the core problem. And the core problem is we don't really respect regulation. We don't take it seriously. And as a consequence, we don't really invest in regulation. And let me explain what that means. Regulation is a good quality regulation is trying to, in a sense, coming up with answers which don't exist in the marketplace. And there are market failures, there are governance failures, there are coordination failures of different types. So the regulator is supposed to understand the core problems, has to be aware of the latest issues, should be respected enough to be taken seriously by the industry, okay? And should be powerful enough to be taken seriously by the state, because the regulator is somewhere in the middle of all of this. Now, to do that, you need a regulatory capacity which is very high quality, and for that you need obviously some people who are aware of the latest events and so on, but more importantly, who are respected in society. You may see from here and there in one regulatory body or the other, there might be some elements which are there, but on the whole, I don't see the state respecting regulators, and I don't see, as a consequence perhaps, the private sector respecting regulators. I can give you many examples. I think the power regulators or state level power regulators, environmental regulators, especially at the state level, of course at the national level. There are a whole range of regulators who are just not taken seriously. And the reason is because we haven't invested in them. First we say that, you will find data here and there about different regulators and how they are understaffed. There are so many assigned positions, and out of that only 20% are staffed, or only 70% are filled, and so on. But what this data does not tell you is, how are the assigned positions calculated? Right? What is the total capacity of India level environment regulation? How many people would it have? It's not even in the thousands. This is the assigned capacity, right? State level regulators, there are most state regulators are not even in the hundreds. Environment regulators are not, right? How can you regulate? How can you monitor? How can you start to impose the laws on hundreds of manufacturing and other entities? So there is a huge problem of investment in regulation itself. We have just not taken it seriously. The second problem is because we have not taken it seriously, we just find the easiest person we can hire for that, who happens to be a bureaucrat, who's retired, who's around, who needs something to do, and I'm not disrespecting the bureaucrats. I'm saying this person is easy to find. So you haven't searched enough. And as a consequence, you will find that regulator after regulator is staffed by ex-bureaucrats. Now what is the problem there? The regulator is supposed to take is away from the state. There is a reason why it is a regulator and not a part of some government department.
But you've got someone with the same networks, the same instincts, etc., running this. And of course, if you have that, then essentially regulator becomes a part of the state, if at all. Or it becomes a sinecure. Of course, that is not regulation. You can't have that. So I think that's one huge problem, which is an outcome. The outcome of an underlying problem of not respecting regulation enough. And of course, there should always be a way forward. Many people believe there should be a single regulator. So I am right now working on digital, and as Osama, who was my panelist in the previous one, would also attest to, there are at least 20 or 30 different kinds of regulators having an impact on the digital space, perhaps even more. So many people are saying, let's have one overarching regulator. And the answer is, it is okay to have many regulators. In fact, regulators need to be specialized. It's not necessary that you have to have one single overarching large regulator. But you need the regulators to coordinate. You need them to talk to each other. One problem that I find is that when bureaucrats become regulators, there are a whole range of other dimensions of their past relationships that enter the regulatory space. And a whole lot of them are unwilling to talk to each other. So India has another strange problem. Regulators do not coordinate. Very rarely do they coordinate. And even if they do, those mechanisms are very informal. You don't have formal mechanisms of coordination between regulation. But because our society is becoming far more complex, the economy is becoming complex, technologies are becoming complex, multidisciplinarity is becoming endemic across all spaces, you need regulators to coordinate. The answer is not necessarily large monolithic regulators, and I keep doing this one, thank you. But the answer is better coordination, and of course, more investment. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Ravish. I think as we are going on, you please feel free to send the questions and probably after this week. Ravish, I agree with you on the idea of monolithic regulator versus multiple regulators. As we keep going, we'll start kind of looking at it as to what works where, probably the examples. One next, can you help me?
Thank you for the distinguished panelists.
In fact,
I'll take it up where Mr. Zaresh has actually touched upon the subject. The investment into the regulatory and the framework making is lacking as it stands in India currently. But I have to slightly differentiate or have a different perspective as to whether there should be a single window regulatory framework vis-a-vis the multifaceted specialized regulator. In fact, I am representing from an industry where there are multiple regulators, and that multiple regulators interfacing is one of the biggest challenge that we represent in the aviation sector, which is, as all of you may be aware, aviation sector has different stakeholders and different representatives representing the economics of the aviation sector in India. Considering the current fact of almost 7 to 10% domestic growth of the passenger traffic and 15 to 20% of international traffic, and the revenue that are expected is multifold, almost 100% movement, almost 30 billion by 2030 in terms of the economy that it is like generate. And one of the articles that I said, every job that that is getting created in the aviation is reflecting about 6 times of the job creation elsewhere in the industry, which is aviation sector growth is a growth of the region, the growth of the economy. So I'll just try to limit the context of why. We have Airport Authority of India, which is hitherto prior to the privatization as both operators and regulators. Then we had MOCA, Ministry of Civil Aviation, which actually gives directions through Director General of Civil Aviation, who are the regulators for the aviation, which is airlines and aircraft operators. Then you have because which is Bureau of Civil Aviation Security, which takes care of the security aspects of the airport, both in terms of aircraft operations and also the airport operations. And then you have ERA, Airport Economic Regulatory Authority, who actually takes care of the economic regulations of the privatized airport sector. And the ERA, having been conceptualized and framed for the purpose of securing and safeguarding the interest of the private investors as against the public enterprise operating airports in India. So the bottleneck that a private airport operator today might possibly have is the collaboration and coordination between all of these regulators who handles a different section of the regulations within the aviation sector. And it largely becomes the operator, in the case of a private participation, who is required to coordinate and cooperate, especially all of these regulators being led by the bureaucrats, invariably, who has less understanding of how a private sector economy has boosted for the aviation growth over the past 2 decades, and the conventional way of looking at the economic regulations and also the safety and security regulations that are governing the airport operations currently. So I believe there is a possibility where there has to be a coordination, collaboration, and not a consultative process, but a participative process. Today, the regulation provides for a consultation, but for all practical purposes, consultation means nothing. It's just that if there is an opportunity to be participative by the people who are actually running this system, whether it is a private airport operator or a public enterprise such as the Airport Authority of India, it would only augur well for the expected growth of the economy, especially considering the population that India has got over the past about, say, grown and then expected to grow in the next 20-30 years. I just leave it at this stage, and I will come back actually a specific issue relating to how this regulatory framework can be re-regulated in aviation sector after hearing from our panelists actually, and I just want to reiterate their time.
Yeah, thank you, Madan. Now request Prashant to.
Thank you, Rajesh, for the introduction. Thank you, CDPP, for inviting me. It's so great to see a non-Delhi think tank, and I hope that we have a lot more to contribute from Hyderabad on policy issues. So I'm going to give a quick talk on the issue of drug regulation, and by that I mean pharmaceutical drug regulation. And a lot of the issues that I'm going to raise, I think have already been covered by Dr. Bhandari, but I think I have specific examples to give context to some of those arguments. And I'll illustrate my talk with one simple example from the recent years, where the Modi government had to roll back one of their critical policy decisions, which was executed through the National Medical Commission, which was the requirement for doctors to prescribe drugs only by the generic name and not the brand name. So for example, if a doctor wanted to prescribe to you paracetamol, he would have to write paracetamol to you on the prescription. He could not write Dolo or Crocin or any one of these the specific brand names. Now, the inspiration for this has, I suspect, come from the Prime Minister himself, because he had very famously given a speech in 2017 in Surat, where he accused all doctors of being corrupt, that they were taking money from pharmaceutical companies to prescribe their particular brands. And to be fair, this kind of mandatory generic name policies in prescriptions is quite common in the West. The idea being that the pharmacist then is supposed to give you the cheapest drug available in that particular generic segment, rather than giving you the most expensive drug that the doctor may have prescribed. But what happened in India when the National Medical Commission came up with that policy was there was a backlash from doctors. And the doctors protested on the ground that they did not have faith in all generic medicine available in the country, which is something that should worry all of us, because India likes to boast of itself as being the generic pharmacy of the world. And here we have a situation where our own domestic doctors were not happy with the quality of medicine. So the government had to roll back the policy with a lot of grumbling and a lot of finger pointing at the doctors. But we also need to perhaps consider that the doctors may have a point. Because if you see the way drug quality standards are formulated in India and the way they're implemented, there are massive problems. For example, in the West, before they make mandatory generic name policies, before they made it mandatory for doctors and pharmacists, they ensured that the government gave an assurance to doctors that all kinds of generic drugs are interchangeable with one another. Right? And that is, they formulated specific quality standards such as requiring a bioequivalence testing, etc., etc. In India, we haven't had these standards laid down until 2017, and even then, the regulation is so badly drafted that we actually don't know how it's being implemented on the ground. And you have the second step, which is implementing these standards, that is at the time of issuing manufacturing licenses, inspecting factories for manufacturing facilities for good manufacturing practices compliance. And there's a whole set of problems over there, as we've learned from US FDA investigations in India. Turns out that our pharma companies, a lot of them in Hyderabad also, love to cook up data and fabricate quality data a lot of times. So where are these problems coming from? The first issue, as Dr. Bhandari raised, is an issue of expertise, right? What happens in the pharma context is really shocking, because unlike, say, the competition regulator or the telecom regulator, which have substantive policy-making powers through delegated legislation, they can modify rules and regulations themselves. The drug regulator in India, with the CDSCO, actually doesn't have any rule-making power. All of that is exercised by a joint secretary level officer in the Ministry of Health, who's drawn from one of the All India Civil Services cadre. So they're IS officers, IRS officers, revenue service officers, central secretariat officers who've been staffing that position. They come in once for 3 years and they circulate out, and they have absolutely no expertise in this particular area. So that is one big problem. The second big problem is, I don't have only 1 minute left, so I'm going to wrap up quickly. The second big problem is the issue of federalism in India. Because we created this regulatory structure in 1940, where you have one regulator, one drug controller in every state, union territory, plus one in the center. So we have 37 drug controllers in this country, despite the fact that a drug manufactured in Himachal Pradesh can be sold in Karnataka and Tamil Nadu without any barriers, because we have a single market, but 37 regulators. So it's a nightmare for a lot of states, like even say Karnataka, Tamil Nadu, which have really good, not really good, I would say, by Indian standards, pretty good regulators, but they can do nothing to stop the flood of substandard drugs coming in from Himachal Pradesh and Uttarakhand. So there are serious design issues and capacity issues with pharma regulation in India. It is not just a lack of manpower or budgetary resources. A lot of the debate stops at that. They think increasing the number of drug inspectors will automatically improve outcomes. But we have serious design issues which can't be taken care of because there is no capacity in the drug regulation section of the Ministry of Health to fix a lot of these issues. And I'll end with one last comment, which is, how do we go about improving trust that doctors have in the quality of medicine in India? Because if they don't trust medicine, they are going to prescribe only specific brands, and that's going to increase the cost for patients, despite there being lower priced brands, which doctors just don't trust for many reasons. So one of the simple steps, which we've been advocating for years together now and no one listens to us, is just improve transparency. Like in every other country, you know the basis on which a regulator is approving a drug and the type of inspections that are conducted on manufacturing facilities. We aren't able to get even that data in India put out publicly. So we have no idea if the drug inspector is even doing this job. And the rate at which files go missing in the drug regulator's office is alarming. Every time there's a scandal, a file goes missing and you never get it. So there are a lot of these small issues that need closer attention, but I'll conclude with that since I'm out.
Yeah, thank you, Prashant. Now I request Mr. Chakravarti. He's going to talk about the digital space in the artificial intelligence.
Mr. Chair, co-panelists, ladies and gentlemen, my friends. Let me start with a big thanks to CDPP for inviting me to be a panelist. I must say up front that I've been admonished to talk on data protection and privacy right. I use the word admonished, it's not in a pejorative term, positive term. That's an area where I've been working on for some time. Let me also say this, at this point of time, perhaps in the audience, I am the oldest. I am 87 plus. I retired about 30 years back as a bureaucrat. Because of that, I request your indulgence to be patient with me because of my age. I try not to digress too much. I try to keep to my time. But I am generally carried away by my own voice, so please bear with me to some extent. Now, there is a paradigm shift in the policy of government. In the year 1991, when the reforms took place, before 1991, it was one LPG, and after 1991, it is another LPG. What's that? LPG before 1991 was licensing, planning, and government control. And after 1991, it has been liberalization, privatization, and globalization. Has this done good for the country? That, of course, is not the theme of this conference. But the point here is that there has been definitely a change in the approach and attitude of the government's policies since 1991. Now, talking about the subject data protection and privacy right, if you ask me, how are you qualified to be in this conference? I was a regulator myself as a bureaucrat. Lavish Vendari was making a point about bureaucrats and how they come into the position without much of an expertise, knowledge. I bow to him, but still, I will still maintain, having been a bureaucrat, the point is that I was a member of the MRTP Commission, and later on, I've been working on this competition law for the last 20 years, since superannuation. Right now, I am the honorary visiting professor of the Staff College. I've written 2 books. I'll come to the book about a little later. What is this data protection and privacy right? First, let me take privacy right. All of you must have heard the famous Supreme Court judgment in Puttaswamy's case. Puttaswamy's case, that judgment is 1,400 pages long. The judgment itself is so big. In fact, it is so well written and so well researched. I can say that some of you are interested in writing PhDs. You have got the opportunity to write 6 PhDs with that judgment. It is so large. What does Puttaswamy judgment say? The Supreme Court judge, the judge said, privacy right is a fundamental right. Earlier, fundamental was speech, work, now, privacy right has been added as a fundamental right, which means a lot to all of you. Why? The reason is, when we do all our regular chores, maybe go to the hospital, maybe go to the airlines, maybe go to the banks for a fixed deposit, whatever, government, you give a lot of data, your personal data. This data is given to everybody. Once you go and give the data, what happens to the data? It is in some computer of some unit which you have approached. What does that data do? That's your private data. Is the privacy right of that data protected? Do you have the protection of all your personal things which you have told to different entities? That's the basic point which the Supreme Court also has dealt with. On which the position is that the government, the state government, has passed a new law that's called Digital Personal Data Protection Act. It is of 2023. In August, it was passed by the Parliament. Gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen, that law has not yet been enforced. Today, we have no law in the country to control data protection. Maybe here and there in some laws may be there, but nothing of a big order. Now, that act has not been still enforced because many of the sections in the law says, as you would all know, as may be prescribed, as may be notified, which means it's going to be done by a subordinate legislation, not in the regular act. The act itself has 32 or 33 areas of as may be prescribed, as may be notified. So the rules have been first done. Otherwise, the act is a skeleton act. So the rules have been now drafted and placed in public domain only a few days back. Now, that's under consultation, and once that is finalized, the act will be brought into force, the rules also will be brought into force. Till that time, we let us assume clearly that there is no law in our country. Now, if data is to be protected, what you have given to different entities, there's one point here. I think Manish Bhandari made a very beautiful point when the earlier discussion, that the poorer sections, the marginalized sections, the impecunious sections of the society need some kind of subsidy, freebies, or call it help. Don't show that right now. I am right. Give me another 5 minutes, please. Yeah. These people require to get those commodities, whatever it is, help. Now, supposing you make data protection a very strict act, they have to be asked to give data only under certain prescribed conditions. Is it workable? So there is a lot of thought whether privacy and data protection is good for the country, not good for the country. Now, there are three things I will say. One, data protection privacy right is very important, particularly to serve the marginalized poor sector of society. No matter what, they cannot be forced into this kind of a regimen and discipline of the act. So it has to be, to some extent, shall I say, compromised. Compromised in the sense, not that they will be asked to do all kinds of things, but at least the procedure part. The Supreme Court has said, don't dilute the right. That's what they said. Right. The second, this particular right, which I am telling you, it can be used, abused, or misused. Once it is abused or misused, what happens is that you are now vulnerable. Citizens are vulnerable. You and I are citizens. Now the point here is, if the abuse is by private companies, that's a separate thing. But if you suppose the government itself is going to misuse or abuse, right? What do you do? How do you protect yourself? Now, there are cases where certain things have been done where the profit of citizens is with the government today. They have been collected and kept. Are you aware, ladies and gentlemen, that in our Institute of Medical Sciences, 200,000 cases of the data of the patients who came there have all been stolen and made into byproducts and sold to manufacturers of drugs and medicines. Now, what does it mean? You are given some data, they classify who are all diabetes patients, who are all cardiovascular patients and kinds of things, and then those subproducts are sold to manufacturers of those drugs and medicines, which will give them the benefit of profit. So this is what happens in misuse of data. So first is good for the country, second is yes, good and bad, and the third, which is very ugly and very bad. What is that? Some of the big tech companies, like I don't want to take the names, don't blame me for it, Google or Amazon or Meta, whatever. These people have done something by using this data to benefit themselves. They will say, I'll give you extra privacy, they'll say in their computer. And then they'll make something, their advertisements come on the right side. You look at that, and then you can't go to any other platform. Once you get into it, you are signed, you are in. The point here is, big tech companies, some of them, not all, some big tech companies have misused or abused this data. So there are three things. One, good, bad, ugly. There are three things. This is how the data thing is available today, the privacy right for all of us. So what I'm trying to say is, I'm not trying to sell the book or anything of the kind. I've written a book on privacy and data protection. I got only 5-6 copies. It is on the table outside. It is priced $7.95 per book. You can pay through a QR code or cash. It is done and you can take. Early bird gets the books. I don't want to say beyond that, except that the book has got cartoons, some apocryphal discussions, conversations, quotes of advocates, case laws, and then the whole thing, how he protected data. Do's and don'ts for individuals, do's and don'ts for companies, do's and don'ts for firms, do's and don'ts for internet users, kinds of things. You can see all that. That book will be very valuable for citizens. I'm not selling the book. It is your call. It is your choice. Only the 5-6 books are available. You can take it there. Finally, I conclude by one small quotation with the permission of the chair. That is what I believe in, and so I would say. Privacy right and data protection are indispensable guardians of citizens' freedom, yours and mine. Life can only be understood backwards, but it must be lived forwards. We need to move forward and live forward, not only look at backwards. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, all the panelists. So, this session, which we talked about regulatory excellence, the idea of regulatory excellence, looking at all this, we know where we stand in terms of regulation, what are the challenges. At least this is a beginning towards the idea of regulatory excellence, what it can mean. So, when I initially started off, I thought regulation was a very protective function. But then I realized that it's got a lot of social functions, moral obligations, and multiple aspects to how the role of regulation works across. But what has come out very increasing from all the people's the thing is the respect for regulators, expertise for regulators, and then the challenges of multiplicity of regulators. So these are all the things which have come up. Some of the things which have not been actually kind of really come out is probably that of the bureaucratic inefficiencies, political interference and lack of autonomy. That's also one more important thing. And sometimes the idea of regulatory capture, which is quite prominent because of the lobbying of industries. As Mr. Chakravarti has mentioned about digital privacy, the evolving technologies and the challenges. While I haven't read your book, sir, but I will definitely look at it as to what are the things which we have. Another interesting thing is that inconsistent implementation, as Prashant has mentioned, and weak enforcement. It's a very classic example which you have in the food sector, pharmaceutical sector. And of course, the other, which goes without telling, is that the judicial delays which we have. So most of the regulators, as we know, are coming out of the parliament statutes. They have some powers, but everything which a regulator does can be challenged, and then it goes to the first to the tribunal, then to the High Court, and then to the Supreme Court. In this process, you get a lot of delays, which you see, as a result of which we have a lot of challenges across sectors. So I have bunched a lot of the questions into 3-4 areas, and for example, the multiplicity of regulators. Quite a few people have raised it. I think I would like probably Lavish and then Prashant to respond to the idea of, Prashant, there are quite a few questions asking about increased use of generic medicines, then do we piggyback on foreign regulation, like an FDA style, so that you don't have it, what are the challenges? Yeah, again, unification of regulation is one. Then, so how do you get doctors to, can you impose any standards on doctors in terms of how you want them to prescribe medicines? So these are some of the questions, but I would like to have the discussion more like a common points rather than specific. So Madan, again, the issues of expertise has come out. We know that the challenges of expertise, its absence, especially in civil aviation, is very important, high growing. So we have had issues in the past where members from the Indian regulators are not accepted in international level due to a lack of things. And we still have a very big industry going on, so what is it going to happen? And Lavish, there are quite a few questions on how the policy should be considered in the area of, say, technology landscape that's come. Then talked about regulators not talking to each other, which is again, multiple agencies. It's probably you and Prashant can handle this, and even Madan can. And we have this terminology: regulation, under-regulation, over-regulation, re-regulation, deregulation. There's so many things of regulation. So what is it we want to do as we move towards excellence? And third, of course, some of the things which we've been talking about, data privacy and all those that comes. That's also a resultant thing of what happens in the new age of digital tech and artificial intelligence. So I have kind of put all the questions together. So I would give you a few minutes each to kind of respond on this, and then if there are anything more, we can actually kind of then conclude. Please first.
Thank you. So I'll try and finish this in 2 minutes. First and most important, I must clarify on what the on the point that Mr. Chakravarti made. The reason why we have bureaucrats or former bureaucrats in most regulatory setups is because when these regulatory entities are set up, they are the most knowledgeable people around. Because it's a new, initially, in the starting point, they are the most, it's but natural, right? That was essentially the point. So because we don't want to search far and wide, we do end up just getting them in. And then the problem happens, it takes, from then on perpetually, the same process happens. Right? So it essentially becomes a position that only the bureaucrats can manage. That building of internal technocracy to be able to have regulators from within those entities or from other places, that process gets completely hijacked. So that was my problem. The issue of technology and expertise, I think, is really going to become far more important than it has been because of the way technologies are rapidly changing across all domains. This is something that is right now not really entered the regulatory spaces because Indian regulators typically, and not in all spaces, but typically are already they would be about 30-40 years behind in the terms of technology capacity within the regulator. So there is a huge amount of push that we need to put in to come to the current, and then of course to go forward as we go along. So that is going to be a biggest regulatory challenge. For that you need people, you need resources, etc., etc. But the most important challenge is going to be essentially about coming up to terms with whatever other latest technology. And that gets to be the coordination and multiple regulated problems. It is very easy to solve a problem by thinking that you'll create one large monolithic organization. But remember, large organizations move very slowly. They are not as flexible. Especially in areas where there are rapid technology changes, it's very difficult for large organizations to come to terms within and then to be able to. Also, larger the organizations, the less participative they become. Effectively, that's an organizational design issue. So therefore, my general preference, let there be multiple smaller regulators, but you need to put in strong coordinating mechanism, interacting mechanisms. But of course, there may be spaces where you need a single large regulator, which is fine. I'm not saying, but I'm saying as a principle, don't just think that the right solution is to create one large monolithic regulator. And of course, I've already talked about coordination. So thank you.
Thank you, Ramesh.
Thank you. See, the fundamental issue in the regulations are the purpose for which the regulators and regulatory framework has been brought in. There are public enterprises, there are state, and there are public welfare, and there are people, and then there are intermediaries. The regulatory framework and then the judiciary. The regulatory framework was brought in to make sure that it is not working in the manner in which the state is expected to work. But at the same time, when it goes to judiciary, as Rajesh mentioned, in fact, we are currently facing from the regulatory, the very purpose for which the regulatory has been brought in has generated multiplicity of litigations because the orientation towards why and for what purpose the regulations are coming. And then the public welfare. There has to be a balanced approach
to be adopted by the regulatory framework, just not in the aviation sector, across taking and representing the interest of each of the spectrum and giving equal space for the purpose for which they have been brought in. So today, one of the reasons which we just want, I was just trying to supplement the view that, or complement the view that you mentioned about bureaucrats being there, is exactly they coming to the regulators, of course, to set up the regulatory framework and implement. But as they move on, they should step back and allow the other people who are able to bridge the state imperatives, the judiciary current situation that we are in terms of legacy of litigations, at the same time representing the public welfare and the public requirements and taking care of the people who are also making huge and large investments into making certain setups. Like in all of the sectors where there are regulatory, invariably most of the regulatory decisions are challenged. And then it again goes back to the judiciary. And judiciary has its own backlogs in terms of prioritizing the issue, and that is what possibly needs to be focused in a country like India, where the regulatory framework can do quite a substantial impact in terms of bringing all of these people and representing the interest of all of this, which currently is not yet there. And what Rajesh mentioning from, we have started. Now we need to work towards excellence, which means we have to start how to bring in the excellence in the regulatory framework and refine it with participative and consultative, inclusive approach from all of the experts from the industries, and then re-regulate so as to ensure that all of the interests are represented in an appropriate way. Yeah.
Prashant, you would want to address the issues specific are the issues of generic versus this, something. The multiplicity of regulators. One of the things which we are looking at is, we just were discussing the idea of having an FDA kind of a single regulator. What do you do? Then comes the issue of coordination and the related issues on what you have in the legal thing. Your book covers a lot of the challenges we face once a case is filed. What happens? So those are the kind of things. So if you can answer some of these things on, would you want a monolithic regulated first point?
Okay. Yes, I think, see, when I talk about multiplicity of regulators, it's very different from what, the problem that Madan was talking about, where they have intersectoral regulators, they have turf wars between different types of regulators. We have a problem where we're dealing with a product that can move across state borders throughout the country, but we have regulation which is being done by individual states. So like the way it works in India is the central government really sets down quality standards, and then enforcement of those standards is left to individual states. So if you have one bad player like a Himachal Pradesh, which is the hub of pharmaceutical manufacturing in India, then your entire country is condemned. And it's also a democratic deficit question, right? I mean, what can you do in Karnataka to pressure your representative if Himachal Pradesh is not doing anything to fix its drug revenues?
So the very fact that we have these guidelines, the enforcement also has to be similar across the country.
Yes, I mean, so that's the critical problem. And in India, I think the general feeling is that there's a lot more capture at the state level, where a state regulator is far more easily influenced by a local state politician, because a lot of them will have some kind of money or ties to the industry over there. So centralization to that extent will help solve the problem, and there are precedents to that effect in most countries which have a federal setup, where drugs are manufactured in one part of the country, going to another part of the country. The job of regulation is generally with the central governing unit, in this case, the Union of India.
The other thing is that of expertise in this area, which is,
yes,
how do you think you can sort of the issue of expertise? It's something which across the sectors we require. So do you think the idea of a cadre of regulators is something which we really look forward to?
No. I don't think any more cadres are necessary. I mean, see, I know the IAS has done a great job on many counts, but it was designed for a different era, when government was not conducting so many functions, right? I mean, the IAS, going back to the ICS, was designed in the 19th century, where the colonial government didn't have to do much. Now in this era of, extremely specialized governance, we obviously need to rethink how we are staffing these regulators. And to the credit of this recent government, they have tried bringing in private expertise. SEBI, the Drug Controller General of India, the Controller General of Patents are all outsiders this time. And these are the only three sectors I've tried. I'm sure there are more examples. But as we've seen, it's not been a silver bullet, right? Between the scandal at SEBI and at the DCGI, there's no great difference that I can see. Because what I think this government has thought is we just get in the top person from outside and everything's going to get fixed. That's not going to happen. The kind of regulatory expertise that you need for some of these areas like pharmaceuticals, where you have to keep up with the best in industry, right?
So the independence of it is very important.
No, I wouldn't say independent. I would say you need to, like, how do you attract
You have
that
expertise,
kind
then
of-
you get independent, right? Automatically.
Yeah. So, I mean, so how do you attract that kind of talent? You need to have some kind of liberal norms for lateral entry, which is an explosive issue as we've seen in this government.
That's right.
Although I think in public perception, the regulators are seen slightly differently from the civil services, which are the coveted jobs which there is competition for. But the government needs to rethink this completely. I think in some sectors like Competition Commission and maybe in some of the, in SEBI, they have done a pretty good job of getting even the lower rungs from, qualified people from outside the regular routes of entry. But I can understand that there's going to be a lot of skepticism over this because we've seen how these kind of lateral entry things tend to become nepotistic very fast. Like these young developmental professional programs that they have at NITI Aayog in a lot of ministries has just basically become a gateway for a lot of bureaucrats' kids to enter and get some experience before they go for a master's in public policy program somewhere. So I can understand why public trust would be low on that count.
One question which is very important based on your thing, the regulation to standard medicines for general medicines. You have mentioned out what is the entire challenge and what it is now. So do you really look at it as part of the entire medical system? It's just not the doctors, it's just not the pharmacists, it's the drug companies. So there are multiple entities to this entire process of how drug prescription, drug sale happens. So what do you think is the issue? Now you have issues relating to, resistance to antibiotics. All these things have come in. So there's a bigger challenge also from a consumer perspective. So what do you think can be the way how the consumer's issues can be resolved on this?
I mean, see, that's a complicated question because you're right. To that extent, there are different regulators also. In the sense, you have a National Commission for Medicine, which is regulating how doctors prescribe medicine. Then you have the Pharmacy Council of India, which is regulating how pharmacists dispense medicine. And then you have the DCGI regulating, how manufacturing standards. And in India, we have the additional headache of the Ayush industry, which has its own doctors and own regulatory systems.
Thanks for touching upon it.
And these are doctors who also then prescribe modern medicine despite not being qualified in it. So they will end up prescribing antibiotics and a lot of other drugs despite not having working knowledge of how this works. So, I mean, but see, this kind of regulatory setup is not unique. Most countries do have individual bodies over here. The consistent issue that we face in India when we're working on this kind of topics is a complete and utter lack of transparency. We just don't make even basic information available that would be there for the asking in most other countries. So just trying to identify 9 out of 10 times what exactly is going wrong becomes very, very difficult. You really have to dig. I mean, which we did a lot of digging, filing RTI applications, writing the book and everything else. But in the last 3-4 years, I've seen a complete change in how RTI applications are handled. It's primarily because of the Central Information Commission has basically given a clean sheet to all government departments saying that we're just going to dismiss cases arbitrarily, you don't have to worry. And the message has gone out to the entire central government. So fixing transparency is step one. After that, a lot of things will self-correct. The moment bureaucrats know that the inspection reports are publicly available, etc., they will do a better job.
Thank you. Sir, one of the questions for you. These are really understaffed to deal with the issue of cyber crimes and this thing. And every day we see the figures of people being duped through cyber crimes. I mean, a city like Bangalore, I do remember something like last year they had 73 crores. Bangalore being the IT capital and whatever it is, 73 crores, and most of them are senior citizens and people like that. So your entire idea of data privacy and what is happening, it's again a big chain. So, till you told that you're 87, you didn't know this, but it's something probably you'll be able to tell how to address these kind of issues.
Thank you. In fact, some of the points which you have raised at the end require one more complete conference session, which if it's organized, I am prepared to give my humble contribution to it. Now, let me start with one point which Lavish made, very cardinal suggestion. Right at the outset he said, we require quality regulation. That is a very important suggestion. It looks very simple to talk about quality regulation, but what really happens is a regulation is governed by the law that has been made. How is the law made? The law is made by some experts here and there, fine. But what is important is, what's happening today is some of the laws are based on or anchored on what some other countries have done. For instance, GDPR Act is a data protection law in Europe. Our law fairly goes parallel to GDPR Act. See, the point is, our law should be anchored on our aspirations, our goals, our ethos, Indian culture. If you go on copying the ethos and culture of other countries, we fall short of what is needed. So one thing which Lavish said about quality regulation will really come into force and come into our system only if this is kept in view, that we should go by what India wants, not what other countries want. You can always look at other countries to learn, but you have your own mind. The second point is, this is very important. One suggestion has been made, should there be a monolithic overarching body or multiple regulators? My point is that each area has got a specialism. So that must have that kind of a regulator which will constitute a part of a multiple regulators, no doubt about it. But do we require somebody to oversee things, as Lavish himself said, and I also agree with him, that a huge apparatus right at the top may not really give you the answers. And here, the attendant problem is regulatory capture. How does regulatory capture take place? Each regulator, when he sits in the chair, thinks he should do something more than what others have done. In that process, what the law says, what the limits are superseded or extended, and you say something more than what the law should be there. The point here is, every regulator must be accountable. Can you make it accountability? There's one provision which I found, which I was associated with, in the Competition Act 2002. Here, it says, supposing there is an issue related to competition, the TRA, Telecom Regulatory Authority, will say, I will consult with the Competition Commission, and vice versa. If there is anything which is specifically subjective, it will come to the regulator, subject regulator. So that kind of interaction, accountability will come once there is coordination, where requirement to consult with other party who is knowledgeable. Don't go and take a decision on your own. You are not really equipped to do it. Suppose you regulatory authority telecom, they may not know anything much about competition. Now, there is a competition regulator. Go to him and get his opinion rather than decide it yourself. There is one point I would like to make. Secondly, there is a very interesting discussion about generic drugs and the branded names. I don't know, I dealt with it in my first book on IPR. There is what is known as branded generic drugs. That is, generic is one thing, but if they are qualitatively cleared, clinically tested, this is called branded generic drugs. So you have branded drugs, branded generic drugs, generic drugs. So what is important is, generic drugs will have to undergo some kind of qualitative test before it is unleashed into the market for the citizens. And one other point is whether this is very important. On the same regulatory capacity which the chair mentioned, there's one point here. Supposing you want to control it, how do you control it? You can make it this way. Each regulator will have to give an annual report which should fetch the parliament, where the analysis should be qualitatively what you have done. In the sense that what is you achieved? The objectives of the act is like this: 1, 2, 3, 4. Have you achieved any of them? How? If you're not, why? If you put that in the parliament and the parliament discusses it, then that particular act itself, the regulator himself will be very cautious that he has to achieve what is required of him and not what he can capture. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. Just to conclude, a few interesting things which have come through is, while which we are aware, but again, the independence of regulator, the staffing, expertise, we all know that a lot of these people come on deputations, people come on temporary or retired people. That's one participatory process. But sir, your idea of the annual report of like every agency, if they can give a report which is kind of prescribed in tune with what is the act, whatever is the statute or the law which says, that might be really helpful to improve the transparency in the entire sector. That's one. So last one, closing remarks. So it's called concept of Tao of excellence in regulation. So 3 things: traits, actions, outcomes. So if you can plan these and sort it out, what are the traits of the regulator, what are the actions and what are the outcomes, and try to do this, I think we can slowly build towards a regulatory excellence and things in that. Thanks once again to all the members, to the audience, to the panelists, and CDPP for this opportunity. Thank you.
We will now begin with the trade, geopolitics and climate change panel. I request all the panelists and the chair to join us. Before they do that, I'll take a quick minute to tell what CDPP has been doing in this regard. This was a volume we brought out on trade and on climate change post the pandemic and what impact the pandemic have on climate change. This is a volume of 7 papers which provide insight-based analysis of different themes. Themes covered were as follows. These are the themes that the journal covered. Moving on, as a takeaway from this discussion today, CDPP will be working on climate-induced migration and its impact on labor market as well as the geopolitical risks it will carry. It will also look at the role the Global South can play in climate negotiations. And lastly, we will explore and understand the shifting priorities of coordinate. I now hand over the chair to Dr. Saeed, who will now commence the panel. So Dr. Saeed is a former ambassador to the Saudi and Yemen. We have Arshia Saeed, who is the founder of Studio Makan. And we have Mr. Sarma, Secretary at the UN. We have Debashish Chakrabarti, who is a professor at the Indian Institute of Foreign Trade. Mohan, sir, who is the chairman of Kerala Statistical Commission. And Mr. Parnaik is the executive director for National Foundation for India. Dr. Saeed, you may begin.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to this panel discussion on trade, geopolitics and regulation, balancing global commitments with domestic equity. These are very pertinent topical issues that are the subject of discussion worldwide in the light of current global developments. Today's geopolitical landscape is defined by profound transformations and volatility that reverberate across borders. President Trump's current economic policies, which emphasize an America-first approach, have amplified unpredictability in global trade with threats of tariffs or counter-tariffs looming on nations, creating significant disruptions worldwide. The imposition of steep tariffs by the US on some countries has reignited trade wars, straining global supply chains already weakened by prior crises. Economists warn that these policies could reduce global GDP growth by around 0.5% by 2030, while raising inflation both in the US and the affected countries, which may also have spiraling effects on other countries, including India. The US withdrawal from the Paris Climate Agreement, the World Health Organization, its intention to withdraw from the UNHCR, and its review of all its commitments to multilateral organizations, including the IMF and World Bank, raised deep concerns. The administration has also threatened to leave the World Trade Organization, though no formal action has yet been taken. All these measures have considerably weakened multilateralism, which most countries, including India, rely upon, creating uncertainty and brewing global discontent. In the domain of foreign policy, Trump's second term adopted a reactive approach characterized by inconsistency and ambiguity. The Middle East remains engulfed in tensions that impact energy security, while Russia-Ukraine conflict disrupts supply chains and energy markets worldwide. These changes compel India to reevaluate its strategic partnerships and trade routes, ensuring its foreign policy remains adaptable amid such volatility. For a nation positioned as a global leader, these developments are not distant concerns, but immediate factors shaping its international standing. The rise of protectionism in various parts of the world, including the US and the EU, directly impacts India's external trade, potentially hindering its export ambitions and disrupting its established supply chains. Simultaneously, these global events influence energy prices, commodity markets, and investment flows, all of which directly affect India's citizens. The challenge lies in formulating trade policies and regulatory frameworks that not only allow India to thrive amidst these global uncertainties, but also ensure that the benefits of economic engagement are distributed fairly, fostering inclusive growth and addressing the domestic inequalities. Adding further complexity are the socio-environmental issues that demand both global cooperation and local action. Climate change, an urgent priority, requires India to honor international commitments while addressing its development imperatives such as energy security and industrial growth. Likewise, global immigration, fueled by conflicts, economic disparities, and environmental pressures, challenges India to integrate new labor dynamics while maintaining social cohesion. Meanwhile, the shift in foreign aid, with traditional donors prioritizing strategic interest over developmental needs, are compelling India to treat cautiously. Today, India balances its dual role both as a donor and as a recipient, leveraging foreign aid to supplement domestic efforts in critical areas while asserting its growing economic and geopolitical influence. Yet, amidst these challenges, India has an opportunity to leverage its connectivity projects such as the India-Middle East Economic Corridor and the International North-South Transport Corridor to strengthen regional cooperation and establish itself as a pivotal player in global trade networks. As India positions itself as a voice of the global South, the stakes have never been higher. The policy choices that India makes today on trade deals, climate financing, or digital governance will determine whether it emerges as a trendsetter or as a camp follower in future. Today's panel discussion invites us to reflect on a critical question. In the world of competing power blocks and existential challenges, how can India craft a foreign and economic policy that is both globally consequential and locally just? With these opening remarks, let me take the pleasure of introducing our distinguished panelists. We have on the extreme left Mr. Oais Salman, Deputy Executive Director at UNFCCC. Then Mr. Debashish Chakravarti, former professor of the Indian Institute of Foreign Trade. Mr. P.C. Mohanan, Chairman of the Kerala State Statistical Commission. Mr. Biraj Patnaik, Executive Director, National Foundation for India. And Ms. Arshia Saeed, founder of Studio Makam, an urban planning firm based in Hyderabad. Please give a big round of applause for these panelists. Friends, in my opening remarks, I alluded to the rising protectionism among countries and their attempt to shield their domestic industries from foreign competition through tariffs, quotas, and trade barriers. The US-China trade war, Brexit, and the EU's common border adjustment mechanism are some examples of protectionist measures followed by countries in recent times. To shed more light on this subject of critical importance and to set the ball rolling for this panel discussion, let me invite Mr. Debashish Chakravarti to speak on the rising protectionism and implications on the multilateral trade structure, challenges for developing countries. Please limit your intervention to about 5 to 6 minutes. Please, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I will thank CDPP for organizing such a contemporary, relevant conference and inviting me for this one. I have to be very brief, so I will just note a couple of points, and if any question comes, I will try to respond to that. So I knew that I will be given 5 to 6 minutes, so I have 5 or 6 small bullet points in that sense. Question number 1. What President Trump is doing today, or US is doing today, is that a diversion from the past trend? The answer is no. Because if we look at the history, then in the Bretton Woods period, we were not talking about GATT. The discussion was for ITO, International Trade Organization, which would have been a rule-based mechanism like WTO. What it said, if a country is having trade surplus through non-tariff measures or certain other restrictive policies, it has to compensate other countries. And look at 1947-48, it is only US who enjoyed trade surplus because barring Pearl Harbor, there was no loss of productive capacity. So they killed ITO and we got GATT. Point 2, if we try to look at what President Trump did in his first term, blocking the jurists for WTO appellate body. Now, we blame President Trump, and it was held that he's trying to do something with China, the trade war, and he's blocking the jurists, maybe as a result of which we cannot punish America as a defaulter in the WTO mechanism, okay. But when President Biden came back, did he correct that? No. So there is no systemic difference between what the Republicans and Democrats are going to do as far as their broad outlook towards WTO is concerned. Okay, we can talk about environmental standard, labor standard, there can be a perceived difference, but otherwise not. So from that respect, I think US intervention in today's context, what we say, it's far louder than what it used to be earlier, but it's not a major diversion. Point 2. Why President Trump at this point creating this form of problems to the system? I will put that to one success of WTO and one failure of WTO. The success is the dispute settlement. What I said in Trump 1, President Trump already addressed. The idea is, if you look at the number of cases in which America lost as a respondent, you will find America's defeat is maximum in the world. So anytime they're coming out with a WTO incompatible policy, a country that can be Bangladesh and LDC, they can approach WTO and US will eventually get defeated. Okay, US had won a number of cases as appellant, complainant as well, but the number of defeats outweigh the cases they have won. So in that sense, we can say America is kind of fearful that in future there can be more defeats. What is the failure of WTO I mean here? The failure is, today when President Trump is saying that there needs to be reciprocal tariff because other countries are imposing a far higher level of tariff barrier, that's the failure. Because if we look at the WTO negotiation modalities, what it is that in 1995, all countries agreed for a bound tariff. That means the maximum tariff they're going to impose on other WTO member countries, and there is going to be the MFN applied tariff, which will be the actual tariff they impose on trade partners, barring the regional trade agreement exceptions, where they can charge a 0% tariff on all other countries. Now, what was the other WTO mandate? The bound tariff will come down periodically through negotiation, by reform formulas of the bound tariff. It never happened. That's the failure of the Doha round. So when US say, indeed other countries are charging a higher tariff, they're actually right. So the bottom line is, WTO cannot be really a stagnant organization. It had to undertake reforms on a regular basis, which they failed. So it's giving US a kind of purposeful logic to renounce WTO in today's context. The other point is, there is a need to think in future whether WTO should actually be a consensus-based mechanism. Should there be majority voting, at least in some of the cases? Okay, point 3. Will countries accept the US dominance? I think the answer is already known. Like today in the morning I was reading the newspaper on Canada's proclaimed intervention. So there is going to be a tariff war. China, EU and other countries are going to definitely retaliate back. So that takes me to the possible outcomes. The 1 minute I will convert into and conclude. Number 1. Is it going to be a good idea for developing countries like India to go ahead with unilateral reforms? The answer is possibly no. Because if we look at Made in India, Made in China 2025, lot many countries over the last 10 years has introduced a number of policies by which they are erecting some form of barriers because they are coming out with industries that's going to challenge the existing, let's say, oligopoly. For instance, China invested a lot on the COMAC aircraft so that they can break the Boeing Airbus duopoly, and I don't see any reason by which China will be having a compulsion for protecting the WTO structure. For them, promoting the domestic industry will be far more important. So, if the WTO system is breaking down, for some time we believe that WTO is a positive sum game. In today's context, what I can see, countries are going to believe it's going to be a zero-sum game. So there is always an incentive for countries to renege the contract and move ahead accordingly. Can unilateralism be the answer? That some countries, they are going to agree, a smaller group of countries like information technology agreement, like government procurement agreement, can that be the answer? Again, if we look at the current experience, the answer is no. India is a case in point. In '96, we signed the information technology agreement, telephone, laptop, and essentially all other products where IT-enabled service and other component will be relatively strong. We continued up to 2014. At that point, no domestic capability for production of many of these IT products. 2014 comes, Make in India. We start imposing non-zero tariff on these products, and technically 0% is the bound duty, right? Because we have signed the information technology agreement. So EU, Taiwan, Japan. Note that Japan is a trade partner country, and EU, we are going to have an agreement with them. We lost the dispute at WTO, yet we continue non-zero tariff. And if there is no appellate body of WTO, there is nothing to stop the countries from continuing to impose further trade barriers. Can there be a way in which we can make US comply with WTO mechanism? I had some more points, but we'll just stop by saying what made America join WTO in '95. There are many reasons, but one major reason that we usually ascribe to is the Maastricht Treaty in 1992, by which EU consolidated, and America felt that if they are not coming without a multilateral organization that will stop the bilateralism, then there is going to be a challenge for America's interest. Today, President Trump may talk about the regional trade agreements, bilateralism, but sooner or later, if the other countries also start traveling along the same path, the challenge that US perceived in 1992 may yet again be materialized. So what we can say, there can be a feedback mechanism by which the faith of America in multilateralism can be restored. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Chakravarti, for your thought-provoking insights. You said that the new measures by the current US presidential Trump 2 regime is not new. To renounce WTO, we had seen this in earlier in his first term, and even Biden didn't correct it. Maybe unilateralism is not the answer. Each country will try to protect its own domestic industry. This is itself is such a vast subject that I am sure that 5 to 6 minutes is not enough. We could perhaps devote an hour or more, but we did get the sense of what you're saying, and maybe you'll get more chance to elaborate on it during the question and answer session. Friends, you may be aware of the Trump administration's recent decision to significantly marginalize the US aid through a series of actions designed to reduce its scope, independence, and operational capacity. The administration terminated thousands of foreign assistance grants and awards, effectively reducing US aid's ability to carry out its mission. Foreign aid funding was frozen, creating uncertainty and halting ongoing projects. This move disrupted US aid's ability to support international development and humanitarian efforts. This raises critical questions. Would the US aid controversy push developing countries, including India, toward alternative partnerships or greater self-reliance, particularly in healthcare and environmental sectors? What is India's policy on accepting foreign assistance? Do we accept bilateral or multilateral, or what is our future? To enlighten us on this very important subject, let me request Mr. Rich Patnaik to give his presentation on the future of foreign aid implications for India.
Thank you, friends. I cannot tell you how inspiring it has been to come to CDPP, my maiden visit, and see both the breadth and depth of work that Amir and the entire CDPP team has been able to stitch up in such a short time to set up arguably what is one of the more influential think tanks in just a period of 5 years, and most importantly based in Hyderabad, not in Delhi. So let me start with the immediate question that you have posed. Does USAID's withdrawal pose a threat to the global aid world? And of course it does. To give you some perspective, the total hit that the development aid sector will take in 2025 because of USAID is about $60 billion US, right? That's a hole that cannot be replaced. It's $60 billion US. Add up what the UK is giving up this year, $6 billion US. They've reduced their development assistance from 0.5% of their gross national income to 0.3%. EU potentially $2 billion, Canada $1.3 billion, Germany $1.7 billion, France $1 billion. So in all about 75 billion US, right? It's irreplaceable. There is a particular reason why much of the aid came from European countries, and it was in part of the broader development project, part of the Marshall Plan. The newly colonial, the new republic which had thrown away the colonial yoke. This was an easy way not to give reparations. You replaced reparations with aid because all our countries were essentially pauperized by colonialism. India, for instance, had 25% of was part of the global economy when the British came, and by the end of British rule, we're down to 2%. And what you're seeing now essentially is a post-Columbus realignment in the global trade world, where 50% of global trade used to come from Asia. We are going back to that. What percentage India will have of that is still an open question. Now aid of course came with its strings. Nothing is free. There were many things which are not right with the way aid was given or taken. But having said that, the vast majority of aid out of the 75 billion, the hit that is going to be taken is in Africa and Latin America, and primarily in Africa. This is literally money that was going to keep the water and refugee taps running, food rations in very, very distressed parts of the world like Sudan or elsewhere. There were entire health systems. Ethiopia, every health worker was being paid by USAID funds. And suddenly overnight, there's not a single health worker in Ethiopia, grassroots level, who has a job. So of course the government has now stepped in and said we'll do it. So it's easy for us to say that it doesn't make a difference, but in real terms this is going to make a huge difference in most parts of the world where this aid was going to, not just USAID, but all the cuts I have described. In India, we take bilateral aid? Yes. We used to take bilateral aid from a lot of countries, but after the Pokhran nuclear blast and the decision of the Swedish to cut off funding, CEDA funding, because India was going nuclear, India decided to take aid from only 5 countries, US, UK, Germany, Russia and Japan as bilateral aid. Everything else is from those countries either directly to NGOs or small grants through their embassies here. But we don't take money from anyone else outside of these 5 countries. Of this, UK is completely insignificant and more trade than aid because everything is linked to a business in UK. USAID not very significant because vast majority of the aid was to government. It was about $750 million in government contracts. But again, USAID came with the conditionality that everything you did was with an organization which was registered in the US. They had their own contractors. So they are going to take the biggest hit. There are organizations which I know which have a turnover of 1.6 billion US dollars, almost 15, 17, 20,000 crores, of which 99% is USAID. So they are just going to go under. In India, the loss of jobs I estimate would be about 7,000, 8,000. But this comes on the back of very crippling regulations under FCRA, which I will come to in a minute. The serious donors in India, of course, are Japan, which focuses on infrastructure, and Germany, arguably the largest donor, with a lot of money going into infrastructure projects. The vast majority of it, all our metros and highways, bridges, and so on. Now, to give you a broad picture of what happens in India, our total development sector or social sector expenditure is about 280 billion US dollars. $280 billion means about 23 lakh crores. Out of this 23 lakh crores, the overwhelming majority, which is 266 billion US dollars, is government expenditure, right? So there's no philanthropy, CSR, HNIs, everything put together is $14 billion. And therefore it's not a big deal in terms of the overall scheme of things. But this money is flexible, it can be used in different, in creative, imaginative ways. Look at this $14 billion as the salt you put in your khichdi. You know, you don't put that little bit of salt in your khichdi, the entire khichdi is ruined, you can't eat it. Or halim, because I'm in Hyderabad. The halim is ruined if there is no salt in it. But the quantity of salt or the cost of salt is minimal. So you have to see it from that perspective. In India, the main challenge in regulation is the way the government has treated foreign aid. From 44,000 institutions who had the ability to take foreign aid, we're down to 13,450 institutions. Money coming into all these organizations is about, on average, 17 to 18,000 crores a year. So over a 3-year period, it's about 55,000 crores. And this is going to see a significant decline because of the regulatory framework that we have. The Foreign Contribution Regulatory Act, as we know, was set up in 1976 by Mrs. Gandhi primarily to prevent political funding coming into the country because, you know, Salvador Allende had just been removed from Chile by in a coup by the CIA, and Michael Foot, who was visiting Vietnam, then flew in an aircraft to tell her that you are next. They're going to, you know, because she was not very popular with the Americans in the CIA. So it was a knee-jerk reaction with overwhelming support from the left parties. Should foreign governments be forbidden from doing election activities? Absolutely yes. Should there be a law? Absolutely yes. Ironically, in India in 2018, we removed political parties. We made them exempt from foreign funding. We had a cap of 51%. So now, a law which was to prevent foreign interference in India has been solely weaponized for punishing civil society that works on human rights, on minority rights, on anything that is deemed as a threat by the government, which doesn't fit into the narrative of a Hindu civilizational movement in India today, or is coming in the way of that Hindu civilizational movement. So I will end here and we can take more questions and answers. But let me conclude by saying that much in the same way that in the 90s the game of development aid was over, and we are seeing in our lifetime today the end of the development project, which in India, for instance, started with the Green Revolution. the biggest and most impactful development project run with foreign aid at that point in time, initiated with foreign aid, was the Green Revolution. Totally geopolitical weapon, because America changed its perspective on how to deal with countries which had been the newly independent republics with a new slogan, because earlier it was based on the great Malthusian lie that we will be in a mess because of our growing population. But that changed, and the US said where hunger goes, communism follows, after the reverses in Korea and Mossadegh coming to power in Iran, and of course the Vietnam War. But that we are also at this moment where, as Indian civil society, we have to recognize that the FCRA movement is long gone. You know, we have to find ways to do it domestically. A vast amount of charity giving in India is for religious purposes. Significant amount of FCRA is also for religious purposes, by the way. And with Hindu charities constituting the largest chunk, followed by Christian charities, and then of course the Muslim charities. But we have to recognize it's going. We have to see how do we try and recoup some of the money that is going for religious purposes. How do we change the narrative of civil society in India if people find it more acceptable to give us money, to give CDPP money, than putting it in a hundi in Tirupati or giving it as zakat or in another. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Patnaik, for guiding us to the nuances of foreign aid politics and how the developing countries could navigate. You also mentioned about the, that FCRA movement is long gone. I must share with all of you that in my last visit to US, many delegations actually, came to me and then said that we are facing difficulties in FCRA clearance. Is there a way? So I think what you say I can endorse. Another small thing I would like to mention, that when this change took place in 2004 of India taking a decision to only accept foreign aid from a very few countries, and that too from multilateral organizations. That time I was serving in Denmark, and we had this Danida controversy, so to say, and that actually was one of the triggers. And one interesting thing was, we were asked to, there was a check made and in the favor of Danida, and I was asked, and the embassy was asked to kind of return it. So when we went to return it in full, whatever we owed at that time, there was surprise and they didn't know how to react. In fact, it went to the parliament saying that we never had a situation where a country, recipient country, wants to give back complete amount. So in fact, that was itself a very diplomatic, struggle to kind of return them the amount which they had given. So thank you very much again, Mr. Patnaik. So we move on from here to the subject that has become an existential issue of our times. It is not uncommon these days to experience heavy rains in summers, to witness winters that are becoming increasingly warmer, and flash floods occurring in places one wouldn't imagine, such as Dubai and Makkah. Last year, floods in Nepal, Brazil, Central Europe, China, and Bangladesh displaced tens of thousands and caused hundreds of millions in crop damage. We witnessed Super Typhoon Yagi in Southeast Asia and Storm Boris in Europe, both causing widespread destruction. Simultaneously, Southern Africa faced a severe drought, halving the crop production and leaving 30 million people food insecure. In 2024 alone, that is last year, extreme weather killed 8,700 people, displaced 40 million, and caused 550 billion in global economic losses. Many of us passively react by saying it is all due to climate change, without realizing the gravity of the problem or understanding whether people can play any role in limiting the vagaries of climate change. To address this sensitive and urgent issue, let me invite an acclaimed expert in this field, Mr. Oes Sarmat, to discuss the geopolitics of climate change and the way forward. Please.
Thank you very much, and good afternoon to everyone. Good afternoon to everyone. Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Yes. So again, thank you very much, and good afternoon to everyone, and special thanks to CDPP, Ahmed, for organizing this event, and extremely insightful, and I'm very, very pleased to be here for the first time. and I'm sure it won't be the first, it won't be the last. Great pleasure again, and it's an honor to share this panel with the esteemed panelists here, especially with Dr. Osaf, Ambassador Osaf, who I've known and we've interacted on several occasions before. But from my perspective, as was mentioned with regard to climate change, very briefly, in a few minutes, just to give you the status of where we are. You all must have heard about the Paris Agreement, and Paris Agreement was concluded in 2015 by 197 parties, countries at that time, and recently -1. We know which one is that, which withdrew from the Paris Agreement. But it was an extremely important treaty that was agreed upon in the multilateral system. And very briefly and in a succinct way, what Paris Agreement required of all those countries globally is to limit global warming to less than 2 degrees, preferably 1.5 degrees Celsius compared to pre-industrial levels. And this is extremely important for us to recognize what that meant. And that was based on scientific evidence of about 800 scientists with about 60,000 peer-reviewed documents and papers that they carried out research over a period of time and came up with that trajectory to say we should limit that global warming to 1.5 degrees Celsius. Now, very importantly, by when? By the end of the century, which is 75 years from now. By the end of the century. Now, unfortunately, what has happened in the recent past, in the past 20, 30 years, the global emissions continue to rise, and the burning of fossil fuels and unsustainable practices, mostly by developed countries predominantly, but now also the emerging economies, India, China, Brazil, Russia, and so on. We have crossed that limit already 75 years ahead of what the scientists warned us. So 2024 was the hottest year, and for the first time we crossed that 1.5 degrees Celsius limit. February this year was the hottest February in the last 124 years. Mumbai experienced 2 consecutive heat waves in March, never before experienced, and so on. And I can give you examples from all around the world, and especially actually we don't hear much from, but small island countries in the Pacific or in the Atlantic, or the low-lying countries in many parts of the world, mostly vulnerable populations and societies, are being extremely devastatingly impacted. Their lives and livelihoods are being lost in record numbers. And what I personally say, and I have seen it myself, every fraction of a degree of warming is resulting in loss of lives and livelihoods in many parts of the world. So the situation is quite drastic, dramatic. And coming to the India focus and looking at the policy perspectives, sometimes I find extremely difficult to understand the contradictions in a country like India, contradictions on both the positive and the not so positive side. Recently I read the headline that the Prime Minister was applauding the 1 billion tons of coal that has been dug up and continuing on that trajectory, while at the same time talking about greening India and doing sustainable projects and all of that. But with that context of quite a serious and significant sort of trajectory of where the humanity is going, almost like blindfolded. And this will impact everything that we all have taken for granted, be it in business, in society, and medicine, in every aspect of our lives. It'll impact us. So we have to be prepared. We need to change that trajectory. Now, in talking about that change, I see huge transformations that are already happening. For instance, 2024 also, there was another very interesting statistics. 92% of all the new energy globally that was generated in 2024 came from renewables. So that transition is happening. And in that transition, in the transition of renewable and sustainable sources of energy, there are huge and massive opportunities, and we are seeing that, and the businesses are taking it forward. What is not happening is the speed of it and the support, the political support the governments need to provide to make that happen, to accelerate it. And that's where the policy perspective needs to come in, to try to bridge that gap, to provide that perspective and push through the policies to accelerate that transition, which has to happen. And that transition is first to move to the renewable and sustainable sources of energy, and also at the same time learn to adapt to the devastating impacts of climate change that we are all going to experience. So I'll stop there, and maybe we can take more questions and link to the discussion that we are having in this panel. Thank you.
Thank you, Wes, for your very eye-opening commentary outlining the changes and challenges and opportunities of climate change, emphasizing the existential threat, the need for collective global action, but the speed has to be accelerated, there has to be political support. I would add that there has to be more awareness and involvement of the people. So thank you. From here, let us shift our focus to migration and the diaspora. India has the world's largest population of diaspora, whose size is approximately 35.42 million. Our diaspora has been a viable resource for our country, both in terms of its support for our economy and the political outreach of some of the overseas citizens of India, particularly in the US and Europe. The diaspora is fairly widespread, owing to centuries of migration to various parts of the world. In fact, in some places such as Seychelles, where I served as the High Commissioner, Indians are among the first settlers. Migration is a very tricky issue and challenging as well. Countries around the world are now emphasizing legal migration. We have seen recent reports of deportation of some Indians from the US because of what is perceived as their undocumented status. Yet, in the last decade, 1.38 million Indians renounced their citizenship and migrated abroad, with an average of over 200,000 every year during the last 3 years. To guide us through this dynamics of migration, its impact on sending and receiving countries, and the socio-economic factors of migration, with a particular focus on Indians migrating abroad, let me invite Mr. P.C. Mohanan to make his presentation.
Thank you, sir. Let me start by thanking CDPP for bringing me to Hyderabad again. It has been a pleasant interaction for the last 2 or 3 years. I think now I come here to meet people from different backgrounds. Because my own background is a very rare kind of thing. I will start with the importance of migration. When you talk about trade, you talk about visibles and invisibles. And the visibles are, of course, the tangibles or intangibles. And the invisibles constitute the other kind of. And migration and remittance is one of the key things in that. And Ambassador has already quoted some of those numbers. I don't want to bore you with again numbers. These are there in the notes which I have written there. So the question of remittance is one thing, and India has been a big beneficiary of that. And 2 sources of data which are currently available on this. The RBI recently published the 6th round of remittance survey, where the remittance data from different countries are all listed there. And about a year back, we had the World Development Report also titled Migrants, Refugees and Societies, for the entire issues of migration have been tackled on an international framework. But currently, all of us are extremely concerned about the geopolitics of migration, because the kind of the visuals that we have seen on TV of Indians being brought back from the countries, and the likelihood of that kind of scenes increasing, because wherever you have far-right governments, there are statements from those countries of not favoring the people from the other low income or middle income countries. So we expect a lot of controversial kind of things to come in future. But basically the RBI report has said that our remittance is almost doubled from 2010. It was about 56 billion US dollars. Now it is about 119 US. So there's a big doubling of the remittances that we have been receiving, and to that extent we have been a big beneficiary of this kind of thing. And the World Bank report, actually they put it in a conceptual framework, what they call the match and motive framework. There should be a matching of migration, the requirements and the people going from here, that's they call a match, and also the motive for migration. So the entire World Bank report, World Development Report, looks at the migration from this perspective of match and this thing. And good thing is that it has been rather favorable to India. And even the World Development Report says that out of this 184 million migrants worldwide, something like 43% live in the low and middle income countries. And our own proportion, or Indian proportion, is somewhere around 24% of this. Yes. So we have a big share in this international migration, and then the quality of the migrants going from India is slightly different, because they are not based on more on the for geopolitical issues. Like the European countries, a lot of migrants live in the European countries, but they are all displaced due to political reasons. Our migration is basically not because of that. But the fact that there is a lot of information gap when it comes to migration, that is what is evident when the undocumented migrants are forcibly brought from the US to this. There has not been much of a dissemination of the information regarding migration, except I find this that Kerala we have what is called a NORCA, Non-Resident Kerala Association, very active body of government, state government, which keeps track of the migrant from Kerala and advises them, and there are a lot of services provided by NORCA. But such a mechanism I don't think exists in any other states like NORCA. And because this is a mechanism that has been very useful. But most of the time what we find is when there is a conflict, suddenly the whole issue comes to limelight. When the Russia-Ukraine conflict came up, only then we knew that there are about 20,000 Indians in Ukraine. Nobody had ever looked at or known that this figure is so high, and majority of them were students and medical students. So about 18,000 or so came back at that time. Only then we became suddenly aware that this is such a issue. The same thing happened earlier in the Iraqi or Middle East conflict also. When there is a big conflict, we suddenly find that there are so many Indians living in that. So this is one issue. And the second issue is simultaneously we have also a domestic migration scene basically. On that also we do not have much data, just like the international migration. We do not know. Only in Kerala we did a Kerala migration survey. It was done by the government-sponsored agency NORCA. And that is where we found somewhere we have around 30 lakhs migrants from other states coming to Kerala. And the migrants from Kerala to other countries are almost matching. So that you have the number of people who have gone out of Kerala, that many number of people have come from the other states in other parts of Kerala. So this kind of a studies was done in Kerala. I am not aware of any such study. And the government of India also has not done any information or provided any information that allows us to understand migration. The census has not been done, nor we have a NSS kind of survey on migration. But interesting thing is that the NORCA survey also found 2.5 lakhs Kerala students abroad. They have gone purely for education, and that number is so big, 2.5 lakhs. And good thing is that there is almost an equal gender balance. There are almost 44% girl student and 55% boys studying abroad from Kerala, all for education purpose. But these are not, that kind of information we do not have anything available on other states. So there's a big information gap when it comes to migration, but the importance of migration in terms of the foreign remittance received, that is all too visible everywhere. Wherever migrants have gone in large numbers, there has been a prosperity, and that actually matches with the kind of concept we have on benefits on migration. So will not go much on this thing, but these numbers are all available in this. And in the Rajya Sabha also there was a question, the government estimated some numbers. USA accorded for 23 remittance from USA is about 23.4% of all remittances received in India. So generally we feel that remittances come mostly from the Gulf countries, but larger portion come from the USA based migration. And then about UAE account for 18% of that. And the UK about 7%, Singapore and Saudi Arabia, Kuwait, etc. form that. So USA still forms a large amount of remittance source. So we do not really know what is going to happen in this incident. There is another kind of migration that is equally worrying is for educational purpose. So you have large number of unverified agencies providing education consultancy, helping children to move out to other countries for education. And none of them have any credential verified or we don't really know. And the last kind of migration, there is small number, are those people who are being forced to Southeast Asian countries for all kinds of international scams. That's also a small number, but it is coming very much in the news now, being arrested and put in the record there. So I will stop here. It's a very interesting topic, but we still do not have much of an official data on that as a statistician.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mohan, for your very valuable remarks. Every one of us have some relatives abroad, somebody studying abroad. So this is a topic where, we have deep interest. Everyone definitely has deep interest. You mentioned about overall 184 million migrants worldwide, according to the World WDR report, World Development Report. But also, of course, there are other data sources like UN Visa, which also gives a higher figure of 281. Nevertheless, Indians constitute a big number, and they are spread all over, as I mentioned. You emphasized on the remittances part of it and how it has increased from $56 billion. In fact, the current estimate for 2024 is about 129 billion. It will increase to it. Last year it was 125 billion. And one important thing also is that the working class has also contributed something like about 50 billion out of this. So it is not only the rich and the wealthy, but also the struggling working class who are away from the country. They have contributed. But maybe one should also ponder over this question that why so many Indians are renouncing their citizenship and then going abroad. So this is one. Second, I think maybe one thing I would like to also mention to you is that I visited Kerala. I had interacted with Norca. Kerala is one of the most advanced states in terms of hand-holding to the NRIs, and the Norca is doing very well. But based on Norca, there are several other states have actually come up with their own counterparts of Norca. So Norca is not the only one in India currently. We are sitting in Telangana, we have Tomcom here. In Andhra Pradesh, we have the non-resident Telugu NRT department. Similarly, Punjab has a very active department of NRI affairs. Tamil Nadu has a commissionerate of rehabilitation and welfare of non-resident Indians. Gujarat has the non-resident Gujarati Foundation, and so on. I think Kerala has served as a model for others to move. And also on this thing, one more point I would like to mention is that the data you mentioned is lacking, which is very true, because only when there is a crisis then people think of data. One, I think there has been always an apprehension among people to share data. They would not give data voluntarily, although I think it is required for anyone going abroad to share their data with their respective embassies. Only after the Russia-Ukraine crisis and while the COVID-19 was there, then people came forward. The only data source which is available for India is the immigration authorities, but that immigration authorities data is only how many people have left India for what country. They would also not give you a breakdown of which city and what. So it's all a complex thing. I think there have been suggestions in various platforms for data enhancing, but the most important thing is the voluntary data sharing by people. But at the same time, I must also add here that I was part of this process, the secretary dealing with the consular passport, visa and migration. The effort has been to create new pathways for migration and mobility for the citizens, to identify new jobs by entering into migration and mobility partnership agreements with many countries, and most of these are with European countries. The idea was to project India as the skill capital so that people could look at India, but that is still a work in progress, but nevertheless a very interesting topic to discuss further. Lastly, we come to the final speaker. Friends, we are all sitting in this beautiful city of Hyderabad. I'm a Hyderabadi too, where we have all gathered today. This was established in 1591 by Muhammad Quli Qutub Shah, the 5th ruler of the Qutub Shahi dynasty, making the city 434 years old as we speak. The city was historically referred to as the Farkunda Bunyad, a Persian phrase meaning fortunate foundation, suggesting that the city was envisioned as a prosperous and blessed beginning. This name likely symbolized the hope and optimism for the city's future as a thriving urban center. Today, Hyderabad is widely recognized as one of the most business-friendly cities in India. It boasts modern infrastructure, including excellent transport network, reliable connectivity, and amenities like the high-tech city, knowledge city, and the pharma city. The city excels in IT, pharmaceuticals, biotech, attracting both domestic and foreign investors. But still, some questions emerge. How can urban planning in Hyderabad move beyond a city-centric developmental model to prioritize regional and ecological balance? How can the city leverage its economic strengths to invest in and promote green infrastructure and sustainable industries? To answer all these questions, let me invite you, ma'am, Ms. Arshia Saeed, to give your presentation. Over to you.
Is because cities are places where the abstract ideologies behind planning and policy take a concrete form. The spatial production influenced by dictates of global trade and aid in terms of financial and technological capacity. Uneven and unregulated growth of such aspiring cities is set into practice through economic and urban restructuring. 3 kinds of spatial production follow this restructuring with the creation of informational, industrial, and innovation economies. The information economy is shaped through planned development of high technology clusters of companies and investors, supported by universities and research and development facilities that manifest in business and IT parks, featuring well-designed buildings in campus-like environments. Examples being financial district, knowledge city, etc. The industrial economy is horizontally spread, places of infrastructure, manufacturing estates and factories, warehouse facilities, and processing centers with their operational logistics. Examples being pharmacity, fab city, etc. Lastly, the innovation economy, which focuses on enhancing the productivity and efficiency of information and industrial economies, is characterized by innovation hubs, entrepreneurial centers, and business expositions. Example being the Telangana hub, the State and Innovation Cell, Women Entrepreneurs Hub, etc. The real estate industry are byproduct of this development. To integrate these together and place them effectively in circuit of financial and material flow, transnational connectivity becomes important. This is why we have a new airport with its dedicated freight and cargo terminal, and an outer ring road that connects dispersed industries and manufacturing estates to quickly transition from production sites to distribution centers. To back this up with data, Telangana is the highest exporter of IT products, second highest exporter of IT products, and pharmaceutical products were the highest export of the state amongst many others. But it was recently replaced by defense and aerospace products this year, aligned with global demand for weaponry. Such urban development practices involve drastic changes to the natural environment and accelerate land use as a means to achieve growth. Cities in turn play an active role in causing and intensifying a series of phenomena associated with climate change. When we shift our focus from the effects of climate change, such as heat waves, flooding, and pollution, to the cause of climate change, such as shifting weather patterns, environmental destruction, loss of ecological diversity, we observe that it is the practices and policies dictated by global trade and aid that shape urban development. Which brings me to my conclusion. We must prioritize institutional and policy shifts that curb destructive industries and promote regenerative practices that are local and community-centered. A systems thinking approach is essential in shaping urban and environmental policies that center social and ecological well-being, rather than treating them as a differential byproduct. As cliched and outdated as it may sound, we need a better measure of economic success, one that acknowledges the impossibility of infinite growth within a finite planetary system.
Thank you very much for your excellent presentation. With this, we have concluded all the presentation by our eminent panelists. Now we have got a set of questions, and maybe that would also give an opportunity to the panelists to kind of build upon their thoughts which they've given. So I think there are lots of questions here on WTO. So we begin with that. One of the questions asked, and you can respond to this, is that as the nations are turning towards protectionism, can we say that the golden age of multilateral trading system is over and India need to rely on plurilateral and bilateral deals? Doesn't it put India at disadvantage over the big trading powers?
That's one of the most crucial questions, and if we try to draw the answer from the past experience that India has had, let's look at the India-ASEAN FTA, for instance. We entered into India-ASEAN FTA, it got implemented from 1st January 2010 onwards. Now, from 2016-17 onwards, a period when we have implemented the Make in India program, we periodically talk about renegotiation of some of the tariffs, the way during the Biden presidency, US talked about resetting the tariff. Now, we have not done that yet, but it is very much in the agenda. Also, we look at India entered into FTA with Japan and South Korea. Now, when we negotiated the RCEP, the trade agreement involving 15 partners, ASEAN, Japan, South Korea, Australia, New Zealand, and China, we spent lots of negotiating capital, actual capital, and time negotiating from 2013 to 2019. Then we moved out of that because we realized we cannot really give preferences to China, which will actually kill a number of industries, and of course, apples and other agricultural dairy sector for imports from Australia was cited. Later, we entered into a trade agreement with Australia. If I have to interpret the trade diplomacy of India in the last couple of years, we have entered into agreement with Australia, a relatively high-cost economy, UAE, again, relatively high cost, and with a degree of limitation in the production basket, and we are negotiating with European Union, and okay, let's see if the FTA with America comes out. Now, to conclude on that, with Europe, for instance, which is going to be a capital-intensive market, but yet, if we look at the erstwhile East European countries, who are now part of the EU trade bloc, they kind of complement the capabilities of Germany and France. We have seen in the last couple of years, Germany invested a lot in very many sectors, in Bulgaria, Romania, Hungary. So, if EU entered into FTA with India, whether investment will come to India in a wide array of manufacturing segment, given their existing investments in East European countries, is a
I think, very important research question, and I don't have sufficient data to give a conclusive remark on that, but I think there is a reason to be concerned about. Second thing is, when we talk about FTA with other developed countries, there is the question of product standard harmonization. For instance, when we look at automobile sector, one of the sector for which our FTA with European Union is pending, Amir had been kind enough to publish one of the working paper of mine in the CDPP series earlier. We look at, there are a number of product standards, UNEC 1958, 97 and 98 standard. Now India is following the 1998 standard and European Union is following the 1958 standard. So even if we entered into FTA, can we really export to EU unless we follow a much stringent standard profile? We can go to Export Inspection Council, check the mutual standard recognition agreements that India has with a number of countries, including our FTA partners. We will see the list ends here, starts here and ends here, which means even with countries with whom we are having trade agreement, the mutual recognition of product standards are incomplete yet. So to give a one-line answer to the question, I'm not very sure. We can definitely sign a number of FTAs, but whether that will really result in significant trade growth, I think for that we have to, number one, increase domestic competitiveness so that after 15 years of signing an FTA, we are not concerned about renegotiating tariff. Start with mutual recognition agreement and not try to think about that 10 years, 8 years after signing of the agreement, then I think there is going to be a significant gain. For the time being, okay, the stock of multilateralism is down and yes, there can be a short-term incentive of going for unilateralism, going for bilateralism, but that perhaps is not a solution. WTO as a global regional trade bloc is a much efficient outcome. There is a series of papers by Bagwell and Steiger they wrote in the earlier days, initial days of WTO. So
Thank you. I think there are a couple of questions for other panelists. So one is for Mr. Owais. How do you relate trade and climate change? Do you believe that the emissions are on a declining trajectory while ensuring climate protection? To this, I would also like you to answer one more question which I am posing to you, is that are we as a country, the Indian population, ready for the transition to green energy? And how will this transition impact jobs in India? Because a lot of people are unsure about this transition. So kindly please answer this.
Very good questions. Thank you very much. And the first question is definitely, as I try to explain, climate change is a threat multiplier, but at the same time, it is an opportunity multiplier. So when we talk about trade, for those corporations, businesses, industries who plan and move to the trajectory of sustainable and renewable sources, using renewable sources of energy and ensuring that their products are in that form and format, are the ones who will benefit from that transition that we are talking about. With regard to your second question, Ambassador Ausaf, I think in relation to India with its diversity, the population, and the development sectors that still are far from what one can say are developed or sufficiently advanced to cope with that mechanism, I think the answer is no. India is not ready, and the impacts of climate change will be experienced throughout the country, up and down. Especially also something which is not being talked about is the glacial parts of the planet, and we in India we have the Himalayas, and the warming in that region is about 4 times worse than rest of the places on the earth. So that will have enormous agricultural impacts up and down that rivers that flow from that, and then water scarcity and the impacts on the crops that will happen. So, no, India is not ready, and that's where I strongly feel that organizations such as CDPP can take some serious research into where those shortfalls are, where those gaps are, and provide policy briefings to politicians, bureaucrats, to help adapt to those eventualities that we will face.
Thank you. Although there are a set of questions, but we are really running short of time. We have 2 minutes, so I would like to ask Mr. Patnaik to just in 1 minute also comment on how India is balancing its role both as a recipient and as a donor country, because the donor aspect is also a very significant. We are giving donations to Africa, to neighboring countries. So how does it balance? This is quite important. People need to understand.
So I think both of these as of now are totally unrelated, because India's bilateral aid is largely in the infrastructure and the energy sector. I must say that India has been a very strategic and smart donor as a donor, and in part the reason for this is that it is very closely coordinated, if not run entirely by the MEA. And so India's giving largely reflects not just what the country needs, but also the visible strategic goals. I mean, if you take Afghanistan, right? Our aid to Afghanistan, it was a pittance, but we sent like a dozen old aircraft that we did not need to form the backbone of their airline, and the impact it has. Then you look at this, or the fact that we set up this largest hospital in Kabul, Indira Gandhi Hospital. The impact it has is far more than, say, Europe spending billions of dollars training bureaucrats or doing governance reforms, all of which came to nothing. The planes are still flying, the hospital is still delivering services, and more importantly, not visible. So this is one example. Africa is very, very strategic, but none of it is going to fill the hole that USAID is leaving. None of it will fill the hole that the Europeans are leaving, because these were reflective of the soft power of Europe. They're for governance, they're for human rights, they're for sectors that the India and the China are not interested in. The only donor who is interested in these issues is Brazil, because of its particular history, and particularly under President Lula. So other than Brazil, none of the global donors really are going to even try to fill the space on human rights, or so many women's rights or LGBTQI rights that the US and Europe are vacating, and that's a real pity.
Thank you. See, we have questions, but I think we have run out of time, but I would just like to focus where the questions are. A lot of questions, 3 to 4 questions on China, dominance of China and the China, and how would it affect, should India de-link itself with China, and then should, what is to our advantage with de-escalating with China. I think that is, I would be the person to say that let us de-link. Like, we have very successfully in our foreign policy de-linked India-Pakistan issue with our relationship with the Gulf. So they no longer kind of hyphenate these things. So I think personally I would be in favor of this. There was another question of what kind of refugee policies India should adopt with reference to climate change related migration from Bangladesh. It is sensitive, no time for a detailed answer, it's all being recorded. How do trade agreement among BRICS nations impact global trade dynamics, particularly with USA and EU? I suggest some of these questions when the panelists are, amidst you, you can ask them in person, but nevertheless, I would say I would like to thank all the panelists for very illuminating interventions and discussions, and also I would like to personally thank Dr. Amirullah Khan, my great friend, old friend, for having invited me to join this platform on the CDPP platform for the first time for me. But I have enjoyed thoroughly this entire discussion. So thank you so much, and over to you. It's all. Thank you once again.
So I have a quick announcement to make for those of you who would like to go pray on Friday. You can ask someone from the CDPP team to direct you to the mosque, which is a 3-minute walk from here. So we'll leave for the mosque at around 1:20. The rest of you can have lunch, and we will meet around at 2:10 again at the same place. Thank you so much.
Thank you again.
अच्छा ठीक हाँ इतना
I took this out of the program.
How are you, sir?
Good.
So, welcome to my.
No, I didn't take it out.
Okay, this is Afsar, my friend, she's an advocate. Slip back.
इलेक्शंस भी तो चल रहे
Maria. She's an advocate of I'd like to sit back.
तेलंगाना के बारे में हमारे स्टेट के बारे में it's been from a very long time, especially for now it's going
Save the barriers, there was the case, and is the expansion. So my question, next question would be, we are an education institution on that, and there are so many education institutions there, colleges, there must be access to it. We ourselves have lost so many students to access that. So the only solution is the expansion. And then for those barriers, of course, those are very pressure. I wanted to ask myself, what is the solution? Those who are going by bikes and all.
buses are overcrowded.
Is there any research out there because all the colleges together are going to challenge this now. Because we have other buses, like we have maybe 15 buses running on the road, but even then,
Mic test 1, 2, 3, check. Mic test 1, 2, 3, check.
So we lost him. How did we meet? So he was a local resident. He was going from Bangladesh to a bus. The buses speak very bad pedestrians, villagers. He was a villager. Very accident. ग्लोबल को हर साल शाहदान की ग्लोबल हमारे हर साल No, but suppose the narrow roads are not a reason, then what's the reason that everywhere the highways are being expanded? If narrow roads are not a reason because accidents and the road how can we justify the expansion of highways everywhere in the country and not this particular but how far can this be avoided? Advocate upset. The city is expanding.
Now we start at 2:30.
2:10 you told me to come.
And then we have 3 sessions, right? One start with education. Then health. Start with health. Okay.
I'll give you guidance. Masjid, I doubt if it has
Education is after lunch.
पहले क्या?
Education.
पहले health.
Education.
अभी क्या है?
Education.
Right? आप लोग resolve नहीं कर पाते?
No, sir. It's education.
और कितना देखो बच्चे और सारे एग्जिट और कितना उनके बाद
हाँ मैं देख
Hello, mic test 1, 2, 3, check. Hello, mic testing. Mic testing 1, 2, 3, check. Hello, mic testing 1, 2, 3, check. Hello, mic testing.
It's already जैसा आपने financial district कहा और industrial parks KTR government के द्वारा set up हुए हैं, but still even then उसके बावजूद ये है कि जो below the poverty line slot है उसके लिए there is no opportunity. We don't have that big opportunity in these things. Because the concentrated areas where we start.
Hello, mic testing. 1, 2, 3, check.
Special economic
Hello, mic testing. 1, 2, 3, check. Check. 1, 2, 3. Hello.
जो आमदनी है इनकी बढ़े इस तरह से there has been always a plan on mind. There is a the investors also. क्योंकि see इन लोगों को क्या है जो actually basic जो जो उनको wages के लिए चाहिए वो भी नहीं चाहिए. They are manipulated a lot. So when I talk about special economic zones, I focusing on these, because I've spoken to many people like Zakabi, some thousand mostly they are collecting, and why do you want to be only to a rickshaw puller or somebody like that? Instead of that, can cooperative society kind of structure जहाँ पे equally profits distribute किया जाए? आप ना बंदे को 1 लाख रुपए दे रहे हो with no interest का जो है no interest के साथ हम लोन देंगे. Instead of doing that to one person, why not cooperative society kind of thing? And government से भी फिर हमको subsidies जिसमें है ऐसे industrial projects लेकर अगर कुछ activists हुआ economically मतलब interest रखते हुए इस economy में इस सारी चीज़ें इस cycle में उनको pull up कर सकते हैं, big investors को pull up कर सकते हैं, ऐसे जो loans दे रहे हैं उनको involve करके अगर एक छोटे-छोटे industrial
Hello, mic testing. 1, 2, 3, check.
बहुत सारे slums बड़े-बड़े slums होते हैं, अगर वो करें तो उनको ना वो I don't know what kind of they say we are working for marginalized people. आप 1 लाख का इंडियन साइकिल चौकी और फोन रिपेयर से वो क्या ही कमा पाएगा? Instead of that, if somebody can guide, if we can have a panel, if we can form an organization itself focusing on these slums, वहाँ पे इन्हीं को जो हम लोन दे रहे हैं इन्हीं का पैसा लेके if we can just guide them economically, कैसी market होती है? So my brother, we are into exports also, so have little idea. See, when it comes to export, there are companies needed, food grading companies are there, food grading companies are there. That's so easy job for women. Grading करना is that's very good. लेकिन मार्केट में जो मिल रहा है उससे थोड़ा बेहतर because equally अगर profits इनको distribute किया जाए तो don't you think that will have a better impact in the standard of living? Difficulty, people talk so much difficult. I don't know what kind of difficulty is. वो मैं आपसे पूछना चाहती थी क्या limitations आ सकते हैं इसके अंदर? Okay, ये नहीं कह सकते हम. Special economic zone किसको कहते हैं? अच्छा, हाँ please share. होगा कि नहीं होगा लेडीज का अरेंजमेंट? मस्जिद मस्जिद कैंपस बाहर प्रेस में बैठ रहे थे 3 मिनट का वॉक किया चेक कर
Hello, mic testing. 1, 2, 3, check. Hello, hello, hello.
हम लोग बात खाली करी अभी हो जाता ना
Hello, mic testing. Hello.
है आपके पास कहीं साइड में पड़ी है हाँ पहले पिघला देख लो मैंने चेक करो इधर
Hello, mic testing. 1, 2, 3, check. Hello, hello.
किधर है तुमला किधर आ रहा है देखो ये देख लो इसमें कोई चलो
कपड़ों का प्रोडक्शन यूनिट बोल रहे हैं
कपड़ों का प्रोडक्शन यूनिट तो मैं वो बोली थी चेयरमैन को हमेशा कपड़ों के प्रोडक्शन यूनिट खोलेंगे तो कितने सारे बोले खोलेंगे कोई आप तो बोले ऑर्डर्स नहीं मिल रहे तो देखो देना
Hello, mic testing. 1, 2, 3, check. Hello, hello. Mic testing. Mic testing. 1, 2, 3, check. Hello. Hello, mic testing. 1, 2, 3, check. Hello, mic testing. Hello. Hello, mic testing. 1, 2, 3, check.
बाकी से रखती हूँ जो भी सामान पूछा जाए वो लिखने जाएगा तो
Hello, mic testing. 1, 2, 3, check. Hello, hello. Hello, mic testing. 1, 2, 3, check. Hello, hello. Hello, mic testing. Mic testing. 1, 2, 3, check. Check 1, 2, 3. Hello, hello, hello. Hello, hello, mic testing. Hello, hello. Hello, hello, mic testing. 1, 2, 3. Check. Hello, 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 hello. Hello, mic testing. 1, 2, 3. Check. Hello, hello. Hello, mic testing. Hello, hello. Hello, mic testing. 1, 2, 3. Check. Hello, hello, mic testing. Hello, mic testing. 1, 2, 3. Check, check. Hello. Hello, hello, mic testing. 1, 2, 3. Check. Hello. Hello, mic testing. 1, 2, 3. Check. Hello.
Done. It's too crowded now.
No, it's so crowded. I mean, you can't even stand over there.
Hello.
And Rina?
Hello.
I was looking for you. I'm asking.
57,505 money.
This is it. Okay. And you were talking about your study. I was very good. I was listening what they are doing. I don't remember. I know you wouldn't. an essay.
yeah.
It's an essay. It's not at all a paper. Not exactly. I want to through this
That's actually
to
the
the
passion.
audience what they think about it. I have few answers, but let's see.
No, sir.
The questions are very.
Because I'm very question on the system, whether we want it or not. We don't want it. So if I'm not able to do it there, then we can meet. Oh, yeah, leaving button very. But I'll take your number. You are in a Seva. Yes. One friend of mine, Mandishka Banerjee, she met me there in Seva Mandir. So, I really won't talk about these portions because I never find a place where I can both going.
Yeah, it's an essay. It's an essay. But I think those questions are questions that I want to ask. Like, what form or shape education needs to teach?
Quick. I really don't actually whenever I do this question, people are like, are you going mad? Are you mad? Most of the characters are going to shoot me. What are you saying? We're taking our jobs. We're taking our jobs. What are you saying?
Language की जैसे आपकी job. Language की जैसे आपकी
आपकी
job
job
चली
चली जाएगी. Yes. Everybody has to know. Yes. Go outside. It's there. It's there.
Outside is hot.
Very hot. A very crowded.
Crowded also. You're sitting just right across. I'm saying you're sitting just right across.
Yes.
Then Rajput. So this panel has only 3 speakers.
3 speakers.
One
Vilima
chair.
was the speaker earlier. One chair was there, but because of some health issues, she dropped.
Okay.
Vilima became the chair. She'll talk on our subject also.
Okay.
Let's see how.
Vilima is from?
Director of Asar.
Acha.
At Asar
So
survey. At Asar
Then
survey.
she will have a lot to say.
They're doing household survey with students.
I have a question for SR also. But how do they benchmark? You know, there's a lot of
Because
things
NCR
that
is
they
also
have-
doing their own surveys.
Hmm.
What do you think of these surveys?
NCR has also started asking for learning outcomes.
NCRT. They are also doing their surveys.
No, but are they doing this learning outcomes thing?
Yes, I saw their surveys when I was doing my PhD in 2010.
No, that they're not doing learning outcomes.
I
They're
have this,
asking 5th standard children whether they can do 3rd standard.
Not exactly outcomes. They're also into reading, writing only. Not exactly the typical outcomes of a state student.
digital and social
It's a very
device.
difficult thing.
Outcomes.
I mean, to go to households and get children to read and figure out.
Hey, they are doing a
big job.
very difficult.
Surveys in any case in India is very difficult. Actually.
Are they are doing it year
People
on
are
year.
so suspicious.
Maintaining actually the
So difficult.
momentum.
And people, urban areas is most difficult.
Yeah.
They don't have time or energy or interest.
We ourselves don't fill in so many surveys. We are not filling in so many surveys. I try to fill because of the fact that I am a researcher.
Oh.
Anurila is here.
Yes, yes, yes. I just met her.
We are not the organizers.
Team is coming.
Rashid, there's somebody from the press.
From Telangana Rogers.
हाँ हो सकता है वाटर का तेलंगाना
लग नहीं रहा।
Instead of getting back for cutting back.
अच्छा
I mean, I was wondering why you're coming in with so much of luggage like this. That only I feel. रोज खींच के किसी से क्या बात करके चले जाते हैं.
Press wala to now they are very dangerous.
Very dangerous.
They are very dangerous.
what they are recording you don't know
Yeah, so there's.
what they are recording where they are putting it. Social media is so quick these days. It's very dangerous.
No, you don't mean they'll pick up, suppose you crack a joke, for instance, right? Then they'll pick up that joke. And they say that this is exactly what you said.
And you might have been saying it sarcastically.
And
so
that might be
very
off the cuff or something, which you never meant like that.
Right.
तो ऐसा है, जर्नलिस्ट का तो बहुत बुरा है.
Even if you say कि आप writing में, if anybody ever asks me, normally happens during budgeting.
Earlier it used to be advocate.
कि आप ये लो, मतलब questions दो. So questions भी देंगे और आप ये तो भी they can pick and choose.
While coming back, I was telling Professor Putbu that how, what I said just some time back, Times of India, I was driving, but no, the reporter said that आप कुछ तो बता दो, I have to write. अच्छा ठीक है बोलो. Or it was on, I was driving, I told her, and she just published the opposite. I think she misread because that was like what had been going in her own head. When something she asked me that since you are teaching, so how many students are willing to go for this fourth year? And what is the situation of this fourth year NEP? Right? You can check that in Times of India. So I told her, I was driving, I told her that look, now when I asked my students to raise their hand, none of the students raised their hand. That's how many of them would want to go. Because it's not that they do not want to go, but they were kind of confused. A lot of things are not there. And they were just thinking about whether it's good to do MA 1 year or 2 year or what they. So they said that, we are not very sure, so how can we raise our hand? That's why I told her the student did not raise their hand. And she just the opposite, that the students raised their hand and they would go. So this is what she printed, right? So when I saw this, I said, no, then my colleagues have started saying that, what are you speaking? It's there in the public domain. This is what
they want to say. That's what they want you to say.
Yeah. Because she might have gotten this, na, कि अच्छा है, कुछ अच्छा लिखो, अच्छा लिखने को. So I have some, of course, some points which I say that things are not being done properly. So very risky to have a journalist as your friend. You have journalist friends?
Not exactly.
Not exactly. Very risky. Earlier it used to be that don't make friends with lawyers. Now it is don't make friends with कौन सा वीडियो घुमा देंगे with AI and all, you never know. So good, Ahmedabad. You have your card, maybe sometime.
I don't have card and all that. You know my name? You want? Just Google.
There, Ahmedabad University, na?
You'll never be one for a life.
हाँ नहीं वो तो है.
See, I type करना.
No, but numbers don't come.
Numbers.
Sometimes
maybe
some
university
people are
website पे कहीं पे कुछ भी.
but I found I have people who have found
Your
I just don't start.
I also. Now I think he's always because I'm also heading a research
and that was
this is that Center for Federalism. Yeah. It's called Institute of Social Science. Where that institute you have a center. So you have two centers. One is disaster. Otherwise, basically the work is on then I thought
Same with asking for a card.
the same thing. I don't have a card.
You should have a card for very well.
It just is that
It is
it is it.
No need for a card. No need for a card gives a feeling that अब मोदी जी से क्या कार्ड मांगोगे आप? It is only for.
हम लोग NGO सेक्टर में हमें कार्ड हम कार्ड नहीं we are not the corporate
Not the corporate.
के जो कार्ड की
And the card is such a useless thing because anybody who gives me a card, I always use the card.
Same thing.
And my husband has this many cards.
There used to be, you know.
And his my fake too. After
Card holders used to come. A lot of card holders. And card holders, you get a gift also. So card holders. So what do I do with card holders? So I give it to other persons.
There's another stupid
And you have to manually apply.
It's a corporate kind of style basically. So doing this networking, how to know each other. Not doing. It's the doing. That's why you start. We are from the NGO sector.
We have the email address that's enough for
It's
us.
like
Poor teachers like us.
Yeah,
No, you
poor
are the rich. You rich teacher from a private.
He's from Delhi University, look. He's from Delhi University.
सरकारी है.
No. Big university.
वेबसाइट है तो सब इंफॉर्मेशन है
नहीं हमारा वेबसाइट बना I think 7-8 years back और उसमें मतलब एक बार डाला so these guys have picked my CV from there I have written that I have 27 years of experience in Delhi somewhere it was I had वही चल रहा है every year it is 27 so 2020
Central universities have not grown.
अच्छा है आपका एज हो गया
प्रोफेसर का एज जितना ज्यादा हो उतना
Somebody picked up PC Mall and there are 2 or 3 people who come to the website. One is a politician.
Yeah.
So they put that person's photo in one of the seminars I went. I said everything is fine, but only thing the photo is not fine. He looks better than me. So I don't know that. No. It was in the poster. I said there is no problem because he looks better than me. So I don't know. 2 or 3 one PC Mall and BJP.
yeah.
But you know this website thing that you're saying in our private universities, it's our responsibility. So I have a link to my
IT, you know, we have a huge IT department and person who is appointed is MCA, right?
She's supposed to do
Somebody has to give her. She is not expected to go around the
So you cannot do that. I can imagine there's a 5,000 to 6,000 students are there. So, and they are not, she always says that we need more people out. At least 4 or 5 people. They are in IT.
But mostly you get some doubt queries. The computer center data dissemination. Because they are not removed my name from some late. I get some queries that ASI data, what is this issue? I forward it. They have paid some places, but not in all the league.
So yours is also
Ministry is funding it, but it's independent.
independent.
But funding is purely by government.
All the other size.
They don't charge anything, any fees.
So what is they call?
It was an institution under national importance. National importance.
So they can give degree.
Degree,
Yes, yes.
thing they give. Funniest thing is only 10 people.
Are you Institute
No,
of
not excellent.
National Institute of
National importance. This is another one.
This is IIT science and I think IIT science.
No, privately, they have to find money for them.
IITs?
Some extent.
IIT is part funded, mostly funded.
ISI is only one, and they have some abstract courses where they take only 10 or 15 people. And they give stipend also from our side. National Institute of Public Finance. Now he is in that Madras.
He goes wherever Nagaraj.
No, he finished at Ambedkar University. He was vice chancellor. Ambedkar University. Bangalore. He was vice chancellor. After the term of and we deal like Madras Institute. IDS, I was there last week.
Institute, Madras.
So it's like this. It's like this. Oh, that is Madras. That's good.
I once interviewed Rangaraj, right, for a newspaper.
Oh, Ajay.
It got published in the New Indian Express. I was reviewing his book. Then they said that if you know, like, if you know, you can. So he asked me to reply to. Then I said, no, not that big. I'll just ask you 4-5 questions there because the space is not there. So that's perfect. It was really, I mean, he's such a nice person.
He's a very humble.
Very humble.
I haven't seen a person so humble. So nice. His book is his memoir. Type my name with his memoir, the book wrote something like that. Yeah.
That on his 90th birthday, so we do this annual economics conference. So this is January his birthday. So we normally hold our conference. So 90th birthday we celebrated and then we sort of release that book or whatever, sort of.
He writes still now.
But read his book. His book has very interesting information. It has very interesting inside information.
Yes. Or he comes and talks in our university all the time.
Inside.
But the
particularly
thing is KL Krishna still comes to CDS.
I met him recently. I was so.
He remembered everything. And they got Padma Shri this time. I wrote a mail to him saying, sir, you should have all of us are excited, but you should have. He immediately replied to perfectly. And say, I'm reading Rukmani's book and there's a lot of reference about you in that book. So he is really
So how is this organized here? All of them Who is the head? Yes, yes. He is from Chennai. Okay.
We are actually colleagues there at Congress.
This is Praveen Chakravarti, right? He is professional.
It's a wing of Indian National Congress. Oh, stronger. For every state, they are like 10 verticals, heads and
So one is that they are building a very good vertical called University system, I think, as long as it's something to do with education. Yeah. Not just.
What is Telangana stand on this? Because I am associated with a lot of I myself run. I should know that there is a lot of issues fighting here in Telangana because it was an exam and Urdu is one of the spoken languages here. Urdu and Hindi are almost not
Urdu is an Indian language. None of these countries, except for of course Pakistan, Bangladesh, etc., they are part of India. Outside, I don't know. It's an India. It's originated in India. The whole script, the writing, and everything. Somebody has. Hindi is for Hindus. Urdu is for Muslims. English should be for Christians. If you do it like that, it's not a good thing. That is the Right. So the moment you attack any language, you are attacking the whole structure of the culture. So culture, life, everything. So one has to be very.
Yes, I have papers,
Yeah, that is. It's a coercive method. I said recently I spoke on national education. So it's a coercive method. Nothing. One is national education policy is the top down. It's not debated on the all the stakeholders must discuss it. So surreptitiously this was done during COVID.
So many things that the reports come out.
So it needs to be discussed. I'm not saying it's completely bad. Point by point, and just let us know that what is there. And if you read, gender.
Indian culture, but as a side, that's not the culture. And all the trainers for the you can find very few women over there.
Secularism, okay, now I got you. In a sense that Indian tradition push Manu tradition. So Manu is anti. This is no matter how much you make it or paint it, the writings are clearly on the wall. No, this is going too far.
And the language might be no, but that's very good thing. Tamil Nadu is standing very strongly against this.
Now I think it's because they have all gotten together, and it's not only these states, but Odisha, Maharashtra, lot of others.
Northeast also.
So they have their own script and their language, and I'm sure Gujarati Asmita is what? Tell me what it is, because Modi has written on Gujarati Asmita, if you remember, fighting for chief, so many from UP, from Bihar, and region. So there is very So enormous diversity. It's not Europe. You can't do
Only they are doing
but
this
state
math.
will
See
not.
the human states happening in this country, add up it's more than all the states together. So they just want to see that and that is why this position of the economic evidence, what we should do on the website. They had posted 3 languages are available and 2 have to be and of course they language and they will study the other 2 languages. And then below that, नहीं उसके बाद अच्छी regional language below that they gave a note. Everything should come one should be one of the
Lots of places, you know what they are doing. See what happened. Websites, everything is in English. Then what happened? There was a letter. Change everything in Hindi. Whole university, imagine almost back students, 80, 90 colleges, so they some of them because they were exposed. If you not do it, will not do it. If you not do it, it's not the way out of No, Hindi, I'm happy for the southern states. What they are saying to the northern states, you know this, it's a new data which comes that in most of the north Indian states, they just don't want that. First they have to go bilingual, they are monolingual, whereas only they don't know English. Because South there's so much of investment in education. They work on
Have you called it? Ask those.
After stock is out, then you will
हाँ आ गए हम तो आए हाँ बिल्कुल भाई आप ये बड़े बड़े रूम की लेना था आज तो वाह वाह
No, not
So that's what something happening on first time
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
That's a test of कहना है आप किसी this morning I did everything in glance.
They are ready.
So after that.
They are not interested. अच्छा उसके बाद basket
I request everyone to please kindly take their seats. We will be beginning with our next panel. So panel 4 will be looking at education, building digital and social divides. So these are some of CDPP's previous publication works that have been done on education. So moving on, this is the report on the MS Education Academy. It is basically a thorough, detailed analysis of its infrastructure, faculty and student experiences and the challenges that is faced by the institute. This project was done in collaboration with JIT and IMRC and of course the MS Education Academy. Some of the findings were formalizing a fixed policy on fee concession, increase in fees and the improvement in administrative procedure regarding the fee collection. So the work undertaken by CDPP thus far has laid a strong foundation for addressing critical issues in education. As we move forward to the conference discussion, we aim to explore answers to key questions and potential solutions proposed by the esteemed panelists who will be addressing challenges faced by marginalized communities in accessing quality education, redesigning higher education to accommodate the economic realities of students, leveraging the innovation labs to promote digital literacy and building the digital divide, addressing disruptions in education for children of migrant laborers by fostering coordination between digital learning platforms, policy interventions and social enterprise. Before we move on to the discussion, I request the panelists and the chair to release the MS report and pose for a short photo. Thank you. So on the panel we have the chair, which is who is Dr. Vilma Wadhwa. We have Dr. Enrila Chatterjee, Dr. Gunjan Rajput, and Mr. Sanjay Kaur. Over to you, Ms. Wadhwa.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, Amir, for organizing this panel. I hope to keep it exciting because I know everybody, after that wonderful lunch, everybody will be in a slightly nappy mood. So hopefully we'll have stuff that will kind of wake you up. To get started, I'll give a few opening comments. I'm also wearing two hats today. The person who was originally supposed to chair this panel couldn't make it, so I am chairing the panel as well as I'm going to be one of the speakers today. I love what Lavish said, so I'm going to start with a positive note on the education sector. We all know the importance of human capital for growth. But unlike physical capital, you can't throw money at human capital. It takes time, it takes generations to build. And we've made a lot of big gains in this sector like many other sectors. So even when the right to free and compulsory education was introduced in 2009, enrollment levels for the 6 to 14 age group were in excess of 90%. Now they are in excess of 98%. While enrollment for the younger age group of 7 to 10 age group was close to 98%, even when the RTE was introduced, larger numbers were out of school for older children. But even in that, even in those age groups, we've seen huge decreases, and this has happened despite the pandemic. So in 2020, there were two fears as far as the education sector was concerned. One was learning loss, because as we know, even after short summer vacations, when children come back to school, there is some learning loss. And India had one of the longest durations of school closures of almost 2 years. So there was this expectation that there would be a learning loss, and we did have a learning loss. The other fear was that while enrollment levels had been rising, that children would drop out of school, especially older children with livelihoods being threatened and budgets being squeezed, that we would see large increases in the proportion of older children who were currently out of school. But despite the pandemic, the proportion of older children in school has been rising steadily. So if we look at the 11 to 14 age group, only about 2% are now out of school. And even the 15 to 16 age group, and this is the age group which is not covered by the right to education, in 2010 about 16% of this age group was currently not enrolled, and in current numbers, this number is below 8%. So there've been huge improvements in terms of overall access. More and more children are completing grade 8. In 2005, 11 million children were enrolled in grade 8. By 2020, this number had doubled to 22 million. As a side note, since this also has implications for the education sector, there have been large gains on the digital front as well. The pandemic jump-started the digital transformation of rural India. In 2018, while mobile coverage was universal in rural India, only about 36% of rural households had a smartphone. By 2021, this had doubled. The current ASA shows that about 90% rural households reported having a smartphone, and I'll talk a little bit more when I talk about the results later on digital literacy about this. However, India is a very diverse country, and there are huge variations across states, social and other groups. And so while aggregate access numbers in terms of enrollment levels look good, access to education remains an issue for marginalized groups. This is especially true for higher education. Further, unlike developed countries, enrollment does not translate one-on-one into attendance in developing countries. So even today, there are states where attendance in school is below 60%. Second, the quality of education remains an issue, as ASA has been showing since 2006. There was a huge learning loss, like I said, in 2022, and we've seen large increases, so almost full recovery in 2024 in learning levels in primary school. But even today, just to give you, and these are numbers from ASA 2024, less than 30% children in grade 3 are at grade level. 50% children in grade 5 and 30% children in grade 8 in rural India are unable to read at grade 2 level. Match this with the opening up of the economy and almost universal digital access. young people's aspirations are rising and they don't have skills to achieve these aspirations. They don't want to do the same work as their parents did, but they are, so that, you know, it's almost like a sense of betrayal. You talk to young people, and so, you know, in rural India, because we are in the field, so it's always that, आपने जो मुझे बोला वो मैंने किया, मैंने 8वीं क्लास पास कर लिया, अब मैं क्या करूँ? I don't have the skills because I can see it, but I can't touch it. Okay, and so if we are to harness our demographic dividend, we have to find different educational pathways for young people to realize their potential. Third, we have a huge opportunity to reap the digital dividend associated with this rising digital access. How do we leverage this almost universal digital access to improve educational outcomes? And finally, while we have one of the fastest growing economies for many years, we've been one of the fastest growing large economies for many years, this growth has not followed the usual trajectory of manufacturing absorbing labor from agriculture. You know, we heard about that in the morning sections. Inequities have been rising. I mean, you know, I often say that there is India shining and then there is the rest of India. And you know, but you know, migration from labor from rural to urban areas, from one state to another state, is a reality that we cannot ignore. And the children of migrants, I mean, they need different kinds of support because, you know, they may not speak the same language. They have huge access issues in terms of where they live, in terms of availability of schools. So how do we support these children to continue their education? And today, you will hear from our panelists of many of these issues. I'd like to start with Sanjay, who will talk about issues of access to quality education among different groups, and then followed by Gunjan, who will discuss the relevance of the much aspired to college degree in the current digital and job scenario, and then I can pitch in on some of the digital literacy numbers, and then I want to end back to access with Andrina talking about how we can support the education of migrant children. So Sanjay.
Thank you. Thank you, Vilma. I'll take off from the opening statement, and the theme is whether education is contributing to reducing the divide for the most marginalized or the poorest households. So though there is a great story which Vilma laid out, I thought I'd flag off 2-3 critical challenges that the poor household faces. One, the poor household kid goes to a Sarkari school, which in terms of quality is admittedly not as well endowed in terms of quality as the private school. The second, and which is very critical, a lot of the poor households, children are first generation learners, so they don't have a learning environment. So a middle class household child, even if he goes to a ranked bad school, will come much better later than a child coming from the poorest household. And therefore an erroneous perception that children from less privileged backgrounds, their fate is to remain inferior. And this then ties up with the parental aspiration of what they would like the child to do. And have we, as a country, been able to move in accessing livelihoods, enhancing livelihoods for this adult child? So I think, though I'll be focusing on school education, I will try to lay down some non-negotiables as far as what it should mean to meet the aspirations both of the young teenage child as well as the parent who would like the child not to become a plumber or electrician or a mason. So though there have been surveys showing improvements in learning levels, Vilma points out that there's still a long way to go, and therefore a child who even goes through 7-8 years of schooling and quits by the age of 12, 13, by the time he or she is 18 years old, would be, I would call them functionally not really literate or educated. So not really equipped to deal with challenges of the world or be able to access the market that he or she would aspire to. And in the absence of an early childhood care system, you also start with very poor foundations. And as you move from the elementary stage to the high school stage, you see a sharp drop, not so much in enrollment rates, but in actual participation of children. I was with the Principal Secretary of Education in Karnataka, who says that the figures we are giving out are all fake. Not more than 60–70% of children are actually attending schools regularly. They are enrolled, they are participating, occasionally come, but they're not regularly actually in school. So if they're really being alienated, and these are the target group that we're talking about today, then what do we do? And it actually dates back to the way the education budgets and priorities have remained. You know that till 2003, there was focus only on primary education. You know the Operation Blackboard. Then finally we went from class 5 to class 8. And it was only in 2010 that we actually talked about a secondary school issue. And even today, the lopsided budgets, again in favor of elementary, not that that is adequate, but the high school budgets in most states and the center is quite abysmally low. So as a result, you roughly have 10 to 15% of high schools. So if you have about 1 million primary schools, you have about 1.5 lakh high schools. So rather than what you should globally have is a composite 1 to 10 or ideally 1 to 12 kind of transition of a child, you are actually ending up with 7–8 years of some form of literacy with very little skills to face the world. So it's in that context that I just want to spend 2 minutes, 3 minutes laying down what I feel should be 4 doable strategies which hitherto have remained neglected. First, of course, as I talked about, prioritize secondary education. It will mean opening of many more government high schools. Today, 60–70% of the high schools are in the private domain, unlike in the primary elementary space. So there is a need to open a large number of high schools. Existing high schools don't have science teachers, they don't have maths teachers, they don't have English language teachers. So you have to fill those gaps, their infrastructure gaps, their lab gaps. So that is one part of the story which needs to be filled up. There's very little academic support and supervision. So the primary school system has a concept of BRCs and cluster resources, some form of modicum of supervision and support. High school, the teacher is left high and dry.
Yeah.
So neither in-service training, pre-service training is lacking. So the high school system has been, so again, you focused on the elite higher education, opened up a lot of IITs, AIMs. This is the chunk which has been a very missing link in my view. Second, and it's a little contentious what I'm saying, is I'm saying at the primary stage, there is evidence everywhere that if you master the basics, you can pick up, and if you do not master the basics, you'll be left behind almost permanently. So I'm saying that rather than have learning expectations drawn from NCERT, you recalibrate to the level of the child. And if at the end of 5 years, you find that the basics are not there, don't straight away jump into the elementary school curriculum. Go back to some remedial 6 months, 1 year till the child is, which means that you are really talking of a curriculum which is more in tune with the child rather than the other way around. Second, there is a parental aspiration that Angrezi ke bina naukri nahi milegi. Now there is obviously a merit in that. And how do you fix this language issue? There is of course that mistaken notion that English means English medium. But it is true that government school teachers most states don't have a cadre of English language teachers. So Karnataka introduced English language from class 1. Telangana has made everything English medium. I don't think any English language teachers have been recruited since they made English. So what they teach so they're obviously talking of teaching English through Telugu. If you need to infuse some fluency of skills in English. One, the text and curriculum must be more conversational, more focus on communication skills rather than textbook. Some Sudhamurthi's lessons as been taught, rather than, which is not really what is going to help the girl finding a job. The final thing is something which I think as a government strategy we have never explored, and that is not recognizing that there is an absence of learning environment for the child. So no matter what you do in the class, he or she will not get the support that is required. Most of us will support the child and what you do there. And there have been a lot of good experiments that remedial support can be very quickly used to fill gaps. So I'm talking of an institutionalized remedial support for all low-income households, not on an ad hoc, piecemeal basis, but contiguous with a school. You could even hire retired school teachers, you could hire volunteers, you could hire new civil society, but please pay them. This is not charity they're doing, this is something which is required in the education system. This should be integrated and institutionalized. And I thought these are 3-4 things which fiscally are sustainable, and that's what I thought I'd mention these recommendations. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sanjay. Many of the things that you said, I'm sure resonate with a lot of people. Just to add to, your last point here, the point that, children from poorer families have very little support at home. And this is I think number from last year. Even today, 25% children in rural India have both parents who have education less than grade 5. Okay, there has been, RTE, actually young mothers, what we are seeing is that if you look at young mothers of today, they were the first recipients of the right to education. If you look at right to education was introduced in 2010. So while mothers' education has been rising and all of that, even today, 25%, and these children are not going to get the support at home. So we have to do something in school. Similarly, the point about if children don't learn the basics of reading and basic arithmetic when they're supposed to, then those deficits pile up. This 30% number that I just quoted to you of grade 8 children unable to read, this number has remained unchanged for a long time, and it's not surprising. Why? Because once you've reached grade 8 without learning to read or to subtract, nobody's teaching reading or subtraction in grade 8. What is the brief to our teachers? The brief to the teacher is complete the curriculum. So she's teaching to a very thin slice of the class, and so if those deficits are not addressed when they should be addressed, and these kids get left behind. I'm going to stop here. Gunjan.
Yeah, hi. The word was there for me, aspirations. And as I'm going to represent the higher education, so I'll start with this word aspiration. And before talking for those lakhs of children who are into a university system, let's start with myself, what my aspiration was. Because I'm the product of this education system, I spent almost 10 years in this higher education system in getting my degrees. I did my graduation, then my post-graduation, then again another graduation in education, another post-graduation in education, then a PhD, and then when I started my career, I met Amir. So when I was doing this job, Amir gave me this responsibility of setting up a school from nowhere, I don't know. And when he gave me this responsibility, I asked him, I don't know how to set up a school. And he said, you know that, and you will do it. And in a year's time, we set up a school in the outskirts of Uttar Pradesh. So why I'm telling this story, it's not about pitching about myself. It's about when I reflect back to my life, then I thought, should I actually invest 10 years of my life in earning those degrees for reaching here where I am today? What if I met Amir in 2005 and I became maybe registrar 5 years back? So my journey gets shortened. I can invest a lot. Maybe I can be the best resource for this country. Similarly, there are many youngsters. So I was looking at this team, Lubna, all our young efficient team members. I was asking them what they are doing, what is their title. So they all are research scholars, associates. They are very good in research. But now when I actually saw the past 2 days, how wonderfully they are organizing this event. Wonderfully, minute to minute detail they are sharing with us. I don't know, maybe after 5 years of time, few of them become the best conference manager, event manager. I really don't know. I don't know what their aspirations are. My bad habit is to talk to a lot of young people. Yesterday when I was in DEF, I met this young team. There was a young lady. I asked her from where you got this training of producing these Suchnapreneurs. Then she told, I got this fellowship from DEF. What if she got this fellowship just after her 12 years of school education? Maybe she started doing this socialpreneur training much earlier in her life. So why I am actually giving all these examples? Just because of the mismatch of these aspirations. So I will not talk about the data, the numbers, this gross enrollment ratio, 20% है, 20.5 है, ये है, वो है, X, Y, Z, whatever. But the survey shows that 50% of our youth are unemployable. Maybe this is a bad data for all of us. And recently there was a survey when I was reading it about this Zomato delivery boys, and the data was so bad that 37% of Zomato delivery boys are graduates. It's so bad. 37% from top tier 1 or tier 2 cities, they have some sort of degrees. Oh God. Do we need a graduate to deliver food at our doorstep? तो कभी भी कोई Zomato का कोई लड़का आता है, I ask आपने क्या पढ़ाई करी है? I'm a graduate, but I'm happy. Okay, fine. But he actually, maybe the word is wrong, it's a negative word, but he actually wasted 3 years of his life just for delivering this food at our doorstep. It's a very big, I don't know whether this question is right or wrong, but there is a question. And when, with this advent of AI, the situation is becoming difficult. This data from McKinsey, which actually projects that 375 million jobs, people actually will change their career. This data from Goldman Sachs, they are saying that AI is going to replace 300 million jobs. This data from PwC, they are saying 75% of CEOs believe that generative AI will change their company operations. Oh God, this is a data which actually ideally every academician should reflect upon. It's dangerous, but it's there. So as Lavish said, कि कोई negative नहीं होना चाहिए. You should not start with negative, but it's positive because we are supposed to change. And I'm taking again my example. Earlier when I was setting up the school, I had a team, और हमें हर हफ्ते कोई task होता था जो हमें complete करना होता था. Every week we used to show you a presentation कि what is the progress. रात को 2 बजे तक भी काम करना होता था, 3 बजे तक भी काम करना होता था. But with this AI, when I'm supposed to set up an Office of Academic Affairs, I just give a prompt to AI. I want to set up an Office of Academic Affairs, what should I do? He gave me 10 solutions. Okay, you can do this. Then again I gave a prompt. Okay, I want to build a team. How many people do I need? He gave me 5. Kuch to ye category you want. Okay, give me some JDs. It gave me some JDs. Okay, I already have few people in my team. They have this skill. Now what should be done? He gave me all the answers. In a day's time, at the end of the day, I had all the answers. I know it's a bad thing which I'm doing, but it's there. Okay, at last when I got fed up, okay, GPT, I'm going to sleep, you're not getting my emotion. I'm an emotional person, just give me some और कुछ तो कि किस तरह के लोग, from where I should search these people, कहाँ से ढूंढ कर लाऊं. He was giving me some answers. Okay, I'm just going to sleep. Let me see some Netflix पे कोई movie. Then it gave me the reply. Okay, Netflix, looking at your emotion, you should watch Good Will Hunting. Oh God, yes, I should watch because that was based on the mentoring. So I just actually learned how to give prompts to ChatGPT, and now I'm working with a very lean team, and I'm famous by the name of Lean Administrator because I'm using AI, but it's happening. So the question is, do actually people need to spend 4 years of their life to get a degree when we don't know what is going to happen in another 5 years? When we see the data of Dell Technologies, when they say in 2030, the jobs which are going to happen in 2030, they are not invented yet. Okay, so we don't know what is going to happen. तो क्या हम जो 4 साल में लोगों को पढ़ा रहे हैं, उनके लिए वो job होगा भी या नहीं होगा? It's a big question. And when looking at the data of this IBM, they were saying that the data was saying that some of the big giants, especially tech giants, Google, obviously Elon Musk, they don't want degree, they want skills. They can hire people with the skills. So again, the very big question for all the higher education people, especially the academicians, they are going to throw me up actually from this system, that do we actually need this degree system of 4 years? I think we should have this flexible system of education, I think. That students or learners should get a chance of taking an exit and do a job based on their skill, their aspiration. The only thing is the entire system is a bit difficult to operate and to implement. It's a cost heavy, it's a very expensive system. NEP is already talking about this flexible exit model, but we really don't know how to implement it. Where is the action plan? That is the biggest challenge. Another thing is we should see this challenge from a systemic view. We should apply the systems thinking approach to solve this challenge. Academia has to change. We should have curriculum innovation. Everyone, each one of us should know how to map the curriculum with the learning outcomes. If a learner will come to you, okay, I am done with one of my degree, I want to join this company. And maybe after getting some experience, after 3 years or after 4 years, I want to get promoted, I want to continue with 2 years of degree. We should know how to map this learning outcome. So academia is facing these challenges. I have so many things to say, but because of this paucity of time, I'll stop here. Again, we as academicians should think on this meta question of whether we want this 4-year degree approach or not. Handing over to William. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Guljan. You've given me the perfect segue into the next section, which I just want to, tell you a little bit about this survey that we did on digital literacy, and because this, and touch upon what are the things that our young people, the many things that our young people can do, and so how do we leverage that advantage? As many of you may know, we've been doing ASR since 2005. We did it for 10 years, and then we started a new series after a break in 2015, in 2016, where we do the nationwide ASR looking at foundational literacy and numeracy every other year. And in the off years, we've been looking at different age groups. And in 2017, we focused on youth in the age group of 14 to 18. And we did that again in 2023. These are smaller samples. And in 2023, we looked at digital literacy of youth. And that was a smaller sample where we went to only one district in each state, so it gave you a national picture. What we did in ASR this year, which was the full sample, 605 rural districts, about 350,000 households, 650,000 kids, to older children in the age group of 14 to 16, we administered some digital literacy questions. And And these numbers are really, really amazing. So, our sample across all rural districts of the country was about 115,000 kids in the age group of 14 to 16. So I'm talking about that. While, like I said, even in 2018, mobile coverage was universal, smartphone coverage wasn't. This year, 90% youth in the age group of 14 to 16 said that they had a smartphone. And that's what I mean, that this is a huge opportunity. Now, you can say that, we know that the pandemic, during the pandemic, smartphone coverage went up, but वो smartphone तो पापा के पास होता है. जब पापा चले जाते हैं तो smartphone चला जाता है. So actually kids at home don't have the smartphone. We actually administered some digital literacy questions where we asked them some questions which were self-reported in terms of what do you use the smartphone for, and then we said, get a smartphone, and we asked them to do certain tasks on the smartphone with internet working. 65% could actually produce a smartphone at the time of the survey. Now that I feel is truly a number which is very high for actual availability. That means that the phone was available at home at that time. So that's why I say more and more kids. In terms of this digital divide, I don't think there is much of a digital divide in terms of access. There may be other divides, but in terms of access, it's pretty much so. How do we leverage? This is a huge opportunity. We've been talking about the demographic dividend for a long time, and it's really a demographic disaster more than anything else. We've already lost it in the southern states. Nothing is happening in the northern states. Here is an opportunity that we have to actually harness this digital dividend to how do we use it to improve education, to fulfill aspirations? Do kids really need a 4-year degree? Can they do other things? Can technology help them? How can it help them? So some of the things, so we asked kids if they could use a smartphone. We said that, did you use a smartphone for social media in the last week? As you can imagine, most of them, 80%. Then we asked them, do you use it for educational purposes? Did you use the internet to clarify doubts, look at notes, any of those? Only about 57% said that, okay? Not much gender difference there, okay? And I'll talk a little bit about the gender differences. Then we actually asked them, we said, आप अभी इस वक्त phone ला सकते हैं, and then if they could produce, like I said, 65% good. We asked them to do certain tasks on the smartphone. So this is truly digital literacy. And let me give you some of the numbers. It's really quite amazing. So we asked them we asked them a question कि internet को में खोज के बताइए who was the first female president of India. 77% could answer that question correctly. Okay, more boys than girls, 81.5 boys versus 72.4 girls. Okay, then we asked them to find a video on YouTube, and if they could find the video on YouTube, share it with somebody, with a friend, relative, and so on. 87% could do that. And if they could do that, 92% could. And there's not much of a gender gap. So the point being that our young people can do many things. Yes, there are learning gaps, and we know, like Sanjay said, if these deficits are not addressed when they happen, then they pile up, right? There are programs that you can have, you can accelerate at least the learning of basic foundational skills. But our young people can do many other things, and now with this digital access that we have, this is a huge opportunity that we can leverage so that young people can find different pathways, they can find different careers to satisfy their aspirational needs. I'm going to stop there, and we go full circle to Andrila, go back to access, And she's also going to pick up on the role of technology, how we can help with migrant children.
Thank you, Willima. And I would also like to thank Amir and CDPP for bringing me or inviting me to this wonderful forum. So I think our session has been a lot about optimism and aspiration, which is a wonderful thing. On the note of digital literacy and digital awareness, I would like to focus a little bit on, the migrant labor. So that was a topic that was also touched upon in the earlier session, and I know that that's a humongous thing. Here I would like to focus on the not so educated migrant labor, because even in India there are educated people and the not so educated ones. But the educated people is not so much of an issue, because after initial teething problems, I think they do settle down. And the next generation also, they kind of, they get used to the new place. The not so educated ones, typically the migrant labor, they are not so advantageous, I would say. And even during the pandemic, a lot was written about their plight. So this is something that I've seen after talking to, we all take the help of, the cooks and the drivers and the maids and all that, right? So what I'm talking is after getting information from them. So the migrant labor generally, the ones that are doing well, they are earning pretty well. They all have, many of them in fact have access to second-hand refrigerators. This is something that they could have never dreamt of had they not left their original villages. But what sadly has happened is, and here I am talking about people who have migrated from Bengal to Telangana. So the next generation, the children in particular, their education stops. In all likelihood, these are children who were enrolled in Bengali medium speaking schools in their villages or any local vernacular. But after coming to a city like Hyderabad, where the medium of instruction is different, they drop out from schools. There is no way that these children can be enrolled in schools, because number one, the language becomes a big barrier. And number two, English of course is there, but then these people cannot afford to enroll the children in English medium schools. And number two, these are not very young kids. Some of them are in their mid-schools. So for them to pick up a new language becomes very difficult. So as a result, what happens is they stop studying. Now what do they do with the time that they have? They do a lot of things. Some of them, they pick up things like cleaning cars, maybe driving, maybe delivery. Their parents, they manage to save some money and buy them maybe a bike, and they start earning. But with the lack of education, what happens is their earning gets limited to these kind of odd jobs. And also with the time that they have, some of them also, they start developing bad habits. They can get into street fights, they start drinking, they start smoking with the easy money that they have. A lot of them have romantic escapades, and this is all I have seen it with my eyes. Romantic escapades, which leads to child marriages. Marriages lead to birth of very impoverished children, an equally impoverished mother. So I really find these kids to be in a very difficult situation. On one hand, they have moved to a new location for reasons of aspiration. Their parents are happy because they are doing well. But these children, their earning capacity is kind of limited to what they are currently earning. So as a solution, I felt that, it's not really a solution, it's a thought that I have. And again, taking the help of the digital advantage. If we have some organizations, social enterprises, which can focus on continuing the education of the migrant labor's children, it could be something where they have tied with the different governments, and they are able to continue their online education in the vernacular language that they had started their education in, and there is tie-up to the government board so that they can give the different examinations, maybe the level 10, 11, 12. Then they can also tie up with these different vocational schools where they can be trained in school building. The ones who are really keen on education, on higher education, and again, of course, we have a big question on what the form of higher education should be, but the really interested ones can even pursue higher education. So if these things can be done, And again, I'm not saying that all this should be free. It should be, there should be some price that is put to it, but not, of course, nothing that is very, very exorbitant. At a minimal level, I think, it will really help the children of the migrant labor. And like coming from a business school, we all have, these innovation and entrepreneurship cells that these schools have. I think we can also partner with organizations like this, because we have an advantage, like we have a good setup, we have a lot of laboratories where hands-on training can be given. By virtue of our social capital, we are connected to some very, very educated people, our faculty, people who want to really contribute to the society, who can be mentors to these children. So, if we can build an ecosystem like this, and because migrant labor is a phenomenon that is not going to stop in the short term. Already, I think, as Sanjay sir was saying, there are 65 million migrants within India, and the number is only like to double maybe in the next decade. So if such an ecosystem is kind of institutionalized, then we can also ensure that the children of the migrant labor, they get educated and they are able to raise the standard of their living. So I'll leave it here and see if there are any questions that come.
Thank you, Andrea. How much more time do you have for questions? Oh, okay. So so I'll start with Sanjay. A few questions. The first one is about curriculum. Curriculum must be disruptive, thinking innovative, learning is required. And then they go on to say kids must learn primary school in their mother tongue rather than in English. And what are your ideas about that? The other two questions are really focused on access, and the questions being, are we too focused on access when the real crisis is completion and quality of education, especially in rural India? And the third question is actually quoting us at 2023, where they are talking about, is the focus on primary education RTE, because the access numbers are high, overshadowing the need for strong secondary education?
I think the way the questions have been framed, the answers are embedded. So I agree with the embedded answers in the questions. But I think the challenge is how to translate this access into quality. And a couple of suggestions that have come. There's only one little caveat on curriculum. And that is that we've experienced that wherever smart babus like me have tried to reform curricula, it's been very disruptive in a negative way. So any change in curriculum or textbooks must be thought 10 times over, because the entire, I'm talking of the mainstream education, the Sarkari education system. You're dealing with Karnataka for the 40,000 schools. Those teachers have had several years of curriculum which is they have understand. So I'll give you an example. So in Karnataka, we had done away with textbooks in classes 1 to 4, and we introduced something called the Nalikari, which is an activity-based, play-based thing. Now they said, no, this is not good enough. Private schools having textbooks. So you have a multi-grade situation. So now you have introduced textbooks class 1, 2, 3, 4 with one teacher. Earlier you had a structured activity based on the level of the child rather than the age. Now you replace them with textbook, because that is what the private school does. Not recognizing that the private school is a non-grade structure. So these are kind of challenges when you take these knee-jerk reactions that you land up with solutions. But I just wanted to, so that there's no question, I just wanted to flag this as an important research area, an important area for policymakers, and which is the migrant children.
Yeah.
I work closely with an NGO called the Gubachi Learning Community. Gubachi is like a flying sparrow. So it's dedicated to migrant children, and the influx of migrant households, in my estimate, will be the size of India. And I don't think there's any visioning of what the education system should cater, how it should transit a child, especially Dr. Chatterjee talked about is the teenage child. Primary school child, Guwahati has been able to find some kind of remedial gaps to get them integrated. But a child who's 12 years, 13 years old, they've been experimenting with distance education and using technology to fill the gap. But more, so we've introduced Guwahati to the education hierarchy in Karnataka, and we said you must have a plan, because not only from Assam, they're coming in from all over the world, and so you can't even talk about just introducing, converting Hindi to Kannada. They're coming from all parts of the country. So this is going to be a challenge which I'm hoping CDGP will take it as an important challenge issue.
I'm going to follow that up with questions to Amrila, since you were talking about migrant children. Amrila, there are two questions for you. How can technology and policy interventions ensure uninterrupted education for children of seasonal migrant workers across sectors during migration periods? And then there's another one about what role does lack of documentation play in the mobility of education of migrant children?
So technology will be a backbone, I think, in case of seasonal migrants as well, because technology is something which is place agnostic. So wherever they are, they will be able to continue. Right, and with proper amount of support and all that, the technology will enable or ensure that there is no disruption. And the second question, what kind of lack of documentation? I think that's not very clear.
Yeah, it's not clear to me also.
So I think
the school leaving certificates
in the absence of an Aadhaar or a local thing, will the child get enrolled into the local, in the, say, Hyderabad school?
And also the migration certificates and stuff.
Yeah, so that is one recommendation, that when a child is shifting, they should get some kind
of a certificate. And again, the enterprise that takes care of this should also maybe, ensure that that support system is there, where a migrant child is able to get the required documentation so that he or she can enroll into a school and continue with the education.
There is another question here, though I'm not sure about the relevance. In order to cater to the need of migrant kids, should private schools not be encouraged to have CBSE syllabus?
Not to be encouraged to have CBSE syllabus.
They should be encouraged to have CBSE.
They should be. Because it is kind of pan-India.
That's why I'm not sure.
But the CBSE, the child would still face the problem of coming from a Bengali medium school to a CBSE school or a Telugu medium school. The challenges remain the
It is
same.
mainly the medium of language which becomes like a big barrier for them, I think. The board probably may not matter.
Yeah.
Thank you. I will now go to Gunjan. What measures should be adopted to fulfill the gaps that exist between the current education and market-needed skill and knowledge? Let me just give you the others as well, Gunjan. And I guess this will lead into that. What's the single most transformative policy shift India needs to make higher education aspirational?
So these are the two questions.
And another one, considering AI revolution and the transformation that is happening in education globally, is our NEP 2.0 valid or need upgraded versions?
Okay, yeah. So not a single policy, but so many regulations are required as of now, because it started in 2020, but it will take another decade to actually get implemented. It's not easy to implement a policy of that too in the entire country. For this technology part, how to bridge this gap. Okay, so when I was giving some suggestions, so I was talking about the flexible education system, where a student can opt for a degree for 1 year or a 2 year or 3 year or a 4 year. It depends on a student. So what he wants to learn. But a student cannot actually make a career plan, like where he wants to go, where she wants to actually get placed. So there the role of academia is required. But our academia has not been designed in this way. So when you talk to a professor, they are very expert in their domain. So when we were talking in the morning, that VG was asking me, why can't you start public policy program in your university? So I was giving this answer that we are trying with this public policy as minor. So a student of tech background, so that he can actually get a sense of what public policy is, how he or she can use this tech and policy while getting a job. Or we need some academicians who can map this journey, a student from tech and policy, where he or she can be placed. So for that, we need to have interventions in the curriculum. So we need to actually define the learning outcomes with all the degree programs. Suppose I am doing a BTech, after 1 year, मुझे कहाँ जॉब मिल सकता है, या फिर अगर मैं 2 साल बाद एग्जिट लेती हूँ, मुझे कहाँ जॉब मिल सकता है, which company can hire me. But the second part is the need of the industry. Industry has to be aligned, which is a missing factor right now in the policy, how to integrate the industry part in the curriculum. There is a buzzword right now that there should be academic industry collaboration. So what universities are doing, just they are hiring industry people in the academia, but that is not the way. You have to add industry people, maybe in curriculum innovation, maybe in mapping the career path. Like I'm taking an example, one of our students got selected in this ISB Hyderabad project. He's a first year BTech student. He just completed 6 months with us, and we were teaching some courses of BTech and some courses of global grand challenges and understanding India. So our team, a team of industry experts from SAP Labs and some sociologists, they were designing this curriculum. They helped this guy to design an app, Inculcate, which actually talks about the history of India and with some features in the app. So ISB actually selected that student and ready to get funded and provide fund of 40 lakhs maybe after a period of 6 months. So that way, industry academic collaboration is required, mapping of learning outcomes is required. The bigger challenge will come when you map learning outcomes with all the universities. Suppose my kid wants to leave and wants to enter in some other institution, maybe Ashoka, maybe Jindal, somewhere else. So that learning outcomes should be mapped so that a kid, when he or she is leaving, he can join higher education after few years in some other institution. So that kind of mapping is required. That's why I said systemic view is very much needed. How to actually integrate the entire higher education system. Yeah.
Thank you, Gunjan. In fact, you answered one of the questions that was addressed to me. And there are some questions which are addressed to me regarding how will we achieve certain enrollment ratios in higher education, what is the role of technology in improving learning outcomes. And then there is a question on the lack of career counseling in schools. And I want to address that question and a kind of add to what Gunjan has said, and hopefully that will address the other questions as well. One thing that we have not talked about in this panel, which I think is extremely important, is the role of vocational or TVET education. This is something that we have been trying to push unsuccessfully. Like I said in the beginning, we've had many years of 5% plus growth. Unfortunately, our growth has not been job creating. Manufacturing, which was 18% of GDP, has been 18% of GDP for many years, is also 18% of the jobs, right? And the jobs that we have created have been low productivity jobs. Now, so the formal sector cannot produce the jobs that are needed, right? And so if we want to push vocational education as an alternative pathway, it has to be done differently than what is happening now. I'll give you an example. In one of the surveys, this Beyond Basic surveys that we did in 2023 as well as in 2017, we asked children, youth in the age group of 14 to 18, if they were enrolled in a vocational course of any vocation, of any duration. So it doesn't have to be a long term. 7%, that's it. 7%. We at Pratham have a very large skilling program. For every 40 kids we touch with 100% placement rate, for every 40% children we touch, we get one. Okay, and that's where the role of aspirations comes in. As long as that aspiration is for that college degree, never mind what it gets you at the end. And the thing is, and this is where the role of career counseling and so on happens. So the way we have been pushing vocational is that it's another route. It's like if you cannot make it academically, so then aap aise chale jao. And this is something which is aspirational. That mother in rural India says कि मेरा बेटा क्यों plumber बने, मेरा बेटा भी college जाना चाहिए. So unless we introduce it in middle school for everybody, like you have shop, right? Kids working with wood and so on. This should be, and this is, regarding the question on career counseling, that these are possibilities. Not every kid needs to go to college, but you have to introduce this in the school system, in middle school, where kids are, for all kids, doesn't matter whether you go to an elite private school or whether you go to a government school in some rural district. We have to address this, differently from what we have been doing so far. So I think we are out of perfectly in time. I will end it here. Thank you very much for listening, even though you just came back from a wonderful lunch.
Absolutely.
But that will not be taken.
Yes.
No one will buy it.
No one will.
Education institutes to see some course.
Yeah. What time? What time? Everything.
मेरा क्वेश्चन नहीं लिया गया.
Good afternoon, everyone. We have now reached the health panel, India's healthcare, which focuses on access and equity. I would like to invite the chair and the other panelists on stage. Please, sir. In the meantime, I would like to share with you CDPP's latest work on, sir, please, latest work on India's digital health. We had done a study with the objective of understanding the state of access to healthcare services with a focus on the growth of digital health across 6 states, and the access to healthcare services on the impact and the whole impact on exclusion. The popularity and impact of digital health apps like COVID and Arogya Setu. We also looked at the negative impact of technology on surveillance as well as the stereotyping of certain communities. Among many other findings that we had, the broad findings that we had were among the social groups, STs had the lowest usage. Among the other Muslims, and we also had a very low adoption rate. The major barriers were the internet connectivity as well as the absence of a smartphone for accessibility. The absence of a physical examination in telemedicine was also considered as one of the major barriers. Limited access for elderly, migrants and women faced increased exclusion. Adoption rate for Arogya Setu app in Muslims was about 46%, as well as in STs it was about 37%. The way we are taking this study forward, we did a small interaction, like a panel discussion with the organizations working in the digital health space. We intend to take this forward by building a strong community, identifying organizations, partnering with them, and seeing how we can take the whole conversation forward in terms of making a change in the policy. I will give the floor to the sir. Sir, please, and the other panelists, please come on the stage. May I go, sir? Okay. I would like to invite Dr. Amitabh Kundu, who is the chair of the panel, Professor Tanveer Ejaz, Professor Abdul Shaban, and Ranjini ma'am, please.
And Bobby also.
And yes, I'm so sorry, Dr. Bobby Johnson. Over to you, sir.
Thank you.
be introducing the panel. That's done. That's done
already,
yeah.
right? Colleagues and friends, it's a privilege for me to be part of this conference and associate with this very important session. In fact, as I was getting the snapshots of different sectors and different aspects of Indian development at the macro level, I was just thinking, how do we contextualize? And as Amir told us in the panel, the basic idea is not to make a presentation of a research project, but to overview the developments in certain areas and tell what are the deficits, what are the areas in which we need to take up projects and move to frontiers of knowledge. Now, I just wanted to give a broad perspective as I got from overweighing the different sectoral scenarios. You see, if you look at India's ranking in terms of Human Development Index, it was something like 119 in 2010, when for the first time Human Development Report came out by making adjustments for inequality. Human Development Report is coming from 1990, but first time inequality adjusted Human Development Index came in 2010, and India's rank was 119. The latest Human Development Report, which is 2023-24, gives the data slightly dated 22, ranks India 134, which means just slide it down. Now that's not really because India has gone down significantly. Large number of countries have been added that were above India, and that's why India's rank has gone down from 119 to 134. But even if you take these countries out, India's rank has slid down by 2 slots. If you overview the overall Human Development Index progress from 1990 to 2018-19, you find a very high rate of improvement in Human Development Index up to 2018-19, when it's flattened out. And why? That's largely because of health and education. As far as the income is concerned, fairly stable improvement, but India's rank in Human Development Index is 6 slots below its rank in income, which means the deficits are in education and health. These are the 2 dimensions which is bringing it down. Also, if you look at the Human Development Index ranking and ranking by inequality adjusted human development, again India's rank goes down because inequality in India, in particularly health and education, is much sharper than the other countries. So this is why I thought these 2 sessions on education and health are extremely important. I just want to give you small statistics on inequality. You see, inequality in income, from 2010 onwards we have inequality adjusted figures, we have inequality in income, which was somewhere around 18 to 20% for India, which is slightly higher than the other less developed countries. But suddenly, for 2022, you find that has gone up to 37%. Although we were talking about K-shaped recovery, India has recovered reasonably well after pandemic. But sharp rise in the inequality. I would like to know, is it the USAID conspiracy and affecting the data, or there are indications that there are inequality increases, but this sharp increase perhaps needs to be probed a little bit more. But what is important, that inequality in education was the highest in India, even across the large, less developed countries. Generally, the less developed and medium developed countries have a higher inequality in education and health, but India's inequality is higher than the countries in that group, which was about 40% in education and something like 35% in health in 2010, because we have the data for inequality from 2010.
Income inequality, as I said, was 20% and it went up to 37% in 2022. As far as educational inequality is concerned, in India, this was as high as 40%. It has remained almost as high as 37-38%, not much of decline. But as far as health is concerned, that is a good news. The inequality was about 35%. It has gone down to 18%, which really means, I looked at the data, rural-urban inequality, interstate inequality, access of National Rural Health Mission in the rural areas. I think we have been able to address the access to basic health facilities and bring down the inequality. That's just a macro picture I thought I'll just present before I invite the panelists. I would like to invite first Dr. Tanveer Ajaz. Would you talk about a private-public partnership and how that is shaping up? This is an important area of consideration.
I think I was the third one, if you remember.
Pardon me?
I think I was the third one, if you remember.
But I thought that this gave a perspective of public-private partnership, and then we'll get into the other issues.
Thank you so much, Professor Kundu, and thank you CDPP and Professor Amir for getting me here. And of course, it's a very important discussion, particularly about health, and I think our chair has raised some very important questions about education, about how this whole inequality is increasing. But he said that there's a good news about health. But despite that, I think there are a lot of challenges. So in 5-6 minutes, what I can do is that I can talk about the challenges of public health that what India is facing at the moment, and how PPP can be a response. I mean, I think PPP has earned a lot of a bad name. It's seen more as an opprobrium rather than as a policy which can solve problems. But yes, of course, if we try to design, if we try to sort of work PPP in a manner in which it can help the health sector, so we can do that, right? I mean, I have this conviction that perhaps it's not a bad policy, because I mean, we need to engage private sector in a liberal democracy. We just can't wish away private sector. But in health also, I think it's important. So I don't have much. I mean, I don't have time in a sense to argue this, that how private sector is so important in social sector as well, because we just can't discard them like that. So what are the challenges? I think I have written 4 or 5 challenges of public health, which is very essential, and where we see that these challenges poses a lot of problems. These challenges actually throws up sort of a situation where we require certain kind of policy responses. So the policy responses are basically in terms of the challenges. So the first is, of course, the awareness and lack of or the adequate knowledge of public health. I'll just put on some of the major points, because I know that explaining all these points would take a lot of time. And this audience is quite intelligent enough to just understand the points also. So awareness is a very important. Awareness is, of course, where there is an intersection between education and awareness of health, right? So how in fact India is suffering from low educational status and poor functional literacy. There's a low accent on education without healthcare system and low priority for health. So all these issues are there as far as awareness is concerned. So much so that in fact our Prime Minister has to recently talk about that Indians should take less oil, right? We must have heard about this. So and of course the issues which are important in health is access, or perhaps lack of it, right? The lack of access to health. And access, when we say access, we mean availability, supply and utilization of healthcare services. How much the healthcare services are available, how much organizational, social, cultural in domain, what are the barriers which are there.
So broadly, we need to focus on the kind of availability which is there. So both the supply side and the demand side, of course, are very important in the health access. And therefore, what we see is that, if we look into the primary healthcare centers, we see this whole physical infrastructure, it's in a very bad shape, and if we relate with the global standards, we are lagging much behind. Right, so access is another challenge in Indian health, public health system. Then the crisis is there of human resources. Also, we have inadequate number of personnel. We have ill-trained, ill-equipped deployment of personnel in the healthcare services. So these are the broader things. Affordability also is another very important aspect that when we look into and this. Because of the inequality that Professor Kundu talked about, and there's so much of a diversity that what we are seeing in terms of region, in terms of class, in terms of enormous diversity is there. So what we see is that this whole affordability or the cost of healthcare system is not sort of a standard. So there's a huge disparity. What we see is in terms of affordability or the cost of the healthcare. Yeah, and of course we do not see a robust regulation of the private sector. So that also leads to high costs of the healthcare system at the private level. Another very important crisis that perhaps what we see is that is of course the lack of accountability. Accountability or lack of it is one of the major problems that perhaps we can see there in public. So these are the 5 major challenges what Indian public health system public health system is facing. Now, so the responses, I want to talk about that the response to such kind of challenge, enormous challenges there. Despite the fact that we are improving in health sector, but we face enormous challenge. And how do we respond? So my suggestion is one of the ways in which I think to respond to such kind of enormous challenge is to engage private sector in a very, very, very honest way, right? I mean, and there can be set up the regulatory framework in such a way, and public-private partnerships provide that availability to the policy makers, that they can bring out changes. They can bring out changes in the healthcare services. And there are examples. Right? I'm not saying that it's a mixed response to public-private partnerships. How you operate it. There's so many things in public-private partnership. Starting from when you think about it's not privatization. One of the things that is talked about PPPs, that's privatization by stealth. I say it's not privatization. It's not even. It works as privatization because the manner in which it gets operated, it is imagined as one of the tools of privatization, but it is not. If we honestly get into the whole models, different kinds of models which are working across the world, not only in India. Just look at this. India is a federal country, and we need a lot of innovations in designing up the contracts. And therefore, and health being a state subject, and also we can harness a lot of local innovations, because health also is there in the local self-government. Panchayati Raj, if you look into this 11th schedule, you will find the mention of health, and it's the state's responsibility. How can we design the contract so that when we enter the public and the private, when they enter into a contract, when they enter into a model contract, what they call it as model contract, we take into account what you were talking about, that we can take into account the other P's as well, right? The people's perspective also can be taken into PPP model. There is a space for people's perspective also. There is a space for a lot of I think participation that what. So it all depends how public and private they come together in terms of delivering the healthcare services at the local level. So I see it as one of the ways in which we can harness a lot of technical expertise. In fact, when risk gets transferred to the private sector, so that one can fix it up at the time of building up the contract. So the good part of PPP is that how do we build up the contract and make it relevant at the local level. The bad part of PPP is that it is more directed towards privatization. Right. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Tanvi, over the past 2 decades, the National Sample Survey data and NFHS data do suggest a shift from the public sector to the private sector. And that shift is different at different expenditure categories and also different social groups. And across states also it varies. Also you talked about contract. You see the contract which is also done in terms of bringing in the insurance sector and the contract with the private hospitals that they have to cater to the needs who are coming with the card. And that hasn't really worked very well, and many of the hospitals record in serving the poor under this insurance system and also reserving certain percentage of facilities for the poor hasn't been very well. So would you like to say something for 1 or 2 minutes, if you would like to say right now or maybe at a later stage, if you have looked at the inequality in the access to the public and private sector's facilities?
Yeah, so largely PPP, the
You talk at the macro level.
Yeah, so the idea is to focus more on the infrastructure. So maybe digital or physical infrastructure. So moreover, wherever it is employed, right? So building up of hospital. So you have a consortium where you have 2 or 3 companies coming up and they build up the hospital, the care facilities, rather than to get into the financial aspect or the fiscal aspect. So, so PPP is more successful in providing healthcare facilities as far as the physical infrastructure is concerned, right? Not more. This is the data which talks about.
Okay, thank you. Let me now invite Professor Rajani, who will be talking about the digital health system, because how that digital system coming in the health affects inequality would be certainly something that we would all like to know. We know that it increases in many cases inequality, but certainly based on the NFHS data and other data sets, we just perhaps will be able to enlighten how the digital health has increased accessibility of the poor and the marginalized in the health facilities. Please take your time.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thanks to Amirullah Saab, CDPP, and Chair Professor Kundu. I'm an ethnographer by training. I would like to start with 2 vignettes, just a case less based on my observations in the field whenever I go to the field, visit Anganwadi centers, primary health centers. So this was at a Anganwadi center. Those of you who have seen an Anganwadi center can just close your eyes and imagine an Anganwadi center. So 2 women walk in, and one is a pregnant woman. She is pregnant for the 2nd time, and she comes with her sister-in-law. They both, the mother is coming for the 2nd time because the 1st time when she came in, she did not carry her mobile phone. She was asked to go back and come with someone who has a mobile phone for the registration. The first time she just walked in and she thought it would be a manual registration. She had her Aadhaar card and the previous TAI card in Karnataka. We call it maternal and child health card is called the TAI card. So the 2nd time when she came in with her sister-in-law, they tried to register again, but the phone number that she gave was her husband's, and what happened was it did not, they were not able to complete the registration because she had already enrolled. This was the 2nd pregnancy and she was not able to use that mobile number for her 2nd registration. So she said, okay, let's try with her sister-in-law's mobile number, and she registered. So this is 1 minute, and the second one is my observation at Apollo Pharmacy. So walk in, I saw another customer coming in. She was, I think she was a laborer, and she wanted over the counter some medicine, but she did not carry a mobile phone. And at Apollo Hospital, if you don't have a mobile phone, they will not be able to give you a receipt and take the money. And I argued with the pharmacist there, but he said this is what it is. In Apollo, if you don't have a mobile phone, we cannot give you the medicine. So just keep these two instances with you when I talk about digital health in India, what is happening. One was at the public sector, the other one is the private pharmacy. So the focus of my paper is on digital health, and within that I'll be focusing on Ayushman Bharat Digital Mission, which is pan-India and it's the national agenda. Osama in the morning explained very well, beautifully, inclusion and exclusion. I don't want to repeat that again. Large efforts are in terms of resources, money, human capital is being in both public sector at different levels, community hospitals, primary health care, ASHA workers. Lot of effort is going on in digitizing public health. This, on the one hand, we have severe shortage of specialists, surgeons, ophthalmologists, and other lab technicians, etc. in rural India. This is on the one hand, and we have out-of-pocket expenditure forcing people into debt, huge inequities on the one hand. In spite of all these health insurance schemes in Karnataka, we have the Arogya scheme and all that. So on the other hand, we have this push for digitization. So there are two different components. So just a little bit on the core components of Ayushman Bharat Digital Mission, those of you who don't know about it. So one is, like Aadhaar, they want to bring in Abha. Abha is Ayushman Bharat Digital account. Each one of us should have an Abha account to like Aadhaar. That is one. The second is Abha mobile app is being pushed. And health facility registry. What is health facility registry? Both public and private sector will have to register. It could be labs, it could be hospitals. So a database, a massive database of all the facilities in the country. Then we have healthcare professionals registry which is being developed. Doctors, ophthalmologists, dentists, nurses, everyone. And the fifth one is unified health interface. I don't want to go into detail, but because it is quite a massive, large-scale effort. So, as you all know, in India, health is a state subject, and the state governments have the power to decide policies. But here, given the federal democratic structure in India, the poor spending in public health sector, as we all know, and the huge burden of out-of-pocket expenditure by the individuals. Can ABDM, Ayushman Bharat Digital Mission, can it be a game changer in restructuring health sector, as it is kind of the vision is to improve accessibility, improve affordability, and provide healthcare services. So, can ABDM meet the expectation of improving the health sector decision making at the macro level, as well as provide patients with access to safe and secure medical records? And can it help achieve health for all? That is, and leave no one behind. That is the most important, right? So, I have a few more points. To conclude, in a way, digital health is exacerbating existing health disparities, or they are introducing new barriers for socially disadvantaged groups. It may have, ABDM may have the potential to improve at some point equity and accessibility, but there are enormous implementation challenges. In terms of adoption, technological barriers, digital literacy, and also capacity building is another major issue. And Dr. Chakravarti in the morning spoke about privacy and data related issues. So that is another huge challenge. And finally, a lot of health data is already being collected. But where is all this data going? Who is doing analysis? What is happening to that data which we already have? Is that really improving the condition in rural primary health centers? We have regularly health workers collect data, but that is kind of underutilized. I would like to finally conclude saying that we have a long way to go.
Thank you. I think you have brought in questions of inclusion and exclusion through the digital technology very sharply into focus. You know what the purpose of this panel discussion is to identify what are the emerging areas of concern with the modern technology and the institutional reforms that are being made. So I just have two short questions. You know, the private hospitals get a lot of benefit from the government in terms of land or import of modern equipments. In return, they are obliged to keep certain percentage of the beds and the OPD facilities for the economically weaker sections. Now, when I send our students and people, researchers go there, that information is not provided. And sometimes they give these seats to their own employees and tell them that we are giving an extra facility instead of really getting the poor. So I was just wondering whether that barrier can be broken through this, because you are formalizing everything through digital technology. Also, many people go with the Ayushman Bharat card or RSBY, Rashtriya Swasthya Bima Yojana. The private hospitals are reluctant to take them because they know that the money will come later and there can be objections. So even that hesitation or restriction, can that be broken through the penetration of the digital technology? This is something which could be an area of research. Would you like to say something on this if you have?
Access is still a big issue. Awareness of these insurance schemes is one problem, and when they do have the card and they go to the private hospitals, access is a problem. There is waiting, and they are not welcome, and they are referred to some other hospital. That is my observation. So it is still a big challenge here.
Thank you. May I now request real Dr. Bobby John to talk about the, I think, foreign investment, foreign technology coming in and how it gets absorbed in the Indian system, and again, from a socially concerned medical professional's perspective, how does it help the poor and the vulnerable sections to benefit with the opening up of the health sector to the global agencies? Dr. Bobby John.
Thank you, Professor Kundu. Privileged to be sitting here amongst very distinguished colleagues. Thank you also to Amir for pulling me out of my self-imposed exile over the last few years. This is my first time that I'm speaking anywhere in public after a long, long time. So pardon me for my scattered thoughts, but here goes. A potted history of global health and of how it translates into health in India. In 1977, October, we saw in the world the last case of smallpox. 1978, the world community gathered in Alma-Ata and said health for all by 2000. Fresh off the success of having eradicated or at least seen the last case of naturally transmitted smallpox. It was no small achievement. It came after nearly 27 years of the first resolution at the World Health Assembly in 1951, moved by Russia then, to see the world rid of smallpox. What does this have to do with today, 2025, and the conversation around health in India and health assistance? Ladies and gentlemen, the story of health is not the story of clinical medicine. Clinical medicine is just one subset of the achievement of health. In 1990, the first HDR, that is Hat and Sen, the first lines, people are the real wealth of a nation, that's how the HDR starts. And down the line, the conversation begins on human development and indices, and some of which Professor Kundu, you mentioned. But close on the heels, people began saying we need to prioritize, much like what the world had prioritized in 1978, health for all, and people were already seeing that this was an impossible dream to achieve, saying what are prioritized targets. Therefore, we got disease control priorities project. The first volume of it came out in 1993, soon after the HDR of 1990. We also had, coincidentally, the same year the WDR, which put investing in health as its lead topic. We are now 30 plus years from those conversations. Down the line, 2000s come and gone, we've had the Millennium Development Goals and projects. We've had then a reiteration into the Sustainable Development Goals and projects. We've had a golden period of global health financing. What do I mean by that? Earlier, and then Biraj kind of pointed to us that while we had a large number of donors, probably propitiating for their colonial sins, being also pushed back by recipient countries as to which tail would they be wagged by, kind of a thing. We were in a period where we said we across the world, both from resource-rich and constrained countries, and applied to eliminating certain prioritized diseases. Therefore, we have the Global Vaccines Fund, Gavi, the Global Fund to Fight AIDS, TB, and Malaria, which I served on the board of, and subsequently a few more on nutrition and such like. The last 25 years, we have seen significant amounts of global resources being raised, pooled, and channeled into countries. Process of prioritization, who decided which, what, we have seen multiple experiences. The Global Fund board was probably the most illustrative and the most democratic one, which I also had the privilege of helping architect. Having recipient countries and also communities sit on the board to decide on a 2/3 double majority both on the donor and the recipient side to say where monies would be deployed. India being one of the biggest beneficiaries. What happens today in a world where the donor community has pulled its hand back? We were seeing this coming. We now see this unfolding on a daily and hourly basis. With the United States, one of the biggest spigots of resources into the global development space, and particularly into the health space, walking away, and the rest of the countries also following suit, because why would people give money? The question comes as to what are its impacts, and particularly as it comes into India. For India, it's, let's put it this way, both limited and also a wake-up call. Of the numbers that Biraj had mentioned to us earlier in the morning, he mentioned the analogy of salt sprinkled on top to make things work. That's the aid money that came into India, and specifically into health. But whatever monies came, it came in were catalytic, were de-risking new approaches. And those are places where we need to pay attention to. Our commodity supplies strengthening, our quality assurance, and our information systems are places where we need to put more efforts into. Our money should be able to buy us, and the moving away of aid money should not affect India. But alarm bells should be rung for other countries where India does and should have interests in other parts of the world. We are a global partner. We do have the resources, both for ourselves, if we manage it well, and for others, especially in Africa. It's a 1.5 to 1.6 billion projection for us and them collectively by the 2050s. Similar population sizes. Are we able to be a strong partner? Not in the same paradigm as we've been experiencing as aid has been structured and delivered, but perhaps differently. And how do we learn that? We can probably learn that best internally. There are vast disparities, as Professor Kundu you mentioned, within the country itself. Can we understand how we close those gaps. Where are those gaps? In behavior, treatment seeking or health seeking behavior. In enabling access, where there are artificial barriers created. Can we begin to address those? Can we address quality in both the service and the commodities that we provide? And if we can do those, we can learn here, we can be a better global player as our size indicates and demands.
Thank you. So, Dr. Sir, I just have one question. I thought you're the best person to answer. We could have planned for something like COVID-19 right in 2000. Then it would have been very expensive to maintain that kind of infrastructure. We can't plan for the maximum kind of crisis. But still, I've been told that large number of deaths occurred not because of COVID, but because of lack of oxygen, lack of access of basic facilities, basic medicines. Whereas India was surplus in oxygen, in 2000. We have exported oxygen. And there was interstate problems and somebody stopped the supply of oxygen at the border and the chief minister had to intervene. One chief minister says, unless my state's present and future demand are met, I cannot give oxygen to other states. Do you think we mismanaged this health services? Because overall capacity was a constraint, but still, you were getting oxygen from a Gurudwara. Some MP said, I have for my constituency. This really, if you fragment the supply and not go by the demand, that, it aggravates the problem. Do you see this mismanagement to be a factor?
In 2005, we had less than 3,000 microscopes in our country to diagnose tuberculosis, which is an airborne infection. By 2008, we had over 12,500. That's a fourfold rise in the installed capacity in this country, and that came on the back of sustained investments, both internally and of global aid inflows, particularly through the Global Fund channels. I know this because I used to work on that. I began screaming in 2008 that we need to shift from microscopy to molecular methods, and the ambition was to replace those 12,500 microscopes with 12,500 RT-PCR machines. This is back in 2008 when the technology was just beginning to come on stream. Why did I make that argument 15 years prior to an event? Was to say that if you have preparedness for an airborne disease, TB was common, still kills 1,000 people a day in this country. Would we have had the capacity during COVID to repurpose it? Yes, we did that. We had about 3,000 PCR machines at the beginning of the COVID pandemic, which was taken away from the TB program and repurposed for the COVID response. Could we have done better? Absolutely yes. So it is not that your preparedness is predicated on a specific event happening in the future. Events will happen. That is the nature of public health. Preparedness is not for a specific kind of an event. Preparedness is generally having the infrastructure to respond quickly and nimbly. Would we have had the same kind of a RT-PCR mix for COVID? No, we didn't. But if we had the infrastructure, how much time did it take for the folks in Bangalore to get to a PCR mix that was less than 20 rupees per dose? Less than 3 months. And that's how we were able to export out, not just for ourselves. We had some phenomenal testing capacity in our country, but we were also able to get it out, the PCR mixes, to many other countries too, right? Also, this needs to be constantly maintained and upgraded.
Basically what you're saying is that we don't have to create the infrastructure for an extreme situation which will be very expensive, but you have to have the preparedness to respond quickly, to be able to do that, and that preparedness should be there.
For those of us that have gone to circuses, you see that in the center of the arena, there's always a net, right? Is it only put up for the trapeze time? It's there.
Okay.
You don't need to have it very high, but you need to have it at a height that prevents the maximum amount of injuries. And that level of preparedness of public health infrastructure needs to be there uniformly, because gaps is what causes problems. You cannot have gaps and have very high coverage rates in other places, because that will mean not an if, but a when disaster strikes.
Thank you very much. Now we come to the very important concern of SDGs, Sustainable Development Goal, that is sustainability itself. We have been talking about climate change and temperature rising and its impact on the flooding and rainfall's uncertainty, warming, heat waves and all that, but we have not really heard much about what would be the exact impact on health situation and what kind of adaptive and resilience measures we can take in the health sector considering the negative impact of climate change. So we have Dr. Shaban, you raised these issues and let's see whether we can engage the discussion. Before you spoke, there are questions already for you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Amazing. And thank you, sir. And very thankful to CDPP for being here. And what I'm going to address is the intersection of climate, vulnerability, and policy. This is a very important issue because it is emerging. As a human being, we got actually a certain kind of environment like here, what we are sitting. But if we assume the temperature keeps on changing and fluctuating, how we will adapt to this? And that is what actually human condition today. Particularly in India, it shows, the data have shown from 1871, whatever data we have, till today, that the central India is drying up. Monsoon has 30-year cycle. This cycle is turning into 60 years. And central India is actually creating a climate refugees. And what is happening out of this, because it is changing the environment, and as it is heating up, it is changing the condition in which certain vectors can survive. So this all actually is happening. Same is happening in the semi-arid areas of the western flank of India. And if you look at the western flank of India, the whole development and urbanization mainly confined to the western part of this, and which generate about the 60 to 70% of India GDP. And where most of the cities, important cities, which are industrial cities and propulsive cities are located. And these are the cities which actually get water either from the underground or actually they take from the surface water. And most of the cities, including the Bengaluru and other, they are facing those challenges. And these are the challenges where actually we are at this time, we are this. And what we have found that particularly water supply, although on the statistics, actually if you look at the NFHS data, it shows that around 95% of the 95.6% latest NFHS, that households are connected with the, safe drinking water supply, maybe 98% in urban areas. But our study in Tata Institute of Social Sciences in Mumbai has shown that it is not true. It is actually giving a just kind of connection and having no water in the pipe is not mean the supply of water and safe drinking water. And also, then there is a question of that, what is the quality of water which comes to that. And again, what time it comes and what duration it comes. And that study has shown that about 70% of the population, 65 to 70% of the population, they feel that it is inadequate water, and actually the maybe that like Mumbai Municipal Corporation, they will say that 135 liter of water per day per capita can be the norm, but basically there comes around 65 to 70 liter per day. And that's what actually happened, that the lack of supply or sufficient supply is a norm rather than a kind of aberration, and that is there. And if this is so, and then water is not going to be available in those areas, and these are the areas where actually the migrants are coming in again. And what will happen to that when you don't have turbid water supply? And if you open the pipes of the municipal corporation, most of the municipal corporations, they are already infected. And if you have lack of supply and other kind of thing, what impact it can again generate on that. So this is what actually the situation, what it can be. But again, on multiple things, particularly 4 factors, because of the climate change, 4 major impact can be there. One is the water availability, which actually can disturb your economy, 2, your health. That's what I wanted to point out. Second, heat waves.
And that's what actually is emerging. I will come to slightly in detail on that. And third, vector-borne diseases. And fourth, rising pollution, which like Delhi kind of situation can be created. But again, it can be flash flood, weather aberrations, hazards, sea level rise and other that can be there. But certain things actually can come up. And particularly water supply. Some estimations which we have done using the data from 2011 and 2001 census, that opportunity cost for collecting water for water not being available at the doorstep is actually huge, particularly for women who go for collect in urban areas. Obviously in rural areas, you know the situation, they go and collect water. And the GNRM budget we took, and if you take some kind of opportunity cost, the budget of GNRM was equal to the opportunity cost of the urban India, many times more in fact. So this is a kind of situation, and the same can apply to the health situation when the water becomes turbid or actually water is not available. For example, in Mumbai, we are given notices that only 40% water is available in the dam, and the water may be coming turbid. So you you do filtering or boiling, and then boiling and filtering again requires money and in adaptation of that kind. It means increased level of the income need to be there. So this is another trouble for that. And quickly coming, because of the lack of time, to the heat waves, and particularly what is happening in heat waves. It was found that actually 2024 was the hottest June, hottest June since 1970. And some of the estimates will actually the policy we need to have, that estimating how many death has taken place because of these climate related matters. Particularly in 1995, there were 350 that what actually, statistics from here and there came out. And then actually 2024, 411, that statistics. And that was a kind of thing that about 21 million people suffered, 60 days because of the extreme heat. And there were about 41,789 heat strokes that those things happened. And then very quickly I will come, because again, lack of time. In India, most of the migrants from rural areas move to the urban areas. Or actually the rural areas, many houses are kacha houses, and they like plastic, 1.5 million, 2011 census data shows. And then you have metal and asbestos sheets, about 39 million houses, and then grass and thatch, 36 million houses. These houses basically cannot actually stop the extreme heat when it goes, and that means extra efforts are needed. And what we had from the 2019 to 2023, about 15 million Indira Awas Yojana where actually houses were built. So there's a huge gap, and ambient air quality in the houses, what is there maybe around 40-45 degree, but in the tin shades, the temperature, indoor temperature can reach around 50 degree. And what will happen to the children, and what will happen to the elderly, what will happen to those who are mother, are actually the other vulnerable groups. So it's a huge, and the policy, particularly related to the climate change and other policy gaps are huge. And though, National Action Plan on Climate Change, they try to do many other things which have been mentioned by that. But there are actually issues which I think that policy, particularly for the what you need to do in future in order to really correctly measure it. Particularly, I think that this country needs somebody to do research. What is the indoor and outdoor temperature, particularly in Marathwada and Maharashtra during the summer time and this time, and how these poor families are living there. That actually, because this is somebody need to really narrate those stories, and the story will be important. What happened to the migrants who moved to the urban areas, and whether they live again in the shades, and what happens, how they really, what their quality of life and quality of work, actually how they suffer from that, and what is the productivity losses in that, and creating database on the heat stroke and other diseases. Obviously, vector-borne diseases remain a prime concern, but these are actually things can be on the pollution and other can be important, policy area, or actually the research area which we can take up. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The last number of questions, and I'm not sure whether we'll be able to take up all of them, but let me give you but I just wanted to know something from you, we declare heat wave for different areas on the basis of not only temperature consecutively being high for 3 days, but you also consider humidity. You also consider some air movement factors. But we don't consider the heat wave for different occupations. For example, in Delhi, if somebody is sitting at home, for that class there should be a different index than those who are working on the roadside, isn't it? We have poverty calculated for construction workers, for transport workers, but heat wave is given aerial. But aerial heat wave figure doesn't really help in proper intervention, because you shouldn't we give heat wave for those who live in this kind of a structure, heat wave for those who are working in this kind of a condition? Don't you think that as a geographer, I mean, you bring in some of the other factors, not just keep humidity and temperature, but the occupational characteristics also, which determine the vulnerability of the people?
Sir, it is a very important question you have raised, and that is very important. Exposure time with the actually profession is important, because somebody is digging and manrega work, and you are actually in the heat and in the humid condition. Your exposure can be different than actually somebody is standing just. So that is very important question, sir.
Thank you. I must really thank the participants, Mr. Anmol Singh, Ram Mohan, Mr. Abhijit Kumar, Mr. Tarun Kumar, Mr. Kumar Vaibhav, Mr. Vijay Gopal, Ms. Fayaz, Diwakar Singh, Oblique, and just relating the questions and just putting forward before the panel, and the panelists can decide which one you want to take. We can go in the same order. One question that has been asked, that we are talking about public-private partnership, right? This is the question directly for you. He said, how about talking about NGO public partnership? Why don't we involve, when you talk about private, the NGO sector plays an important role so that targeting can be better achieved. Second question is artificial intelligence. When that comes in, should it allow us to move towards preventive medical care than curative? Because with AI you can find out what are the possibilities coming up. So can there be use of AI technology to divert the medical attention towards preventive measures? The third, and is it true that the public-private partnership is a very difficult question? I can understand the concerns. The way it has been designed, is it that the public hospitals, you go there and things are so difficult, or there are doctors who are telling you to go to my private clinic and they suggest the private alternatives, and because of the, as I was mentioning, that you show your Ayushman card, show your RSBY card, and there is a reluctance. It just happened with me when I took the domestic health. They said, well, there is no seat for the EWS category. If you want to admit, then open category is available. So I said, well, we can't wait. Said, tomorrow you can come, we'll find out whether EWS seat is available. Just because I was there, I said, okay, let us admit today on the normal category, which costs something 50,000, 16,000 rupees. So sometimes they make things a bit difficult. So do you think that the digital technology can help in doing that? And most fundamental question which has been raised here is, instead of having all these, public-private models and digital technology coming and sharpening the inequality in certain areas, can we think of right to health? That's an important question. We don't have even right to food in 100% sense, but generally right to food in a way exists. It is not in the constitution, but all the measures that we have in terms of food availability, I think it's there. But what about right to housing? We don't have that. Right to health means somebody who is denied the access to health facility, somebody should be found guilty and punished. That is the matter of right. That if I have been denied, then there is somebody found guilty, and that level of intervention and affordability is an issue that does, with all this government intervention and technology facilitating the flow of knowledge, can that bridge the gap between affordability and the prices? So these are some of the questions that have been raised. I will go in the same order. Tanvi sir, you can take up the question that you think you're comfortable, rest you can give to the others.
I think these questions are rather very fundamental questions and it requires a lot of time also, but just a quick answers to all these four. I think one about the digital aspect of AI and the problems, with that perhaps you can help me. But see, public-private partnership is something which is beyond contracting out, it's beyond contracting in also. It's altogether, we are already doing one way or the other public-private partnerships, right? And in a sense, when I said about consortium, in a consortium there is a provision. I mean, in some of the countries where you have Spain, for example, in Spain there is a model called Alzira model, right? Which tries to bundle a lot of hospitals and then, all the clinical services taken together as primary health center care, and they try to address that through public-private partnerships, right? So it's a very fascinating model, Alzira model, that perhaps I was reading through. There is a scope, right? So I think not much studies have been done on PPP. There's a lot of canards which are being thrown about PPP. Is that it's privatization, it's contract, it's privatization by stealth, etc. You see, private sector in any ways they have entered into a major way in health, right? As they have entered into education also. PPP gives us some kind of, because when we take them together and build up a model, we transfer the risk of operations, we transfer the financial risk, we transfer the expertise risk, right? So that we get the best of, we work on the strengths of both public and private. And then finally the ownership rests with the public. So it is one of the ways in which how public service delivery, public delivery services, that is to be conceived, right? And I'm not so sure about the fact that that whether completely public health could be handled by public only, or health, such an important issue, could be dealt by only private sector. So you are seeing the problem here, complete privatization or maybe complete public health. And this comes as a sort of builds up the trust also, because in participation, when we build up this contract models, it is there where you have a scope to get people also in. We don't do it, right? India doesn't do it. A lot of places they don't do it, but some of the Scandinavian countries, they have that provision where they get the people inside that building up contract, which is a long-term contract, and there are qualities and benchmarking which is done, and of course the judiciary. Now judiciary has come up very strongly. Apollo is, in Delhi, Apollo, yes, a couple of days back there was this, High Court is asking for, that's PPP model, right? Because a model contract was signed by Apollo Hospital and the Delhi government, and they were supposed to provide certain services to the marginal section, but they are not doing it. They have opened up a section, but that generally, I've been to my fieldwork was there in Apollo Hospital also, so, and we were one of the litigants also, so that they built up this whole EW services in the basement and they were not doing it, right? So, this is the question of law and order. This is not the question of PPP. PPP as such provides a model. Now it is up to the, how judiciary acts on it, how law enforcement agency acts on it. And there are a lot of litigations actually. That's another major problem where we need to do a lot of research on PPP, that why there is so much of, I was reading one of the experiments which was on PPP, which was done in Lesotho, right? In Lesotho hospital in Africa, and complete change. There has been so much of efficiency and accessibility and equity also has been done. So it's a very fascinating kind of a model. Lesotho PPP has been done. The other question about affordability, it has been always seen that the price that the patient pay, if you go to a public hospital and you go 3 days, 4 days and you don't get that service, but if you go there with a slight enhanced cost, but altogether, when you do cost benefit analysis, the price that you pay in getting the service through PPP is always, actually it's less than what you get, because when you go there, you don't get the service, right? So you go there 5 times, 6 times, etc. Or maybe you end up paying more money getting services from public hospitals rather than. So I think we have to work this out. Right to health also. You know, another question is about right to health. I think it is now we are there is this just like we have right to education, similarly right to health must be part of the fundamental right which comes with the right to life.
But it will take time, before we formalize it. But let me ask you, isn't it true that High Court said about Apollo that if you can't deliver to the poor, let AIMS take over your hospital?
Yes, so because they have violated the model contract, they have violated that. And I'm sure that judiciary is going to come very heavily on Apollo on the fact that there is a complete violation of that. So had it not been that model contract on PPP basis, judiciary would not have.
Rajneesh, quickly, just there are questions about what kind of regulation do you think can come in, facilitated by the digital technology, which can.
Yeah, I wanted to just add something about artificial.
I think AI I missed, so I think.
Yeah, I'll add something on AI. There is one. I'll be very quick. There is one company, Niramai. This was in relation to the question on AI for preventive care. Niramai is using AI technology for screening of breast cancer. Usha Manjunath, she's doing a lot of work around breast cancer for screening of women. So this is one example. Would you like to add?
No regulations, but very quick thing. I mean, artificial intelligence combined with natural stupidity is going to be disastrous. Please, let's not kind of put all of our baskets there. Artificial intelligence is only to augment human decision making and human intelligence. One is not a substitute for another. Preventive healthcare, artificial AI will provide you with the world of nudges, but it requires natural intelligence to take heed and proceed further. Thank you so much.
Whatever is artificial can be intelligent.
One question is, should we create food habits, taking into consideration the climate change, so that the health, people don't spoil their health? Do you have any suggestion with regard to changing the consumption pattern of the people so that they can deal with the climate change problems and not fall ill as often as they do now?
Problem is the climate impact is coming from outside. So, I mean, food you can take anything, but it can be vector-borne diseases, can come as a water, which actually is polluted, or actually it can be heat. So, it is actually will be requiring more energy to adopt, like actually the heat in, the AC, which is again, it is a vicious circuit to again increase the temperature of the global warming. So, all actually is connected. Consumption, I don't know how much we can do and adopt. But obviously, the most of the impact is from the outside environment rather than consumption.
Thank you. I don't think Amir expects any pearls of wisdom coming from the chair. I would like to thank the panelists and the participants for very engaging discussion. Thank you very much.
We will now break for tea, so please head to the dining area and then please return by 4:40 for the law panel. Thank you.
That is the whole idea.
Yes. how can they be bringing equity if you don't access?
ये तो बात बार-बार आता रहा।
हाँ, नहीं, it is not interesting. Why private?
ఇది కరెక్ట్ ప్లేస్ ఇటు నుంచి ఎవరన్నా వచ్చినా కూడా మీకు డిస్టర్బెన్స్
మాకేమైందంటే ఇటు అటు కవర్ చేయాలి ఇబ్బంది
అంటే ఈ డిస్టెన్స్
ఇల్లు కూడా కవర్
కొంచెం వెనక్కి రావాలి కొంత వెనక నుంచి పోవడానికి కొంచెం స్పేస్ ఇస్తే వెనకండి సైడ్
వాళ్ళు కార్నర్కి కొంచెం ఇటు వేసుకొని నేను అడ్జస్ట్ చేస్తాను
आपको पता है जब 1960 में पॉवर्टी की मेजरमेंट तो कहा कितना दाल चावल के लिए कितना पैसा चाहिए, कपड़े के लिए कितना पैसा चाहिए, लेकिन हेल्थ के लिए कितना पैसा चाहिए वो नहीं लगाया। यू नो व्हाई?
रोटी कपड़ा मकान
नहीं, पॉवर्टी के लिए कैलकुलेशन में 1960 में अंडेकर वाली पेंशन ने फूड के लिए कितना चाहिए लगा, कपड़े के लिए कितना लगा, सब कुछ, लेकिन
बढ़िया चला है,
ठीक चला है ना। थैंक यू। हेल्थ के लिए नहीं लगा, पता है क्यों नहीं लगा? बिकॉज द गवर्नमेंट इज सपोज्ड टू टेक केयर ऑफ इट। जरूरत है नहीं, हेल्थ हैज टू बी प्रोवाइडेड बाय द गवर्नमेंट। दैट वाज द पोजीशन। अब जो है प्राइवेट आउट ऑफ पॉकेट एक्सपेंडिचर बढ़ता चला जा रहा है, हेल्थ पर सरकार दंडेकर रथ ने हेल्थ के लिए कहा, हेल्थ एंड एजुकेशन के लिए गरीब आदमी को पैसा खर्चा नहीं करना, सरकार विल टेक केयर ऑफ इट। सोशलिज्म इज बेटर ऑफ सोसाइटी, इसीलिए पॉवर्टी के लिए गरीब आदमी का कोई हेल्थ का खर्चा नहीं आना चाहिए। उस वक्त फ्री होना चाहिए, इसीलिए ओवरऑल पॉलिटिकल इकोनॉमिक चेंज होती जा रही है। पॉवर्टी का डेफिनेशन बदल जाएगा। पॉवर्टी के लिए आपको हेल्थ का पैसा डालना है क्योंकि सरकार नहीं दे रही है। तो ये हुआ। ये हुआ।
आपकी मम्मी आपके डैडी क्या पता आवाज में
I request everybody to please settle. Good evening to one and all.
Legal panel headed.
So I will now commence our discussion on law, economics, society, ensuring justice. At CDPP, our Center for Law, Economics and Society initiative is dedicated to researching India's legal system with the focus on access to justice for vulnerable and marginalized communities. India's criminal justice system is overburdened. As of March 2025 data, 3.46 million criminal cases remained unresolved, with 73% pending over a year, highlighting the urgent need for reform. Our research examines systematic barriers to justice, particularly for marginalized communities, utilizing both secondary research and primary research, including case file analysis, stakeholder interviews, and legal data from e-court services across various states. As we examined a few cases, and our key findings so far reveal over-representation of minorities in the justice system. All accused were male, primarily charged for property theft or narcotic possession, often with multiple charge sheets. So we have also collaborated with legal experts to enhance our research on access to justice and judicial trends. Looking ahead,
We will expand our research teams to further examine judicial discrimination and legal aid accessibility, while also continuing to engage through podcast discussions and partnerships. Our goal is to build an evidence-based foundation for legal reforms and ensure a more just and inclusive legal system in India. I request our panelists and Professor Murli Karnam, sir, Mr. Prashant Reddy, sir, once again, Mr. Asif Sayyed, sir, and Mr. Tariq, sir, to join us on stage. And Asim, sir, will be joining us shortly. So I request Amir, sir, to please carry forward the discussion.
Thank you so much for joining in. Thanks to the panelists. I'm so glad to see all of you here. This bit of work that we are doing at the CDPP has been the most exciting and the most frustrating piece of work that we have handled. The question that we were asked by one donor was that can you explain why the prison population is such a skewed population? We just refused to answer that question, saying that is not part of our expertise. We don't know what's happening in jail, but this was a very persuasive and a very persistent old man who won us over by saying, look, I'm 89. If you don't give me the answer this year, I might not come back next year. But he came back for 2 years and he's still asking that question. And that prodded us to actually look at the prison data. And when we saw the prison data, it was just alarming. It was just the most awfully skewed numbers that we could ever have imagined. And we'll talk about that in a bit. But the headlines were that when we looked at various states, we saw that predominantly people in jail are Muslims and Dalits. And far exceeding their population percentages. So, roughly 14% Muslims in India, but you will have some 25% in jail. Similarly, if you have 17% STs, you will have 30% in jail. And the years of incarceration, that you have people in jail for a dozen years, 16 years, and the case hasn't even gone to court. The weirdest, and this is, I bet that all of you who know this and who know that, okay, so this is old hat. What you will really get amused at is this, and horrified at, is we discovered this one case where this one lady, somewhere in Madhya Pradesh, stays in jail for 18 years. And what was her crime? Her crime was that she allegedly stole the neighbor's hen. And she's in jail for 18 years. Because, and that's what got us intrigued. A lot of cases were like that. That people were in jail for really meaningless crimes. And then we realized that it wasn't just about the crime, or it wasn't just about the discrimination or whatever. It was also the fact that I come and take you and put you in jail. What do you know what to do next? What do you do? What's the next step? So people are in jail because they don't know what the next step is. And when they are told that the next step is a 600 rupee surety, they might have those 600 rupees, but who is there to come and sign for them? Somebody has to come and say that I stand surety. That's how we had this strange situation. And when we started looking, we found this one state where 48% of under trials, 48% of under trials were Muslim. 48, and this is not Kashmir. That the only, or Lakshadweep, where the only two places where you have 48%. This, and take a guess, what state could I be talking about?
UP.
So the obvious dates are all wrong. It was shameful because 48% under trial Muslims in the state of Telangana. Yeah. You know, we call ourselves Bangaru Telangana and whatever, that we are very proud of our. And yeah. So that's what got us working on this issue and trying to see what is it that is lacking. You know, other studies show that discrimination by police against religious groups is the least in Telangana. So it is not that the police is at fault. There is something else at work there. So that's where this project started, and that's what you just heard Sejal describe. And we are trying to do this by actually going and working with lawyers to try and figure out what happens. Why does this happen? And Afsar is here, and we have several such sterling patrons who are helping us find really destitute people who end up in jail. And you know, you can imagine it's really, I mean, if you've heard of Kafka's, that is what it is in every case. It is not an exception. That you go there and you don't know what to do. So that's why this panel, because it is indeed one of the fundamental principles that we observe, that if we want a developed society, if we want a growing economy, we must have rule of law. And that's what we teach in all our law and economics courses. That's where we start off from. And if there is no such thing, and if there is law is only for those who are rich and powerful, who can kill black bugs and kill people on footpaths on Bombay Road and get away the same evening, because you have a few million rupees and know the Prime Minister yourself. That kind of a society cannot be a growing society. So that's what got us here, and we are very fortunate that we have 4 people here who are very familiar with this area. The chair, who is as familiar with this issue, is absent. So I'm standing in for Asim Prakash, and I will give away this chair as soon as he enters. But till then, I will begin by getting Tariq to start off. Tariq, and this is no comment on the rest of the panelists, that when we issued this brochure, almost everybody said, "Oh, you have Tariq there, well done." So, but no comment on Murli. Okay. So Tariq, because of that, because of your notoriety, you get the first 5 minutes.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you for having me as part of this panel. जैसे आप बता रहे थे, एक्चुअली और जो पहले कुछ पैनल्स अभी हो रहे थे, लाइक लुकिंग एट एजुकेशन, हेल्थ, एक्सेस, आई थिंक there is a population, when we talk about vulnerable groups, there is a population which remains invisible, which remains invisible to most of us. They are the most visible yet the most invisible. So I'm going to speak about legal aid and strengthening legal aid in terms of the homeless people, because they continue to have experiencing barriers, not only in terms of legal aid. They make up for the most of the population in the prisons, as you're saying, sir. For very petty offences, often they are not even proved, and if proven, probably the sentencing would have been far lesser than what the time that they end up spending in the prisons. Why I'm saying these people are the most visible yet the most invisible, because we see them all around us. I mean, hardly anyone who would not have seen a homeless person. But the way we understand homelessness, we see them in the context of the different roles that they play. So we'll see them as fruit vendor, we'll see them as newspaper vendor, we'll see them as milkman, we'll see them as rickshawala, we'll see them as head loaders. We don't see them as homeless. The people that we see as homeless are the people who could be drug dependents, people who are mentally ill and just lying on the streets. So the image that you have about homeless people is that they are lazy people, don't want to work, and they are a burden. And unfortunately, that is how it is also addressed by the state. So when I got invited to speak on this, I thought I'll try and use this space to also highlight one of the most draconian legislation that we have in the country. It's Bombay Prevention of Begging Act. The name sounds, it looks like it's something to do with addressing beggary, but actually the way begging has been defined in this law, it makes everyone a potential offender. You know, like, so I'll just share a couple of key clauses from the legislation. It says that if you are wandering around aimlessly, then you are a beggar. Now, any mentally ill person who has been abandoned or are on the street for any reason, like lost way to his or her place, would be roaming around aimlessly. Now, that is enough for police to arrest the person. If you are without any visible means of sustenance, then you are a beggar. You don't need a warrant to arrest a person under this law. You don't need evidence for the prosecution. The punishment ranges from 1 year to 3 years. There are special homes under this law. And this law is not just one state. I'm using BPBA because that's considered as one of the most, it's a legislation on which many other states have adopted this, like Gujarat and Delhi. And so, in this law, so if you are sentenced for 1 year, the first time it's 1 to 3 years. If you are arrested for the second time or subsequent time, the punishment can go up to 10 years. Now, even if you were to take begging as an offense, as a crime, just imagine if 10 years of detention is a fair punishment for that. Also, how this conviction would happen. So if the definition says that if I'm wandering around aimlessly, you know, say I've traveled across beggars' home, across states in India, and I've seen that most of these places majority of the population are people with mental health issues. Yeah. So states use this law to clean up the cities. Whenever you have some mega event, some visitors coming, you need a legal instrument. Say, I might be poor, I might be looking dirty, but you cannot remove me from the street. You cannot just act against me because I look dirty. You need a legal instrument to take action against me, and this beggary law comes in as that instrument that is being often used by the working in beggars' home, it was heartbreaking. People would die every second day. There would be death happening in these institutions. And as you were saying, sir, no one visits these homes. Many people, even in the people who are working on human rights or people working on prison rights, prisoners' rights of the prisoners, even they also don't visit these homes because they are worse than those places also. So I started going there, and I wanted lawyers. Lawyers would obviously want money. I didn't have money because I just started on my own. Since I was a criminology student, I knew about legal aid, and somehow I got access to the member secretary of Maharashtra Legal Aid Service Authority, and I was able to convince them to pass an order for appointment of legal counsels, and using that, using that order, we were able to get the lower court order that they should give us the place in the courtroom. We got the space in the courtroom, and that time we didn't have a team, so there was no one to sit in that courtroom. Then we got that lower court make our reports admissible in the court. So without lawyers, we are able to then use our own reports to get people out, and we've got some 60,000 people out of these homes. But the problem remains that these people continue to remain invisible, and legal aid is the only hope that they have. Unfortunately, there is no research done on this. There are no studies. But legal aid, probably if access to justice is everybody's right, that is guaranteed by the Constitution, I think legal aid is the only hope that these people have, because other than legal aid, they don't have anything else. In terms of strengthening legal aid, we have like experts here, they'll be talking about it. I just thought I'll flag this issue that often remains invisible from these discourses also. Thank you.
Thank you, Darish. It's so ironic that the city of Bombay, where this poet sang, शहर की रात और मैं नाशादो नाकारा फिरूं, जगमगाती जागती शहरों में आवारा फिरूं, and you'd go to jail, right? That's the definition that is there in that act. And he was, Majaz was not a very kempt fellow, unkempt, so he would have gone to jail in any case. It's so strange that when we fight poverty, when we have to remove poverty, we remove the poor. That is the idea, or just put like that Juhapura, put a cover on top of the slum. And great that Viraj has walked in. Viraj, we just were talking about why human rights activists do not look at the homeless and those who, in law, it's called loitering with intent. I don't know. And that's a crime. So thanks, Tariq, for pointing that out, for an issue that we must look at very seriously. And while I transition from chairperson to audience, I welcome Asim Prakash. You have to claim your rightful place. I've had such a tough time in the last 9 minutes. And while the chair takes...
Certain transitions are not always good.
Chair takes his place. We have Murli, who's probably one of the finest scholars who has worked in this space. Murli, also my colleague at Nalsar. So Murli, over to you. I've just finished with that.
Thank you. Yeah. See, basically, what's happening to the constitutional right to personal liberty? Talking about prisons, he is all about talking about constitutional right to personal liberty. It has been a causal, it has been at risk since the beginning of independence because of this whole fight in the name of supremacy of the state over the judiciary. It appeared in the Indian Constituent Assembly debate as that democracy should have elected representatives, should have a better say over the unelected members of judiciary, which decides which is a good law or bad law. And it ended up in deciding the Article 21, the procedure established by law, that is by the Parliament, is the method by which you deprive personal liberty and life and liberty of the persons. That procedure could be any procedure, not necessarily due process of law. We prefer not to have a due process of law, but we will have a procedure established by law which gives immense power to the state to decide how they want to handle the personal liberty of the citizens. Consequence is, there are some 24 preventive detention laws today and also some 8 laws by the center under which people can be deprived without giving grounds for arrest, without right to engage a lawyer, without process of prosecution, without conviction. Anybody can be sent to for prison for 1 year. This is in relation to the draconian laws. Consequent to that, now there are other laws like PMLA and also EAPA. Those are all laws which narrow down the scope for getting bails from the courts. In 2024, Supreme Court actually adjudicated on 25 important cases, trying to establish certain kinds of doctrinal principles about when you can grant a bail. Okay? I mean, it's a very sorry state of affairs. The story is not a very inspiring one. If you study closely these 25
cases, you understand the strategies followed by the state as well as the high courts in denying the bails. The first one is, in case of Kejriwal and Manish Sisodia, Supreme Court said, the statutory limitations imposed by PMLA and EAPA can be overridden by the constitutional safeguards by the Supreme Court. Constitutional safeguards on personal liberty. But apart from this, there are so many other tactics, even followed by the high courts. Some of them are so bizarre. One, the High Court accepts the case, bail application, and reserves the order for 6 months and 1 year, practically preventing the accused from releasing from the prison. This is one of the methods that in one case Supreme Court identified. There are certain courts like West Bengal and Bihar. They say they reject the bail and order the lower court to expedite the case because that is the request from the prosecution. We are willing to speed up the process of prosecution, trial, therefore please don't grant the bail. I don't understand why would, Supreme Court said it so many words that if the prosecution is unreasonably too long, there is no reason for high courts to reject it and fix a date for lower courts without taking into account how many cases are pending before the. I have not come across a single case where when Supreme Court said dispose it of, or High Court said dispose this case in 3 months, they were never disposed, even after 3 years also. There is even bizarre. High courts grant the bail and then say that court will accept the sureties after 6 months. Can you believe that? Patna High Court has done this, virtually preventing that person from getting released. There is another very more bizarre conditions, like the high courts are willing to grant the bail, imposing more conditions. The condition is to cooperate with the prosecution. So what is the kind of conditions the prosecution wants? The accused needs to give all the records he has with it. Supreme Court said self-incrimination cannot be a condition for granting the bail. Self-incrimination, right against self-incrimination is a constitutional right under Article 20. I'll tell you. And not only that, and insisting on local sureties, property sureties, multiple sureties in single case. The Supreme Court said imposing unreasonable conditions which will defeat the very purpose of granting the bail is not a constitutional way of adjudicating. You should understand the sanctity of the personal liberty. Without understanding, how can you impose? If you have 10 cases, you ask for 15 kinds of sureties, and he has been there for the prison in the past 3 years. Supreme Court said, please accept one surety as collateral for all the cases and release them. Okay? And much more interesting that we come across when we go to prison every day. That we ask him, so you want a lawyer? They said, yes. Were you there already in the prison? Yes. Why were you there earlier and now? Because I missed one court hearing, therefore immediately my bail was cancelled, I am in the prison. Supreme Court said, grounds for granting bail is completely different from grounds for cancelling the bail. Grounds for granting bail is that you will not threaten the accused, you will not threaten the victim, you will not tamper the evidence, you will not run away from. These are the only 3 tests Supreme Court have imposed. Because you are unwell, you don't attend one day court, your bail is cancelled and you brought back. And most of the courts, this is a everyday story in the lower courts. Especially in the EAP and PMLA kind of cases, courts often say that the gravity of the crime is very serious, therefore we can't give the bail. gravity of the crime becomes a condition for consideration by the court only at the time of sentencing. Where is the question of rejecting the bail? This method also even followed by the high courts. And so, I mean, the Supreme Court tried to do in 25 cases to give this kind of saying that you have to consider. At the drop of the hat, you can't cancel the bail already granted by the lower court. If it's necessary, you will impose more conditions, but those more conditions cannot be like cooperating with the prosecution. It said everything. At the end of it, I want to say why these kinds of declaratory statements by the Supreme Court is not working. One, after accepting constitutionality of the laws like EAPA and PMLA, which gives enormous arbitrary power and also narrows down the scope of granting the bail, whatever great statements you make in the name of personal liberty is not going to work. This is not the first time. You constitutionalize the PMLA, you constitutionalize the EAPA, and then say that personal liberty is sacrosanct. This is not working. The second important proposal I have is, which some of the scholars have made it earlier also, that is, before Supreme Court there is nothing like hierarchy of rights. Personal liberty is fundamental of the freedoms compared with all other rights. You can't treat right to bail before the court equal to any other case that comes before you. If you think that right to personal liberty, denying which will lead to a kind of psychological and mental and physical torture within the four walls of the prisons, 18 lakh people go to prison in India every year. If you think that depriving personal liberty is really resulting in psychological torture or physical torture, then if you think that is the biggest fundamental of all the rights, then the obligation of the state to honor it also should go up. Parameters for depriving personal liberty should also go up. State just cannot say that gravity is important, gravity of the crime, therefore keep him for 3 years. With such silly reasons, you can't deny the personal liberty. So, without establishing normative predominance of the personal liberty, these kind of adjudications are not actually percolating to the lower level at all. I think these questions are going to come up again and again before us. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Murali, for forcefully bringing out the aspects of how personal liberties are being constrained through courts, particularly lower level courts, and even the highest court strictures are not able to overcome these barriers which are there vis-a-vis personal liberty. May I invite, have you decided any?
No.
I think if we can invite Asif here before, because we will share the magnitude of the issues which are there before we go to the district level. Will that work? Yeah. Go to you, Asif.
Hi, thank you for having me here. I'm a CDTP, everyone. I'll try to be as quick as I can, the last one of the day. I'm a journalist, and so we're also generalists. And so I have a very general view of the Indian justice system. And while researching for this panel and the article, one thing that became very clear to me that there is something in the design of the Indian justice system which perpetuates inequality. The system is not designed to be fair. The system is designed to be unfair. And it is designed to be unfair to a certain section of Indian society. There's a wonderful quote that I go back to all the time. It's called, "When plunder becomes a way of life for a group of men in society, over the course of time they create for themselves a legal system that authorizes it and a moral code that glorifies it." It's Frederick Bastiat. He said it in a different context, in the economic one. But it essentially captures what is happening with our legal system. One incident that brings this to light is what happens with Justice Verma in Delhi. It's pertinent to mention this because it just shows the hypocrisy of the legal system and the highest judiciary. Justice Verma, the cash was found in his house on the night of the 14th. On the 15th, nothing happened. The police commissioner informed the High Court of the Delhi Chief Justice. He informed the Chief Justice of India. They discussed it amongst themselves what should they do. And it was only on the 16th that the police commissioner filed a report. That's the first official report. 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, they did nothing. 4 days they contemplated what should we do. On the 20th, sometime in the afternoon, the video got leaked. And then later, around that time, the collegium met and they decided we should suspend, send Mr. Justice Verma back to Allahabad. So for 4 days they contemplated and they then decided that they'll send him to Allahabad. And like an errant schoolboy, he's being told to stay at home. And even in Allahabad, he will stay at home. All judicial work has been withdrawn, but his salary and all his benefits will continue. So far, that is the full extent of the action. A panel of inquiries has been appointed. There are lots of questions. One is, why was this not made public? Why the secrecy? Why hasn't the government sought a consultation with the Chief Justice for filing an FIR against Justice Verma? If the evidence presented in Justice Upadhyay's report, who is the Chief Justice of Delhi, to Chief Justice Khanna is enough to warrant the Supreme Court collegium to transfer Justice Verma and withhold judicial work, then why is that not enough for the Chief Justice to give his consent for an FIR, which was denied this afternoon? Why hasn't the Income Tax Department issued a summons under Section 131 of the Income Tax Act, unaccounted for cash? It's not an FIR, it's not a punishment, it's nothing. They can do it, they haven't done it. The Supreme Court has appointed a panel to probe the charges against Justice Verma. If the panel recommends, if the Chief Justice concurs, then Justice Verma will be asked to resign. If Justice Verma refuses to resign, then the Chief Justice will ask the President of India to please start impeachment proceedings, for which 2/3 majority in both houses will be required. And even then, Justice Verma will not be guilty. To be held guilty for disproportionate income, the police will have to register a case, investigate it, charge sheet him, file the case in court. And when the courts decide, he'll be determined guilty or not. If only for the rest of us common citizens, we were so lucky to be equally protected by the law as we are likely to be prosecuted by it. So for me, the most important outcome of this incident is how it highlights the stark contrast in the application of law and the attitude of law and the government machinery between one very small section of society and all the other sections of society. Indian society is increasingly feudal. One section of society is the super rich, 0.1%, politicians whose assets and income increase, criminal cases increase with every election, all the government machinery, right from the tehsil to Delhi. They not only enjoy the full protection of the law and the state machinery, but they also use it for their interests. The second group includes most of us, people who we consider people like us. We are not a homogeneous group, far from it. But the difference between the privileged and the less privileged and the even less privileged is a matter of degrees. So to speak, we are all in the same train. We are occupying different compartments, but we are all in the same train. There's a third group, which is unimaginably large. 79% of the country, 9% destitute, 60% on the precipice of destitution. The government provides them free grains, and even the grains that they provide them amounts to 350 calories a day. And that's what keeps them away from destitution. So there's a huge disparity in Indian society, and it's structurally maintained like that. So even after 78 years of independence, India remains a fundamentally feudal society with a small cohort at the top that manipulates the law, rules and resources for its own benefit at the cost of the vast majority. In India, we have created a hybrid state that has all the trappings of a modern state, constitution, separation of powers, universal franchise, elections, etc. But it retains a deeply feudal character. It's a uniquely Indian framework that is built with caste hierarchies, a sectarian discrimination, class biases, and lengthy and complex procedures and archaic laws like Section 197 of the CRPC, now 218 of the BNS, that make it impossible for ordinary citizens to hold even the lowest public servants accountable for any acts of omission or commission. This is clearly visible when one examines the police system. The police system was set up after the mutiny of 1857. The Act of 1861 basically created an authoritarian police system whose job was only to maintain law and order, control the population, so that the enterprise of colonialism could continue. The 1861 law is still in place. 78 years after independence, we have the same law, And this law has undermined the police hierarchy. It's created this symbiotic relation between politicians and criminals. The number of criminals is increasing. 30 years ago, the Election Commission said that there are 40 members of parliament and 700 MLAs that are criminal cases. Those were the good old days. If one were to throw a stone in the Lok Sabha now, it is likely to hit an MP with a criminal case. As 251 MPs, or 46% of the House, has criminal cases. 170 MPs, or 31%, have serious criminal cases that include assault, murder, attempt to murder, kidnapping, crime, attempt to rape. So this is the police, these are the lawmakers that are making the laws. They are the ones who control the police. The number of cases has gone up from 2009, the number of MPs criminal cases increased by 55%. The number of MPs with serious criminal cases increased by 124%. I mean, we should have got GDP numbers, but they're not. We look to the judiciary. The judiciary is the guardian of the constitution, the enforcer of the rule of law. All these things are great. It is supposed to breathe, life into the fabric of our constitutional democracy. But then, Justice Verma types happen. The tides have been eroding the bulwark of our democracy. And senior judges have been talking about the erosion of faith of the people in the judiciary. This is true when cases drag on for years. As has been mentioned, there are more than 58 lakh cases for cognizable crimes that are registered in 22. 54 lakh people were arrested. 54 lakh FIRs were filed. There are similar number of crimes and cases that have been registered in the previous years. So now there are pending cases of 3.64 lakh criminal cases. There are several reasons for this backlog. One of them obviously is that we have fewer cases. We don't have enough courts. We don't have enough judges. There's a huge shortfall in the subordinate courts, in the high courts, and Supreme Court is the only one functioning almost at full strength. There's a disparity obviously from state to state, where some states are better off than the others, but by and large, almost every state has a shortfall of cases. The National Law Commission recommended that there should be 50 judges per million. This was in 1987. By that logic, we should have 70,000 judges right now. We have around 20,000 something. There's a shortfall of around 50,000 judges. The number of people in jail is huge. It's not very large. The number of people in jail in India is 5,75,000. As a percentage of our population, it's very small. But that's not the only way people are prosecuted. Because once an FIR is prosecuted, filed against you, the culprit is pretty much living in an open air jail where the police can call them anytime, extort them anytime. They are basically they're living at the beck and call of the system. Most of the people in jail, 76% are under trials. These people have not been held guilty. Most of them will spend a larger part of their sentence in jail before they are even released on bail, acquitted, or even held guilty. Obviously, the people who suffer from this the most are the marginal communities. Scheduled caste in prisons are 23% of under trials, that's above 16%. Scheduled tribes are 11%, which is above their population. Muslims are 22%, which is way above their population. The Sikhs were the worst. That's their share of the population is 1.272%, but they make up 4.77% of the population under trials in jail. A lot of this comes from the lack of diversity. The Supreme Court itself has talked about there should be diversity in the court. High courts have talked about it in the courts. There are quotas in the police to be met for scheduled caste, OBCs, etc. Not one state in the country except Karnataka has met the quotas. When it comes to the lower courts, there's not a single state in the country that has met the quotas. Muslims aren't counted, so we have no idea how few Muslims there are. The high courts are actually worse than the lower courts. In 2024, the law minister revealed that 661 judges had been appointed. Out of these 661 judges, only 21 were scheduled caste. That's 3.1%. There were only 12 scheduled tribe judges, 78 OBC judges, religious minority was 51. Upper caste judges were 499. That's more than 75% of all judges were being appointed upper caste. And this is what the Supreme Court is trying to call as diversity. One of the judges who talks a lot about diversity is Mr. Chandrachud. Before he retired, he said, he gave this very eloquent quote where he said, people will start trusting the judiciary only when they see a reflection of themselves in the people who dispense justice. When it was his time to nominate judges, and he nominated 17 of them, out of 17, there was not a single woman. There were 1 or 2 religious minorities. All the rest were men, all of them were men, and almost all of them upper caste. Muslims have been grossly underrepresented in the judiciary, in the police, everywhere. They're overrepresented in jail. there has been a convention since the 50s, and it was set up in the 50s that when the strength of the Supreme Court was 8, that there should be one Muslim judge, which would represent 12.5% of the population. The strength of the Supreme Court is now 34, but it remains to one Muslim judge. It should have been 4 judges, but there's only 1 judge. So while they keep talking about diversity and inclusion and everything else, their actions are very, very different. And their actions are perpetuating inequality, they are perpetuating exclusion, and this goes on. So in this broad scenario, when we look at the cause and the magnitude of the issues related to barriers in the justice system, regulatory gaps and the impact on the marginalized communities, the question that comes to mind is what justice system? There is a system for sure, but it would be a brave person to assert that it delivers justice. Thank you.
Thank you for bringing out the stark realities, the numbers which are there and which are dispensing justice, and why they are not able to, structurally why they are not able to address the cost to the marginalized as far as justice is concerned.
It's systemic, it's not structural, it's systemic, it's intentional.
It's intentional. Okay, I take the point. As Asif says that it's not structural, but there's systemic and it's intentional. Over to you, Prashant, for the last speaker of the day.
Thank you. It's been a long day, so I'm going to keep this really short. Most of the debate, my talk is going to focus only on the district judiciary. That's the lowest tier of the judiciary. It's right below the high courts. And the district judiciary is the first point of contact for most litigants. This is where trials happen, where criminal prosecutions, bails, etc. happen. The high courts are mainly appellate courts. Now, traditionally, when we talk about reforms at the level of the district judiciary, the focus tends to be on the fact that there's allegedly a shortage of judges, which is why the system is crumbling under the weight of backlogs. But that actually isn't true. For example, the sanctioned strength of judges in India is about 25,000 judges across district courts. There are 5,000 vacancies, but most of those 5,000 vacancies are concentrated in just a few states. Uttar Pradesh, Bihar, Madhya Pradesh. These are states that are generally laggards when it comes to recruiting for the bureaucracy and the judiciary. Most of the other states have have done very well in filling their vacancies, like in Maharashtra, West Bengal, the vacancy is less than 2%, which is perfectly acceptable. And if you want to check the numbers yourself, the Department of Justice has a dashboard on its website where it shows the vacancies across states, across different tiers of the district judiciary, the 3 tiers of the district judiciary. The second common reason that is offered to explain delays before district courts is that there's a lack of funding. That again is simply not true. Starting from about 2004, from the UPA era, the central government has been plowing in money through central schemes, centrally sponsored schemes, and the Finance Commission, I think the 11th or 12th Finance Commission gave a grant of 5,000 crores, of which only about 20% was spent by the states. So there is a lot of money that is being pushed into the judiciary, especially to build up its infrastructure, because there weren't enough courtrooms at one point, a digitization program, etc., etc. So our hypothesis, I've recently written a book on this, which is why I'm on this panel. So the hypothesis that we offer in our book is that the problem, one of the main reasons for delay at the district courts is the issue of decisional independence. That is, are the district courts truly independent in how they make their decisions? So when we talk about judicial independence, we usually talk about in the context of high courts and the Supreme Court, and we are looking at their independence from the executive arm of government, that is, from the President's office, the Prime Minister's office, that they should be insulated from government and the government cannot influence the decisions. But there is this is not the problem with the district courts, because the district courts, the Constitution has placed them under the control of the High Court. So there's absolutely no possibility of the executive influencing the district court's decision-making process. But there is another aspect of judicial independence we don't talk about often in this country, which is called decisional independence, right? So just because the district courts are independent from the executive, do they feel independent enough to take bold decisions without having to face
or backlash from the people who control the levers of power over them. In this case, it is High Court judges. And our hypothesis in the book, and it's supported only by anecdotal data because the judiciary is so opaque, you can really work with anecdotal data when it comes to Indian courts, is that there has been a pattern over the last at least 25 years that we can see where high courts are starting disciplinary inquiries against district courts on the basis of ridiculous allegations. These inquiries can drag on for a long time. It can result in the dismissal of these judges. And the nature of these inquiries is not limited to allegations of corruption or other forms of judicial misconduct. We have seen cases where district judges have been subject to disciplinary inquiries for alleged errors in their judgment. There is an infamous case from Uttar Pradesh where a district judge had granted compensation in a land acquisition case. And the government didn't complain. The government had to pay up the compensation. They just filed an appeal, which is a routine process. The Allahabad High Court read the judgment of the district judge and decided there's something fishy, started a disciplinary inquiry against her, despite no allegation of misconduct from any of the litigants. And they ended up firing her from her job on the basis that the way she calculated compensation in one of these cases was different from one of her earlier precedents. So when she lost her job, she had to fight for 17 years before the High Court and then the Supreme Court before she finally won. And the Supreme Court said that this is incorrect. You cannot go after judges for being liberal in granting compensation. And they put her back in her job as a district judge. And these kinds of cases are quite common, I have come to find out, especially with regard to bail. So that's the other hypothesis that I have is we've seen, because bail involves a great degree of discretion on part of the judge. So we have seen a lot of cases where a judge has been liberal in granting bail. And I think I've outlined some of the charges. I've reproduced the charges in the pre-reads that have been circulated. You can see the way the charge has been drafted. There is no allegation that this judge has actually received money from somebody. The only evidence in the charge is completely hearsay statements. That is, the victim's family heard some rumors in the village that the judge received a bribe to grant bail. And that became the basis of disciplinary inquiry. The judge lost his job when he petitioned the High Court for judicial review. The High Court said, yes, there's no direct evidence, but in these kind of cases, it's difficult to get direct evidence, and hence we're not reinstituting you, you lose your job. So this is happening, this appears to be happening in a lot of states, especially Gujarat, Madhya Pradesh, Uttar Pradesh, Bihar, Tamil Nadu, and to a certain extent, Karnataka. So when district judges are living in fear of losing their jobs every time they need to hear a contentious case, they just aren't going to hear contentious cases. And the system is set up perfectly in such a way that they can dodge hearing the contentious cases as well as the complicated cases until they get their next transfer. And that's what appears to be happening. You have, if I'm a district judge, I've got 100 cases on my docket. I will choose the 10 easiest cases because I also need to meet certain performance assessment standards, which are quantitative in nature. So I'm just going to pick the 10 easiest cases, dispose them so that I meet my target of disposal. Come 3 years, I'm going to get transferred to another court, and the same exercise repeats itself. Which is why it's the complicated cases that go in the back of the line and the simpler cases get decided easily. Thank you.
Thank you so much for showcasing the procedural ways in which justice can be delayed, especially that is such a revealing fact which you explained in the end, that how suspensions, terminations, and just not listening to the cases can also be one of the very critical factors. Thank you so much for that. We don't have much time. I request Tariq to, I've given the questions to avoid time, to save time, so kindly go ahead with it. Meanwhile, if there are any questions for Asif and Prashant, kindly handle it. I have 1 or 2 questions which are from test students. I'll answer you in the campus. Over to you, Tariq, 3 minutes.
So I have questions for me. So this one says how to justify the law economic. Better society will give signal beggars at holy places. Since 1969, Garibi Hatao narratives is on, but there is no proper law established for them. Actually, in terms of proper law, if you see this law, what we have in the country, it's there in more than 24 states, actually serves the purpose for the state. Creating services, the rehabilitation is not really the purpose actually. You see, the whole idea is to penalize people. And for poverty, for the situation of destitution, vulnerability that they are in, and this law serves that purpose. But I think more than the state, we collectively as a society, all of us are responsible for that because we don't seem to care actually. So it is okay for the state to just keep removing people. There's a question on if judicial and police reforms will play any meaningful role in the situation of dispute, who often find themselves on the wrong side of the authorities. Yes, it will help, but the thing is, out of mind, out of sight. We don't see people, we don't know about their existence. So that is what is happening right now. But and then these people don't matter. Like, so if there's a person who has been staying under a flyover for say 13 years and one fine day you remove that set of people and replace them with another set of people, no one will even get to know that these are not the same person. So that is the level of insignificance that they experience in their life. The feeling of being unwanted is so high, and it's so, yes, we keep removing people, we keep placing them into institutions where they become invisible, no one has access to them, no one knows there. Look at the childcare institutions across the country. There are thousands of children who are staying in those institutions, and rarely we don't have any mechanism where we'll get to know if they are being subjected to any kind of abuse. If you can Google, you just try and read about Bihar shelter home case, Muzaffarpur shelter home case. You'll be paid. You'll be. I hope you feel angry, but there would be many those kind of. There were hundreds of children who are being children were killed, raped, abused. Everything was happening, and no one knows about it. Legal aid could be one hope for them. Legal reforms could be one hope for them. Making it mandatory that the lived experiences of people who are living in these institutions are captured as part of the legal criminal justice system. I think there is some hope with that, but unfortunately I don't see that happening, because the mainstream, if you say within criminal justice systems, are the prisons are the main block, and that itself is flooded with issues. So these institutional populations are not going to be in focus in any time soon, unless there's a response from the larger society for that.
Omkar from TIS is asking this important question. I don't think it is easy to answer here. Why do we still continue preventive detention when UK has abolished it? What should I say? It's almost 200 years old history, the preventive detention. And southern states are the worst, yes. And with the help of Prasant, I have specifically done research on Telangana and Andhra. See, the political problem of rights has been resolved with the attainment of independence. This is what the people in power think. It's not a communist who said this, but it is the Supreme Court in 1956 which said that what has happened is a transference of the power, but not a transformation of the power. Okay. I think present state is more colonial than British. That at least I am increasingly feeling that present state is much more arbitrary than earlier. You see how many laws were, preventive detention laws were there on the day of 1947, and how many are there now. I have taken a serious look into the entire process of adopting them within 7 days of after independence. The British State Prisoners Act, Bengal State Prisoners Act of 1818 was re-adopted on 22nd August 1947. I can go on, I can talk for 2 hours about what is happening in the name of preventive detention. It's a story of arbitrary power by the post-independent state. I don't believe that artificial intelligence or these things are really going to solve problems of legal system. Now we are all increasingly feeling that technology is the solution for all the problems. Few years back we were all told that education is a solution for all the problems. And goalposts are kept on changing. And the earlier Chief Justice spoke so many things about how technology is going to solve all the problems of criminal justice system. But I tell you one shocking news, that in the entire country, the lower level judiciary never sends a communication about granting a bail or rejecting a bail to any prisoner or to any prison. Because in between there is a class of lawyers who think that they truly represent the interest of every client in the prison, which is far from the truth. So technology has not even touched the prisons even one bit, because so many people will be out of their livelihood if technology is really penetrating into the prison. So technology, I don't think I'm not in that thing. See, this legal framework, social framework, or how do marginalized get the rights? I'm not sure I can answer. This is a very big question, but there is an intersection. Recently, there was a case in Supreme Court that there is a rampant discrimination, caste discrimination in the prisons. Where is social justice? Where is legal justice? If we really believe that we are all equal before law, caste should have disappeared at least within the premises of criminal justice system. That did not happen. I mean, the preamble says justice, social, economic and political. Right to vote is the only justice we have got so far. All other things will come, but when, I don't know. And see, domestic violence cases, I don't know whether court is the right place to get the justice for that. We need to evolve alternative ways of adjudicating things. This is a colonial legal system that we have adopted as it is, which has become much more colonial in the recent criminal laws. Whether that is going to address really domestic violence issues, I'm not very sure. I mean, there is this equating punishing somebody to sending them to prison will automatically will give the justice to the victim. These are two different things. Victims of crime have nothing to do with the justice system. This criminal justice system takes over and it keeps on playing with the lives of the millions of prisoners or the accused. But that doesn't mean that it is going to really give any justice to the victims of crime, including people who are who suffer from domestic violence. Thank you.
I received 2 questions. I'm going to answer only one because I'm not certain about the second one. This is on the fact that there's some executive influence in judicial appointments, and how can policy reforms address this to ensure greater judicial independence to uphold the separation of power. See, at the level of the district judiciary, there's actually no executive influence at all, because most of the process is controlled by the high courts in most states. So there are high court judges. I think maybe the examination is conducted by the Public Service Commission in some states, but the high court judges are involved in the interview process, etc. So at the district level, I think the courts are pretty well insulated from executive influence. The bigger problem is dealing with the high court judges. who are not very fair on most days. Now, on the question of independence of the higher judiciary itself, I mean, that's a question, for the ages. This has just, as you've been seen, has been festering. It's gone 4 times to the Supreme Court, including the NJAC case in 2015, where the Supreme Court has decided no, it has all the powers to appoint itself. It's clearly not a sustainable process, and it's very clear over the last 10 years that the government has been vetoing appointments that the Supreme Court collegium has been sending to them. So the present system is also not working. The Supreme Court claims that it has the power, but the moment the government refuses to play ball, there's nothing the Supreme Court can really do. So there has to be some kind of system which replaces this, and the judiciary has to learn how to share power. It cannot claim that it's going to be the sole repository of all power, because in a way it has reduced its legitimacy, because now it bears a complete responsibility for all the rotten appointments, despite the fact that all of us know that some of those appointments have come from the push from the executives. But publicly, the Supreme Court is still the face of appointing all these judges, including that UP judge. So this is this does not be a lose-lose-lose situation for the judiciary, and we can only hope they wake up and smell the coffee someday before the executive really does something that is irreversible.
I have a few questions. One is sort of taking off from the question that you had. It's about the NJAC. What in your view is the view on NJAC in the context of recent Justice Verma incident? There's this saying, the devil you know is better than the devil you don't. In this case, we know both. I think we have to sort of take a choice as to whether we trust the judiciary more, or do we trust the politicians to be involved in judicial appointments more. And the fact is that as long as there is a system in which the people as such do not have a say, it is always going to be a defective system. So you have members of parliament who are sort of supposed to represent you, and they're supposed to be legislators, but members of parliament do everything else but actually legislate. So I don't think there is a solution. The NJAC is not a solution. The current system, as Prashant so eloquently said, is not working at all. But my suspicion, seeing the political system that we have, is that whatever they do is going to be done just so that they can increase their control over the judiciary and over all aspects of government. So that is the thing. Again, I agree with Professor Modi that it's just getting more and more colonial. Adivasis and Dalits make up around 30% of prisoners, I think slightly more, but only 25% of India's population. How can the judiciary address the systemic bias in arrests and sentencing? Well, of course, you have to make the systems accountable. The cops are not accountable, the judiciary is not accountable, the police is required to meet certain quotas which are not met, the judiciary is required to meet certain quotas which are not met. As long as there is no diversity in the judiciary and in the police, the criminal justice system is going to remain discriminatory. I don't think anything can sort of change until that comes into the picture. Then there is one, in the light of the legal principle, presumed innocent until proven guilty, how do you view cases where individuals are incarcerated pending trial, and what reform or changes would you suggest? Well, I think a lot of people are kept in jail and they're denied bail because the Indian system, the Indian state, has a lot of powers, but it is essentially a weak state. It doesn't have the power to provide good administration. It doesn't have the power to provide good regulation. It cannot monitor the police. It cannot monitor the things. It just doesn't. So it gives itself a lot of powers to do a lot of things, but it doesn't exercise those powers well. And which is why investigations are shoddy, which is why the conviction rate is low. And so for a lot of people, they know that if the person gets bail, it's very unlikely that they're ever going to go back to jail. And so the pressure on judges and the system and the cops is to ensure that the person stays in jail and to serve out the sentence. So bail is actually the punishment. Being arrested is the punishment. And if someone gets bail, it sort of seems as though they've been acquitted, which is not the case. How does the matrix of colonial legacy of the colonial justice system, technological barriers and issues of asymmetry in a market economy worsen outcomes for the marginalized? I just think you answered your own question. It does. Everything that you said, it just makes it worse.
I think on that note, we would end this session. Thank you so much, Tariq, Mulli, Prashant, Asif, for being here. Thank you so much. I understand that was a wonderful full day. Lot of food for thought. Thank you, CDPP, for organizing this wonderful, eventful, idea-full day. And somebody like me, I'm at slight loss. I couldn't be here for the whole day. But have a good evening, all of you, and a lovely weekend and a happy Eid.
Thank you, everybody. I would now request the panel to kindly release our Women in Workforce book.
Yeah.
It is the first publication in the CDPP Gender and Inclusion series in collaboration with Presidency University, Manu, TED London, and Goonj. And with pleasure, I would like to mention that the 4th Gender and Inclusion Conference will be taking place in August 2025. And we will now thank you.
Sir. Thank you.
We will now proceed with our closing challenge. Thank you.
Yeah, let's.
Excuse me, sir.
I have a card. Give me my number. Yes,
Very impressive talk, sir. Very informative.
So thank you everyone for sticking till the end. Now we move on to the closing panel. So we will now be so the closing panel is titled Future Directions for Public Policy. I now welcome Dr. Shubhashish Gangopadhyay, Ms. Nilima Khetan, Dr. Abu Saleh Sharif, and Dr. Amirullah Khan to the stage. Please join us. So as you've seen that each panel is incomplete without a book release, we will also be having one in the final panel. So this book, Agriculture in Telangana, from scarcity to abundance. So this book was initially a report prepared for the government of Telangana, and it analyzes the shift in Telangana's agriculture through state policies, irrigation projects, and understanding evolving farmer needs. So I would now invite the chair and panelists to release the book. So please stand with the book for the photo, please. Thank you.
इधर आ दो इधर आ दो इधर आ दो
I will now hand over the panel to Dr. Gangopadhyay. Thank you.
क्या हुआ
Thank you, Rashad. Since I've been sitting here the whole day, I've learned a lot of things, and the first thing I've learned is that I should start by thanking Amit and CDPP and all the organizers for allowing us to be here on stage. No, but in any case, thanks a lot. I think it was a wonderfully organized event. I've been sitting here from the morning, and I have never, ever, in spite of Willima's warnings that you might, this is nap time. You did say nappy time. I was a little bit.
Did I say that?
Yes.
I'm sorry.
I never felt tired, so thank you very much once again. Now, we had planned to have 3 panelists. We do have 3 panelists, and because Amir is sitting in for Vijay Mahajan. So, but I think it's good that we have 4 of us here, because that maintains some balance. Otherwise, it was a little bit, we didn't know what to do. The first thing I want to ask is how much time do we have, because you're running short on time. Half an hour, good. So then we will go straight to the thing, and we had decided that we are going to look at each of the sessions and see what are the things that we can draw out from the session and discuss among ourselves and suggest as ways forward. Okay. And this is not going to be kept limited to the 4 of us, even though we will start out the process. So we'll start with Nirima as to what your take is on the 2 sessions that you were responsible for.
Thank you very much, Professor Gangopathy. So, learning from you also, I do want to take half a minute to say that I've been involved in the initial design stage of this thing, and I am most impressed by the design that we finally adopted. And the amount of kind of work that you managed to pack into this one day, I mean, is absolutely awesome. I would not have believed it possible when we began, but it's really wonderful how much work has happened in this. So quickly, I was responsible, meaning within the panel, I was going to look at panel 4 and panel 5. So I will quickly go into that and share my takeaways from those 2 panels. So panel 4 was on education. And I'm only going to talk about my sense of takeaways in terms of future policy, future work-related priorities for CDPP or others. So in no particular order of importance, I think one issue that I would like to highlight is the issue of the work, sorry, I'm terrible with names, but yeah, what Indrila spoke about migrant children. And I feel what needs to be also looked at, so the first, so she spoke about migrants, how they do well, and then the migrant children, the kind of problems they run into. My curiosity would also be to know what happens to the generation after that. Do they do much better than their peers left behind in the villages? But just to kind of map that, that was one question, that the first kind of set of children who come into the villages, into the city, I can understand. So that was one. Second, there was this focus on secondary education that Sanjay spoke about, and many things which I agree with. But I think one thing that I want to pick from that is, and I don't have too much data for it, but I think one trend that's been happening is that the number of girls is slowly but surely overtaking the number of boys in higher education. In school education, it's happening gradually. In college education, the girls have already done that. And I think an area to look into is what is happening to the boys. What is happening to the boys in terms of course, their sense of self-identity, what they begin to do, which actually the third point, do they go more into drugs or what is, and there is also increasing the usage of drugs in at least campuses, college campuses has gone up much more from what I anecdotally hear. But anyways, the second point was that I think we're not looking enough at boys' trajectories and what's happening. And if we don't look at that, I feel that that could become, so we need to understand at least what's happening. And connected to that was the drugs thing. The last point on that is the Pandora's box in a sense that Gunjan opened. And I just feel that, so that session showed this conundrum. Vilma on the one hand spoke repeatedly about 30% of children in class 8, maybe if I get the number wrong, 30% of children in grade 8 are not at reading levels of grade 2. And she said, more importantly, that that trend is not shifting, it's stayed the same for quite some time. So on the one hand you have that, and on the other hand you have Vilma herself spoke about their agility with digital, all these young boys and girls who interviewed 75% of them or something like that. She said that they could handle the phone, they could do this, that. So so you spoke about all of those, and then I think in that same vein, maybe in that same vein, Gunjan spoke about where is the need for higher education of the kind that we've seen till now, where we have said that this will lead to jobs, etc. And I feel just last week, many of you may have heard Bill Gates spoke at the Express Adda, and he spoke on AI. One of the statements that he made was that through AI, intelligence will become nearly free. And when questioned about that, so he was speaking a lot about jobs were a product of scarcity, and in a post-scarcity world, we will need to think about our purpose very differently. We need to think about purpose and productivity very differently. So I'm just, I know this doesn't convert into a neat kind of research problem, but I'm still asking that question. I think Gunjan raised a very, very important, and it's a very uncomfortable thought to even put in one's mind. What is the meaning of education? Education is not just knowledge gain. But anyways, I think that area about what is knowledge, what is learning, what are the kinds of minds and personality. Conversation seemed to suggest that we are are we taking it as a given that state cannot provide healthcare? And I would like to put a question mark on that. Because you begin to hand over or begin to look at PPP of either the private PPP or NGO or whatever, because we've already given up on the idea that state can provide healthcare. And I'm just saying, is there sufficient cause to say that one should abandon that idea completely? In terms of the role of, in terms of the new kinds of development, so there was discussion on, of course, I think which wasn't taken too far, but I think it deserves to be taken. If you look at healthcare expenditure, in the last decade or two, the enormous jump in what it costs to go to seek healthcare has been a phenomenal jump. And that's been driven by, I'm saying I'm not an expert, driven by the fact of insurance having come in a big way. So I think it needs to be understood more. Is that sorry, just kind of one word, and I will conclude. And there was on curative preventive, whether AI can help in that or not, there was conversation. I think again needs to be unpacked a bit more. This Fitbit that I wear, to me it is a preventive kind of a nudge which it provides me. So to say that AI will have no role in, especially because the private sector will never touch preventive because there's no money in preventive, money is only in curative. Anyways, quickly, number 3 was the data thing that was raised by Ranjini and Digit, and I think again needs to be looked at into a bit more. I think access and data. And last thing that I want to say, what Shaban spoke about water. I think you spoke a lot about water, climate change related, but I would say that maybe need to talk a bit more also about the quality of water. You spoke about air pollution, but I think water quality is at disastrous levels in the country. So yeah, sorry for taking your time, but thank you. It was a true pleasure listening to all of you.
Thank you, Vidya.
Hi. Thank you, Shubhashi. This has been a very interesting seminar for me, particularly from CDPP, which is just about 5 years old. A large number of projects which have been achieved, publications, book releases. Thank you so much for doing this. It was my passion to do, but having failed, I had to appreciate your achievements. However, this is a kind of policy research institute, so my comments are not going to be on the papers presented which have been done, but broadly, how do I, as a kind of data-oriented, primary data-oriented analyst, how do I feel? How relevant this research is, and how CDPP can improve upon its continuing work. So policy research must have a critical eye on public programs, implementation process, including budgets and impact assessment. So I would rather request Amir and others to put that as a subcategory in your title. You know, this has to say, this is what we do, and that's exactly what I feel should be done. Now, I have a few comments on education. There are comments on the papers. The first thing is digitization of education, which is a reality? How do we incorporate that into the education system? There is absolutely no research on this. And I have been working for last about 2.5 to 3 years in the state of Karnataka on how to introduce digitization in a kind of space, bottleneck space for education is metric 2 plus 2, 3 years or 4 years, say 9, 10 metric and then plus 2. That's a bottleneck, you know, that is where when you do good, then you go into different professions. And Indian education system is horribly bad in that area. Now there are companies, Byju's is one which was doing in a different format, but I know another company, educational kind of NGO, which is doing QR codes for every lesson. So now if you buy that book, you don't read anything about the topic, you just have a QR code. Now this is being introduced in 800 schools. The company has not allowed me to evaluate it because it is a company, but at some stage we have to evaluate the efficacy of that kind of change shift which is taking place, but mostly in private sector. Government sector is not doing, I'm told it's doing, but I have not seen that. So one has to have a critical eye on that system. The second part is, Government of Karnataka did open 250 schools called Maulana Azad Model Schools, and they located these schools in certain specified locations. The names suggest where they are located, and this is 12 years after, or maybe 10 years after such a committee recommendations. These locations were planned in the Muslim areas. Mostly these schools are built on waqf properties. So when I visited these schools, I went to a school where I did my high school, which is now a model school. What I found was, surprisingly, every eligible girl in that mohalla, high school is right in the neighborhood, right? So every girl is in the school and every boy is in the school. There is also another high school, mind you. And then I said, this is great, you know, beautiful building, running water, toilets, everything what education politics here. Then I was happy, but when we reviewed the quality of that education, out of 1,600 vacancies, 250 were headmasters who don't teach, 250 were Kannada language teachers, which were permanent teachers, and 1,000 teachers who should have been teaching the subjects were taught by para teachers who were paid 8,000 rupees per month. This is high school teaching, and where high school teacher gets about a lakh of rupees per month, and these girls were teaching there for 4 years. So about 200,000 children's education was already gone, and this is what government of Karnataka did. I brought this to the notice of the government, including the Chief Minister. Finally, they promised. I said there is a digitization process which will help improve quality, but they didn't approve. But they said they'll appoint 1,000 teachers, which I think they have already done. I have not seen it, but that's what I was told. So digitization is going to determine the quality of education in future. Now I'm very quickly getting into health issues. In fact, last 3 months I've been working on this with Dr. Ismail, who's my co-author. Now, health is not hospitals and doctors. I'm telling this very openly. There may be some doctors there. Please don't use brickbats. Nation's health should be in people's hand, not with the government, not with the health sector. Professor Kundu's pointer to right of health deserves some attention, but it is difficult. I agree with Subhashish, but I think there are certain stages, there are many sectors within health, and there are certain rules like access to water, access to immunizations, access to basic health care must be a part of the health right to health. Now, our primary data analysis have suggested, and this is the most important point of today which I'm making. 30 years ago, we discovered through primary data that the health improved and the life expectancy would improve, not from medicine, not from any other factor, but just by giving education to mothers. So mothers' education carried very large and highly significant impact on healthcare. That was 30 years ago. The data referred to 1994 survey, which I myself did at NCA. Yeah. We ran the same regressions for the NFHS data latest, and we found exactly the same coefficient, exactly the same power, and the importance of educating mother has not vanished in achieving healthcare. Now, why this is? What happened in 30 years in this area? We don't know, because this was discovered or at least brought to the notice of the government for 30 years ago. The other very important point which my co-author and me discovered, last 2 points.
Hey,
one point is that given the joint and approximately living arrangements in the households, because now we have life expectancy increasing, that many households in the rural areas will have 3 generations, sometimes 4 generation families. Now this is causing certain type of diseases to stay on. Now this is an important area. Now my last point is the referral system in the healthcare system has collapsed. Public health labs must be brought to primary health centers, and improved diagnostic services should be brought into district and sub-district level. And the CDPP must get a review of the access to ICDS and child health care services through the ICDS, not through the hospital system in the neighborhoods. That is the most efficient way to improve health in India.
Thank you. Out of the 4 sessions, we have discussed 2 sessions for 17 minutes. We have a total of 30 minutes. Amit.
I'm only going to listen, so
So why are you sitting here?
Finally
So do I get the remaining 30 minutes?
Yes.
No, but I do want some participation from the audience, please. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take the job that we were given very seriously and just raise some research issues which I think we should focus on. And I'll give a few examples because time is short, I'm not going to elaborate on them. But the one thing I do want to say, just to give you an example of how, because yesterday when we were having our meetings, we talked about posing the right question, identifying a problem and stuff like that in our research. So I'll give an example starting from the last session, because that is probably, you remember the most, because it just happened. So we talked about the legal system, right? The one thing that you noticed in the panel, it was, I don't know the background of the people who were speaking, other than Asim who didn't speak much, but most of the others appeared to me to be lawyers or trained in law. So that was one version of it. But there are other versions of why this happens, because whatever we observe in society are outcomes of the way systems are working. So even if the problem manifests itself in judicial delay and all of that, the reason for it may be quite different from the legal system that we have. It may be because of something else. And that is how research starts, right? That by asking never ask, since there are young researchers here, this is not meant for everybody. Since there are young researchers here, the moment you say, when you start research, that I want to know how, stop. If you want to know, it is not research. You should know in any case, right? You have to ask the question why. Whatever you see, you have to ask the question why it is happening. The moment you can formulate the question with the why, you have a research topic. Otherwise, we do topical research. They are not research, they are actually feature articles that we write. In a research article, you make one point and nobody can oppose that point. That's your attitude. And for that, you need to formulate the problem properly, and that makes you, or gets you down to a very narrow focus. Don't try to be very broad when you're doing research. And I'll give you the example. We discussed the justice system, and the issue of delays came up. We talked about vacancy and all of that, right? And also my bias comes up now. I'm an economist by training, right? So I always look at incentives. I don't think people are good or bad. I think because economists believe that everybody is a scoundrel. That's a given. They are self-motivated. All we need are rules and regulations to prevent them from doing bad to others, right? That's the purpose of policy making. That's how we look at things. So for us, judges are behaving in the way they're behaving, the legal system or the court system is behaving the way they're behaving, simply because we haven't created the right organization. We haven't given the right incentives, be it in punishment, be it in rewards. And I'll explain what I mean by that. I read a paper which I was fascinated by. It was written by 3 lawyers, by the way. But this asked a very simple question. They observed something, and so they started digging into it. And this is what they did. This is what the study that they designed. They looked at all decisions all cases where on one side was the government. And then they looked at the following thing. In how many of those cases, the judges who were sitting on the bench had less than a year to retire, and the government of the day had more than a year to retire. So that the judges will definitely retire before the government, unless something horrible happened, before the government collapsed. And it was a purely statistical study. And they found overwhelming leaning towards the government in such cases. And in other cases, no. Now, these are the types of things that researchers should be looking for, right? And why was, now you start answering, now you start asking the questions, why are they doing this? And then you realize that given our system where judges cannot get any other job in the private sector once they retire, the only job they can do is if the government gives them a job. So, tribunal head, Rajya Sabha MP, right? Only then you can do those things. So these are the types of connections and the types of questions that we as researchers should ask, and that's what improves the public information on which policies can be made. So having given this example, I want to give one more because I'll finish very quick.
No, okay.
You wanted to say something?
No.
By the way, the audience should say something, right? Because this is your last chance, this is the last session.
I have another example after you of that.
So we will get you the mic shortly. Another thing I want to say, and this I'm saying because we have worked a lot on education. The organization I come from, India Development Foundation, IDF, worked a lot on education. And there we found out something. And this I want to say again, because education is a big thing for us, human capital. Health is a big thing for us, again, human capital. Many of the things that are obvious, right? If we don't know why they're obvious, we are missing the story entirely. As an example, when we went to a district in Odisha to find out why children were dropping out of school, everybody told us that girls drop out of school around class 8 because they reach puberty. The middle schools are further away from the village. Every village has a primary school but not a middle school. Safety is an issue, etc., etc., etc. Somehow we didn't feel that, right? Because I come from my bias is that if I can understand that something is right and I find somebody not doing that, I always believe that I've made a mistake in understanding why that person is not doing that. I don't know the constraints that person is facing. Rather than thinking, what a stupid person, right? Should be doing this, but is not. So we started wondering, so we went down and we asked, or we figured out in the district what was happening, and we found out there are two reasons why girls were dropping out. Reason number one, after class 8 there was no midday meal. Class 9 there was no midday meal. So, reason number two is that till class 8 there were no exams. Class 9 exams start. And they don't do well because they're first generation learners. Right? So they don't do well, so they fail. And they complain, why are we going to school? We don't know anything, we don't learn anything. Parents then start thinking, कुछ दिन बाद शादी हो जाएगा छोड़ यार घर में काम कर. So we addressed these two and designed two experiments which we have no time to talk about, so I'm not going to say them. But we designed two experiments and got school dropout down to 2% over the next 2 years. That is, we made sure that they graduated from class 10 with 99% attendance, right? Because we checked up attendance too, because that's another problem. And it was such a big success that we were forced to roll out these plans and these things in all the 30 districts of Odisha. So when we are talking about it, that is how you get into policy making. We're asking the question why, how, why is it happening? Rather than just coming back saying, oh, this is very bad. So that is the second thing I want to say. So in that vein, I will just give my takes on each of the sessions. Just one question each that I think one can answer the research question. I liked in the very first one an example that was given with Gujarat as a state where there is no liquor tax and state where there is a, I think that's a fantastic study that should be done by any of the young people here. When it comes to session 2, Lavish had made 4 points, but I think one thing that really requires study is the point he made between reducing the price, the rental for land to an industry, to 1 rupee. I think that's what he said. I think that was an exaggeration. Yeah. That's not the point. But the point is to figure out, what is this the main reason why the companies are not investing here, right? Because that is the issue. The biggest problem to us today is that our own companies are not investing and we are trying to get foreign direct investment. How silly can one get? In session 3, there were many things, but again, one of the things that I think is worth asking is, can we match expertise? Can we match the demand for expertise with the demand for one organization in one sector, rather than 3-4 organizations? Because expertise is rare, right? So if I'm an expert in something, I'm most probably a dud in other things, right? I can't be an expert in everything. Therefore, when we are talking about civil aviation as the example, for example, there were 4 different organizations or regulatory agencies for those, right? But each one of them, because I heard the names of the regulators, each one of them was doing a very specialized service. Is it a good idea to bring them under one regulatory agency? Because then you need somebody at the top who can appreciate all those four. So it's much better to coordinate. But this is a research question. We can have opinions on this. The best way to solve this is to actually go out and identify what are the issues. This is a problem which we got here for. What was the other one? Regulation? We have covered all six, right? Education and health have been covered.
Geopolitics and
Geopolitics and trade. Oh, that should be an entire research agenda for a university, not just for CDTP. 30 PhD students can be working on it, right? Because for each thing. But one of the things I must say, as young people, you must look at trade is something which is a very strategic game. And therefore you have to use game theory. If you use the standard classical models that we have, optimization and doing calculus, getting data and all, you'll miss the boat. This requires a game theoretic analysis, because look at what Trump has done. He behaved horribly with Zelensky. Net result, Zelensky is at the table, the war is coming to an end, the mineral treaty would be signed. It's a phenomenal strategic move. Whereas Zelensky became a hero among everybody, but has lost the war. The country is completely lost the game. Because he put his ego before everything else. And Trump exploited that. He's a very smart guy. We should not think of him as being very dumb. So these are the issues that we have to keep in mind when we're dealing with trade policy. Should we retaliate? I thought that was a very good question that was asked in the panel. That should we retaliate or should we not? By Devashish, I think, right? And he claims that you should not. But if Trump knows this, then what will he do? You think we should not retaliate. Trump can also think, Devashish thinks they should not retaliate. What should I do then? You have to think along those lines. Because if you don't do that, we're going to miss the boat there. So William, I had something to say. No?
No, we are dying.
Done?
Time is done.
It's done?
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Thank you to the closing panel, and I'd like to ask the audience and the panelists to give a huge round of applause to all the audience that have stayed with us right till the end. Thank you for showing such intrigue, and engaging with these very current topics. I'd like to thank all the panelists, all the speakers that have joined us today. I'd also like to thank all our partners, starting with CESS for being wonderful hosts, the DEF, Goonj, Presidency University, Bangalore, Tech London, the Center for Women's Studies at Manu, and last but not the least, all our volunteers and our wonderful team at CDPP for putting this whole show together.
All the bouncers.
all the bouncers that you will see on stage today. That's the whole team that has put this whole agenda together.
That's the team that brought this to you. I think, Naveed, who you all know, deserves a big hand. Very well done for everything. The team was introduced to each one of you. This is the entire team at the CDPP. Momita is holidaying in Georgia, otherwise she'll be here. But otherwise, that's the team. So thanks everybody. This has been a great show. Thanks to all of you for being here. I think particular thanks my students at TISS. Well done. I hope you had enough to learn today, that you would have learned through 30 sessions of mine. So thanks everyone. We will now
break fast just outside, have some tea and whatever, and then disperse. But on behalf of all the partners that came together to organize this conference, which is the CESS, which was our host for today, Presidency University Education Group, Goonj, and the Digital Empowerment Foundation. I must thank everybody here on stage for having done a great job, our team, the volunteers, for having brought this to you, students from the Tata Institute of Social Science, all the audience that sat through each one of these sessions. And Abner, can you also join us?
And the nicest Madari
And you know, the University of Hyderabad, which sent its volunteers, the purpose really, you know, the vested interest was really what came out at the end, which was so wonderfully distilled by Shubhashish, Nilima and Abu Saleh Sharif, for having given us what we need to do over the next couple of years. It's a daunting task. It's a tough thing to be in a research institute that is full of youngsters who are pushing each other and have mentors who are all over the place. You know, there is Professor Kundu who mentors from Delhi, Jimol from Ahmedabad, Shaman from Bombay. It's been wonderful that you could do this for us. Devashish in Calcutta, Vilima, who shuttles between the West Coast and India. It's been wonderful having all of you, you know, bless this team over the last 5 years and guide the research process. And we were able to produce some work. We are not entirely satisfied with that, but we will hope to do everything that you asked us to do. And so all of you, you dug yourself in the hole. You got everybody giving you tough questions to answer. And the next time you do a conference, you will have to answer these questions. So with that promise, thank you very much. It's been a wonderful day. Thank you.
All of them. Let's get back. Show is over. Let them go.
अरे नबी
इधर खड़े करो
चलो आगे दो आगे दो
यूनिट पूरा
अरे क्या हुआ अरे इसको बंद करो प्रोजेक्टर
वो चेहरे पे आ रहा है थोड़ा वो प्रोजेक्टर बंद करो ना भाई प्रोजेक्टर बंद करो जरा चेहरे पे आ रहा है हाँ वो प्रोजेक्टर चेहरे पे आ रहा है गया रेडी रेडी और ऑफ यू रेडी स्माइल थोड़ा प्लेसमेंट दीजिए अपने आप को ओवरलैप मत कीजिए सर आप आगे आइए थोड़ा आगे आइए ओवरलैप मत कीजिए प्लीज ये रेडी वन मोर इज देयर एनीवन लेफ्टेड अच्छा ठीक है हेयर भाई थोड़ा वो ओवरलैप हो रहा है थोड़ा साइड से आ जाइए राइट सर आमिर सर आप थोड़ा इस तरफ घूमना है राइट वन मोर
How about flashing victory sign in the same pose? Yeah.
Thank you. Come, let's go.
चलो अपन एक साथ कर लेंगे उसको उधर उठाओ इसको आगे रखो
और आगे
पूरा कोने में दबा दो ताकि
ये हम लोग इधर
इधर प्लीज थोड़ी जगह सर केबल थोड़ा ये केबल देखो